Hey, what's up? How are you guys? You got some rest still playing Overwatch? Just a good stream, thank you. Yeah, I woke up pretty late. I look tired because I am tired. I haven't been sleeping a whole lot, especially this week. I went to sleep late yesterday after I got off stream. I went to sleep pretty late. So yeah. Not yeah, it's a good this is a good playlist. I used to listen to this a lot actually on stream. It's been a while since I listened to it. It's a very chill soundtrack. So yeah, today I'm gonna be playing Disco Elysium, which I'm super excited for. I've been wanting to play this game forever, and I don't know anything about it. The one thing I know about this game, I actually should have looked this up, and will put it on my radar. Disco. Thanks. Wait, who do they think? Was it Angles? Elise. No. Oh, do they think Marks? I don't remember. That's Marks. Oh, Marks and Angles. All right, okay. Disco Elysium developer shout out Marks and Angles and Game Award speech. Yeah, this is actually how I heard about the game and will put it on my radar. They won an award in 2019, and they gave a shout out to both Marks and Angles. Marx and Engels are the people who wrote the Communist Manifesto. Engels, who is not credited as much by the public, co-wrote it with Marx. They were good friends. And yeah. So I was like, I thought that was kind of weird. I mean, not in a bad way, but let me see this. But I don't know anything about the game really. Oh, it's not even working. And in this acceptance speech, the Fresh Indie Game Award, Helen Henderper said that the team would like to thank some of the greatest people that came before us. The people they shouted out included the architects of communist thoughts, Marx and Engels, as well as the Russian painter Vladimir Makovsky and Viktor Tsoi, a Soviet singer and songwriter. Oh, cool, I don't remember this. Got many negative reviews that day. Really? That's funny. Did you play it before or after this? Cool. That's sick. Can't remember. Yeah, I remember that was pretty much the first time I heard about it. I never even heard of the game. I was watching the Game Awards. The last most notorious podcasts are divided on video games. I don't know what this is about. And I thought it was cool. I was like, whoa, that's cool. I wonder what their game is about. And of course, I known the game to be a leftist game, I think. I just remember seeing the news. Yeah, I watched this live. And you're playing Disco Elysium, which features the vocal talents of the members of Socialist Podcast Chapo Trap. Oh, really? I actually don't. I've never really listened to Chapo Trap House. I know Mitch likes them. And I didn't know that they actually had vocal. What? That's cool. The fuck? Disco Elysium. Chapo Trap House. Are the last living Soviet game developers? Is the first game Chapo had done voice acting? Lads are back, baby. See what this is. The voice acting in this game is especially good. Will Menaker. I wonder who they did. I just want to know who is Chapo Trap House left. The Elysium, the final cut. Colt hit gets more political. I just want to know who they did, man. Matt, Will, and Virgil. Felix voice acting beach. But who? Never listened to them. They're pretty cool. I've listened to a couple things from them. It's mostly really funny. They do like news, and they do it in a comedic way. I don't have any ill will towards them. I just don't listen to them. Hey Toby.
Oh my god, it's so juicy.
Thank you for the gift sub. How are you? Thank you for gifting the Kiki. Kiki's really nice. And they were here yesterday. I would have introduced you to them. You would have liked them. How are you doing? I don't know who's played this game or who's done the political compass. I'm gonna do that right now. I've never done the political compass. I of course have opinions on political compasses. I don't think they're good, but I'm doing it for fun, really. Elysium IMBD page shows them. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, it's good. IMBD. Let's see. Oh man, there's no pictures. Cast. I just don't know their names. I actually don't know their names either. I need to know Felix, really. Because Felix has been on Hassan's show. Oh, there's Matt. I recognize Matt's face. Because I watch their stream. They stream every now and then. There's Felix. Scab leader. Oh wait, it doesn't show them. Doesn't show who they play though. Titus Hardy. I mean, oh well, whatever. I guess it might be more relevant to us later, but that's cool. I didn't know that they voice act in the game. Very cool. You may not be surprised by the references. If not, I encourage you to read the Communist Manifesto, which is about how a ghost called communism is haunting Europe. It's pretty radical. That's cool. We don't know the characters yet anyways. Yeah, I don't know them yet. I'm excited to get to know this game because I've heard so much about it. I did read the Communist Manifesto when I was a kid. I didn't really get it when I was a kid. I reread it actually not that long ago. I reread it like... I guess it has been maybe like last year or something for fun. And... It's pretty fun. It's a fun. It feels like a diss. It feels like a giant book that's a diss. Honestly, I don't recommend it if it's like your first leftist reading. Goes spooky, but yeah. Yeah, I woke up late. Oh, I have a cheesecake. I have a cheesecake and I have Oreos with me. Chocolate cheesecake. Yep. Wanted to point that out first. Get that out of the way. And I have some Mirku here, so I'll be eating this while I do my political compass. I'll do that right now. Taste it, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Felix got a whole ass cheesecake of different flavors and I grabbed one. So my opinions of the political compass here. My favorite sweet. Cheesecake is pretty good. It's pretty pog for sure. I like cheesecake. So my issue with the political compass is an obvious one. Everybody knows this already, is that it takes certain positions and makes an average of it. So like you can have like your positions can vary in scope, and you can have a weird average that makes no sense. So like, for example, like the compass for example, like you can be like anti-immigration and like pro-gun, for example, and pro-gun, even though we know that to be a right-wing talking point or a right-wing stance, although it's not exclusive to the right. A lot of leftists also advocate for the right to bear arms, of course, but it's more libertarian, right? Like it's on the political spectrum would be considered more libertarian than authoritarian, while like anti-immigration is of course like authoritarian. These two things cancel each other out and you get a moderate position, which is like kind of silly. You know what I mean? Like it's silly when you think about it. So it's really hard to like to have that kind of nuance in a political compass. And on top of that, like the politics of certain people differ depending on where you're at, geographically, right? Or wherever you're at. Like a moderate here in the United States would be extremely, sorry, not extremely, but right wing in like a European country. So it just, the political compass has issues, and it's mostly a meme and a joke, honestly. Everybody already knows this. It's like well known. So I'm mostly just doing this for fun, and I'm probably gonna come across questions of things I don't know about, so might have to do some reading. So let's start off here. You have been directed here directly from another site. We asked you to read our homepage before continuing. Look at this. What? Peter Kropotkin? Emma Goldman? Mao Zedong? Joseph Stalin? Is this Thatcher? I can't tell who this is. This looks like Ayn Rand, but I can't tell. And this looks like, who is this, Hayek? I honestly can't tell. It's really hard to tell. Welcome. It's time to stress that the political compass has been on the internet since 2001. The uniqueness of our take on politics is reflected in the gratifying youth enthusiastic reviews we've enjoyed in the national media of many countries from our earliest years, as well as from many teachers and academics who continue to use our work. Hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you, Saturn. I appreciate your kind words. How have you been? I was gonna hit you. I mean, we were kind of talking earlier. Saturn gave me an article, and I was gonna look that up earlier. It was about a shooting that happened earlier today, which I kind of read about, I think, as it was breaking out before I went to sleep. I was gonna ask you how you've been, and I don't know if you'd want to message me give me an update. I saw some conservative doing the test, and one of the questions was something like, from each according to his ability to each according to his need is a good philosophy, and they agreed with it, and they googled it and instantly chose to destroy and disagree. Yeah, that's so funny. What up, Cooks? What up, Zod? Yeah, that's so funny. It's funny because like oftentimes, and this is not unique to political positions, but oftentimes you have a belief, right? Like you have a pre-established belief, and how you came to that belief we can talk about, but that's another discussion. Like, but you have like a belief, and then instead of like we don't do the rational thing and like rationally come to the conclusion of our belief. We have a belief and instead rationalize that belief. So like this person would probably be like, well, I'm a conservative, Republican, whatever you want to call yourself, and then like would normally agree with a tenet of communism, which is what you're quoting here, Bosha. But because they know it's something that's antithetical to their whole identity, they disagree with it, even though normally they would agree with it. And so yeah, it's like that happens more often than you think, and it's silly. yeah, I can PM you. I don't mind. Dump all that stuff here. We vibe, and I'll lurk around and listen. All right, if you want to dump it here, I don't mind it at all. But if you want to message me, that's cool too. But yeah, thanks for the lyric. I'm gonna be doing the political compass. I'm just starting now. Okay, it's time to stress the political compass has been on the internet since 2001. The uniqueness of our take on politics is reflected in the gratifying enthusiastic reviews we enjoyed. Okay, we read this. You don't read more about our work here. Australian election. The propaganda trap. Are you caught in it without even knowing? Erudite, the provocative blogger, Professor Hugo Bound. I mean, no one's immune to propaganda. Was Hitler socialist? Oh my god. Podcast. I've never been on the website, honestly. Iconoclasm. Cool. Is this the same thing as iconoclastic? The chasm between your icons and what you probably don't know about them. Garden politics. Interesting. I tended to reach out to my conservative father. We haven't spoken in years. He left me on read. So I know the struggle. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I have a hard time keeping up with my family, to be honest. So it's very nice of you to even reach out to them. I don't know how in touch you are with your family. Totally immune to it. Yeah, propaganda. Yeah, miss me with that. I think the biggest thing about propaganda is that people don't even know that it's just like, it's mostly a neutral term. It has negative connotation because of its history. And I'm not saying that it isn't negative, I guess, but it's a neutral term. It's just, propaganda is just information that's put out there to sway people to take on the position that the information is taking, right? Like an advertisement which propagates our entire media sphere is propaganda. You know what I mean? Page 1 of 6. Just a few positions to start with concerning no less how you see the country and the world. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than interests of transnational corporations. Oh, that's a good question. If economic globalization is inevitable, I guess like they're expecting you to take this as a position, right? So economic globalization is basically like the global market, which is what we function under now. And what that means is that like countries trade with one another, right? Basically. And so they're just saying that's inevitable because like that's relatively recent. I don't know how recent. It's been like, it's like obviously it's on the onset of like industrialization and technology like getting to the point where we can like traverse space much more efficiently. So is this inevitable? I guess it could be. Definitely. It depends on who you are. Some people actually don't think that you can actually run a country independent of the rest of the world. And there are countries that try to do that, and it does fuck them. You're not gonna lie, it does fuck them to a degree. It's really hard to function without being a part of the global market. First question, you must assume it's inevitable. Yeah, you have to assume it's inevitable. And I think that I don't want to say that it is or isn't. It's really hard to say, honestly, because I don't think it's a product of capitalism. It's a product of technology, globalization. But I know that globalization is a core tenet of neoliberalism. And even though I don't like neoliberalism, I don't really know where I stand on the idea of globalization, because I don't know if like the solution to our problems is not working internationally, because even communism would be working internationally as well if it were like an economic system, but that's a whole other conversation. Should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. I think I agree with this. If globalization is the economic structure, then yeah, it should serve humanity and not the interests of transnational corporations, because basically this is how it functions now. Like, we invade other countries. Like, this is basically the argument I was saying with Ukraine, is that the reason why Russia is attacking Ukraine is for Russian interest in the market of Ukraine's, because that's literally what started it, is Ukrainians wanting to have another option and join the EU. And so like, this is what I think is at the core of the war. I don't think it's just Putin bad, and I don't think it's just NATO either. I think that NATO was an excuse, or is being used as an excuse, personally. But of course, a lot of people can disagree with that. But I agree with this. It's just so the term globalization always like kind of throws me off, so I'm not sure if I totally agree, but I think I agree. So I'll just go with my feels on this one. I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong. I think I disagree with that. I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong. I mean, is it? But if I know it's wrong, why would I support it? Do people actually think this way? There's no way anybody thinks this way. Nobody is. I feel like people are just like, I'm filling this out now. Okay, go for it. I feel like I feel like you would. I feel like if you knew something was wrong, why would you support it? I mean, I guess so. What up, Claire? How are you? I mean, but that's hella brain rot to be like, I love my country so much that even when they do wrong, I'm for it. Good morning. That's called blind faith, the words. Yeah. Okay. Well, I feel like I strongly disagree with that. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I totally agree with it. Maybe not consciously. I feel like this is right. I feel like not consciously, like you can only, because like I feel like what oftentimes happens is that your country does something that is wrong, right? By some standard, and you rationalize it and you're like, well, you know, maybe they, you know, when we were doing the trolley problems and we were like trying to justify our actions by adding qualifiers that didn't exist. I feel like that's what people typically do, because they know there's no clear path, there's no clear right or wrong. Did you watch the Julian video? No, I have not. I know. I actually just woke up a little bit ago. We could watch it on stream. We're gonna be playing a political game later after this, actually, Claire. I have not been able to watch YouTube. I haven't really had the time to watch anything. I usually watch things while I'm at work, and I don't really even watch it. I just listen to it. So there's a good chance I'll watch it later tonight. Because you can always only listen to the facts that support your worldview. You can always only listen to the facts that support your world, or facts. Yeah. Let's just keep going. Let's keep. What was I? No one chooses their country of birth. True. That's foolish to be proud of it. I feel like here it's like it doesn't really matter really. When out of melancholic Soviet wave. Oh, what's this? Sure. Strongly. I feel like you can make the argument that like people aren't proud of their country because they're born there. Although definitely there are people who think that, but people are just proud of their country because they're a part of it, whether they chose it or not. And so like being like making this is almost has nothing to do with your pride, the pride in your country. I mean, I don't feel this way. You know, I'm not really proud. I'm not a nationalist or a patriot, personally. So I would disagree either way. So I'm just like criticizing the question, I suppose. I'm trying to give patriots their due. You know, trying to respect it, even though I don't understand it. So I'd be proud of, let's say, New Zealand if I lived there for their pro-science stance. Alternatively, someone can be proud of their country for a little genocide. It's difficult. Yeah, I agree too. I mean, I could, if I were to move to Finland, for example, like we said earlier, we were talking about yesterday, sorry. I like that they're a social democratic country, and I would be proud of some of the, I mean, and even in the United States, like there are certain things about living in the United States that I really enjoy and really like too. And I care about the country, of course, but I'm just not a patriot or a nationalist. Like I would never like wear a flag unless it was ironically. Anyways, our race has many superior qualities. I don't know. I strongly disagree, to be honest. I can't fathom being proud of your country. It's embarrassing here. I mean, I agree. I feel like I agree completely. Like I think I mean there's certain things that like I would like, I guess, and I guess I could be proud of, but like in the position we're at, it's hard to find many things to like warrant being completely proud of the country, except for like the American mythology of like if you work hard enough you can make it sweaty, or like the like freedom and liberty and all that shit. It's just like, but do we really have that? You know, that's the question. But auto-patriotism is toxic, so I strongly agree until patriotism is less toxic. I don't know. I'm not. I just am not patriotic at all. I'm not a patriotic person. Like it's just, look, because patriotism has to do with your identity. You know what I mean? There are certain things. I don't want to listen to this. I want to listen to something catchy. Oh, this is actually pretty good. I think we'll listen to this once. Like I think that what was I saying? Sorry. I think that like it's like patriotism is a part of your identity, you know what I mean? And I don't see like I can't imagine making my identity about my country. You know, like I don't even like putting my sexuality at the forefront of my identity. Like I don't like my country being at the forefront of my identity is really weird. But nationality doesn't define your identity. Wait, but why wouldn't it though? Or patriotism? Wait, doesn't it? Doesn't define your identity? I mean, it does if you're a patriot. If you're a patriot, then your nationality literally is a part of your identity. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying that that's what patriots think. Don't you think? Whenever I see people like with like flags on their trucks, I'm like, man, that's what you're going with for your personality. America rocks. Yikes. I would agree, leaving only room for people to be proud of their country's culture as opposed to patriotism. Oh, that's another important fact to put out too, is your culture and your history too, which I think you can be proud of as well. Depending, like this is the thing. But if I have pirate flags, I mean, I don't know if that would be considered patriotism because you're not worshiping a nation, right? I still think language, tradition, and culture ties to your identity. Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely. But you don't. I think like patriotism though is like you take what it doesn't matter what it is. You take like factors of a nation, and then you identify with it through the flag, through like the overall idea of the nation, right? Isn't that right? Like let's just look the shit up. God damn it. Patriotism. We're like already stuck on fucking bitch ass patriotism. Whoops. But I'm not even a cultural person either. Like I'm not, as you can clearly tell, I'm not really even all that. My identity is like I don't know why I'm very like I don't really feel the need to construct my identity like this. Political ideology. Patriotism is the feeling of love, devotion, and sense of attachment to one's country. Yeah, the country. I shouldn't say nationality, but it's mostly country. This attachment can be a combination of many different feelings, language related to one's homeland, including ethnic, cultural, political, historical aspects. Yeah. It's like it doesn't matter what it is specifically, but it's like it's like a combination of things that lead you to care for your country, and it's just not for me. I'm sorry. Like it's just I don't like that being the forefront of my identity. Something about that is just not interesting. And then when other people are like that, it never rubs me the right way. I've never met somebody who's like, oh, you're a patriot, oh, that's cool. I've never felt like that towards anybody. You got me to stop playing COD to participate in COD. That's such a funny thing to say. I would say any flags are cringe. Pirates aren't really cool. Pirates are... Oh, you know, did you know pirates were communists, actually? I don't know if that's... I remember reading that a long time ago. Pirates. Communists. Oops. Communists. Pirates and adventure with communists. When did I read this? A long ass time ago. I'm personally attacked. I mean, it really depends. I think some of them weren't. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, because I remember reading like a thing where like there was these pirates that like were actually communists. I was like, damn, what the fuck? I didn't know that. Who cares? We're digressing. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. I feel like I don't know about that one. I kind of strongly disagree with it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm for this. Only in relation to culture. I'm just kidding. We're talking about culture, then yeah, you know, I could see this. I'm only gonna hit agree. I'm just kidding. Pride flags too. Yeah, what about pride flags? We strongly agree. What up, Red? Yeah, what about pride flag? Like, I don't know. I'm not into flag. Look, I don't even like pride flags. I don't like dislike pride flags or anything like that. Like, I don't see people with pride flags and I'm like, oh, that's lame or anything like that. But you guys don't ever see me fucking rocking a flag ever. And don't get me wrong, like I don't have a problem with like pride flags or anything, but it's just I never find it tasteful, you know what I mean? Like I never find it tasteful. I don't know why. What about pride patch? Pride patch is okay. I don't find it tasteful still. I mean, I just think mounting flags to your truck is lame. Yeah, I mean truck flags on your vehicle is just weird. Like, what are you, the fucking president or some shit? Oh, this test is easy. Oh, all of us strongly agree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is a tough one. This is the tough one, actually. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I mean, I feel like I would say disagree. I'm like kind of in the middle on this one. I think strongly disagree. I think the reason why I would put this. I think the reason why I would put this. I'm leaning towards disagree is because like that's how we fucked up the Middle East. Wait, what are you talking about? I mean, I guess so. I guess that's true. Yeah, you're actually right. You're talking about like the invasion of the Soviet Union invading Afghanistan and then like arming like Afghanistan, like the brave Mujahideen to fight the Soviet Union because we were like the enemy, my friend. That's how we fucked them. Which one did you pick? I take it myself. I mean, it depends. You could put. There's so many qualifiers. This is where like this would be wrong and this would be right. I guess the only reason why I'm leaning towards disagree is because like, right? There's more nuance here. You can't just be like, well, this is my friend, so anybody who's their enemy is like, I'm for, or like this is my enemy, so any of their enemies is my friend. Like it's a very shitty way to like go about your business, you know what I mean? I mean, in the main page you pick, I like to take it myself. In the main page, I don't think I picked anything. I just started. I just looked up this politicalcompass.org, and then that was the first result I got. And then we did that for everyone else. I think the thing is too is that like I think the thing is, I guess I'm looking at this in terms of like inconsequential things, you know what I mean? While you're looking at it in terms of policy, Zod. And if we're talking about in terms of policy, then yeah, I would disagree, but it's more so because I guess the reason why in policy it's problematic is because we would be taking this position from the standpoint of the capitalist, like from the capitalists really, and we're not capitalists. So what if we were like in a communist society and like, you know, like there were like an aggression. I mean, I don't want to assume you're a communist, you know what I mean? Everything has a consequence, even if it's not immediate. I mean, definitely, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm saying that like I wasn't part of the side that wanted to invade these countries, you know what I mean? I wasn't on that side. So it's like for example, you guys are pro-Ukraine, right? So like you don't like Russia and so you're arming Ukraine because and you know, a lot of people think this way too, where it's like Russia's been our enemy for a long time, so a lot of people are like pro-Ukraine because Russia's our enemy. And it's like, I'm not even saying that that's a good thing, but you see what I mean? Like, it just depends. Like, some people think this way and don't really know it, even if you know it's not right. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there would be a context where I would agree with this. I'm trying to think of one, but because I'm not representative in the actual policy making in our real world, it's hard for me to even have an example. Disagree, but little disagreements don't make us enemies. Yeah, I feel like I disagree. I would just leave it at that. We don't have to go any further into that. To take the Australian election 2022, the political compass in a nutshell. Take the test. Australian election 2022, the political compass. What? Wait, what? I mean, I think you had to take the test. Then we also did that to the cartels in South Africa to combat communism. Yeah, that's true. But that the thing is that you and I didn't do that. You know what I mean? And you clearly disagree. So like, it's more, the issue with that is more a structural issue where like we have no real say with what the country does with our taxes and with the money, with policy making. Like we don't really have a say in any of that. So like we didn't have you and I don't have this mentality. This is the mentality of people who have power in our country. And you know what I mean? But that doesn't absolve, that doesn't like that doesn't really say anything about this. It more so has something to say with the type of structure we live under. I think it's a little more complex. We armed the Taliban not because we were invaded, but because they were excellent in using urban tactics against an invading army. With Ukraine, it's far more moral. However, I can see it possibly becoming problem. I don't think so. I think it's the same thing, pretty much. I don't think it's much more moral. I think it's the same thing. I don't even agree. I don't think the USSR should have invaded Afghanistan at all. But I also don't think that we should have been involved. I take pretty much the same stance I did with that I do with this one, to be completely honest. Because as we know with Afghanistan, that us getting involved fuck things up even worse, which is what my argument is with Ukraine. That I think us getting involved is gonna fuck things up even worse, personally. But I also don't care because I'm not a part of this discussion, really. Just like, you know, you and I have opinions on this, but like, we're not the ones with power, and we're not the ones whose decisions are gonna matter. That's why I'm saying, like, this, with what you're saying, I think you're right. But like, this really has nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with us. You know, you have to put yourself in. You have to put yourself in this, and I think that that's what I'm trying to do. Hey, let's keep going. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. I want to say disagree. The thing is that international law is like not really, it doesn't really matter. Like, international law is just like we break international law all the time because we can get away with it. So like, whether it's justified or not doesn't really make a difference, because it could be not justified and it won't matter. People, if you have whoever has the more military power breaks international law all the time. With history books, from the history book, it was in the near global effort to arm the Taliban. It was mostly early NATO US. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you know, like, it's still similar to what's happening in Ukraine. You guys loves to stick their noses in other people's business. Yeah, I mean, we're the global police. Now, here's a hot take, but I strongly agree on this one. This is some fucking Machiavelli shit, where like, you have, like, people with power have to oftentimes break the law in order to uphold that power. And I feel like I disagree with this, but I also think it's completely nonsensical. Because international law is like just it's just like what's the word? It's like a suggestion, really. Like, it's not, people with power break the law all the time. You know what I mean? Like, the law is just for people who don't have power to be held accountable. So like, I don't know. I mean, I disagree. Whatever, doesn't matter. Remember the time Israel supported Hamas monetarily because they were opposition to leftist learning Fatah? Yeah, that's true too. I think some hypocrites where it could be justifiable, but in reality, probably not. I think if we were to say that international law actually functioned and that it wasn't constantly broken, especially by the US, then yeah, I would say I strongly disagree. But in the world where the international law doesn't really matter, it's just like I mean, it does. I don't want to say it doesn't, but like, it gets broken all the time. Like, it's just a piece of paper, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, that's the issue with laws, is that like, people can break them all the time. The whole point of upholding laws is that there's consequences for those people. When those people are so powerful they function above the law, then what does it matter, you know what I mean? So I disagree, but I feel like this question is kind of nonsensical. There's now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I can see how you disagree, and I want to agree with you. However, there are some things you have to find out the truth. Consider whistleblowers. Wait, what do you mean by whistleblowers? This is military action that defies international law. I mean, I think whistleblowers are a good thing, for sure. But I don't think this is revolving whistleblowers specifically. I mean, I'm completely for whistleblowers. I think whistleblowers oftentimes, yeah, you're right, like, do bring out the truth. But I don't think that's part of this question. There's now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I'm not sure I understood this one, but I put disagree because I think providing information, even in the form of entertainment, isn't worrying. There's now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I think that, I don't think this is something to worry about. Not because I think that entertainment is a danger to misinformation, maybe, but because I think that institutions that are supposed to be propagating like the truth, I guess, or giving you straight up information, oftentimes don't even do that, and they do it in ways that's much more malicious, by like through specific wording or by not talking about specific events, like pushing those things to the side, or or you know, opinion pieces and shit, but obviously that's not what, I don't think that's what they're talking about. But I think it's just like, I feel like the media, in my opinion, is not just like Fox News and CNN and shit. The media, in my opinion, is like is us as well. Like, I'm the media, I guess, but not like that. Like, I'm not getting paid by advertisers, but you know what I mean. Like, people, you know, we get our information from each other. You get your information from Twitter, from Facebook or Instagram, and that's still part of the media. And I think that, like, I can see why entertainment can be a danger, because when it comes to entertainment, someone like Alex Jones, who's entertaining, he's like an entertainer. He's not really someone you should be taken seriously. The blurring of the lines between entertainment and news outlets, for example, can fuck with people, because people take Alex Jones very seriously, obviously. So I think it's worrying, but I think it's like, I don't think it's really that. I think like the problem we have now is just that we're in an influx of information. We're living in an age of over information, where like something I would radically call, like, not even radically, but like violently differentiate from like both wisdom and knowledge, where it's just like information, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't even I don't even worry about it. I just like, you just try your best to navigate through it, you know what I mean? So I guess disagree. I just feel like when I disagree with this, I'm like giving in to postmodernism, and I don't want to. But if I were to agree, I would be like, what would be the alternative? And I don't think we have an answer right now, because I don't think there is an answer to this. I think this is just like the world of information that we live in now. I'm not even sure what it would look like to have something like this addressed. I don't know, whatever. Let's go disagree. I will send you my results. I don't know what it means. Okay, sounds good. However, there is no way to regulate information at the point it's censorship and is difficult to address. It is worrying. It would be less worrying if our education system was better. I think it's tough because like even education is not reliable in like inculcating within people critical thinking, because like education still is part of a power structure, right? Like how do people come to the conclusion that what is truth is truth, or what is knowledge? It still has power intrinsically mixed with it, and in order for like a education system to function, that power structure has to be legitimate, and it has to be like, the idea of meritocracy has to be upheld to some degree. Not to say that we can't have education that is actually like effective, but I don't know what that would look like personally. I honestly don't. Like, and I talked about this many times before too, but like, for example, like what you take, like knowledge is not something that just exists in the world and that we discover. Like, although you can argue that that is the case, like knowledge, what comes to be taken as knowledge is a certain group of people who have institutional legitimacy pretty much tell you what to believe in. And not to be anti-science, because obviously like I'm not like saying that like we don't have a method for it. I'm just pointing out that like, for example, like throughout history there are plenty of things that were taken to be true, or like to be factual, or like common sense, or part of knowledge, that have been that we don't believe in anymore. And it's not because like they weren't doing their due diligence. It's because once something is understood, right, whatever that means, there's like a whole institution that pushes this as information, like the education system, and like you need critical minds to constantly be combating what we take to be like knowledge, which is what science does. Like science is a system of falsifiability, right? Like you're supposed to like what makes science what it is that it needs to be constantly disproven. It needs to be constantly challenged, and it's never taken to be true, right? Sorry if I'm like getting kind of all over the place. Falsifiability. Falsifiability is the capacity for some proposition, statement, theory, or hypothesis to be proven wrong. The capacity is an essential component of the scientific method in hypothesis testing. In scientific context, falsifiability is sometimes considered synonymous with testability. So like what makes science so reliable is that it's not because it comes to truths, but because it's constantly being tested, I guess you could say. It's constantly being tested to see if it's wrong, which is why like throughout history certain things have been proven wrong because somebody comes along and figures it out, and so we get closer to whatever truth is. But until then, whatever it is that has been withstanding these tests is considered to be true, I guess technically. But the term truth is not, there's no truth in the world. There's no like capital T truth. Like truth is just a useful term that we use for something that we take to be real. So the way that people can determine misinformation not via their parents' beliefs but their own, and many groups of people have fought and made sure that education has been widely available, and sometimes education misinformation. Yeah, it's just a complex. It's really difficult. Like it's really difficult. It's a difficult thing. I'm not even like saying that we should get rid of the education system, although there are people who do argue for that. I think one of the biggest issues that can be addressed, and I don't know how exactly, is that we know certain things aren't true. We know that there are certain things we know certain people and certain things have been proven wrong, but is really difficult to challenge because of all the information out there. It's really difficult to challenge all of the misinformation because there's so much misinformation out there, and it's almost impossible to challenge it all. And I think that's where the argument is at, you know what I mean? It's just tackling the insane amount of misinformation, the wave of information. And so I guess we're having like another conversation. Let's keep going. Now the economy, we're talking about attitudes here, not the FTSE index. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. I think that's true. I feel like I strongly agree with that. But it's hard to say. It's not that I think people are divided by class. I think class divides people in its very premise, right? The idea of class divides people. So the existence of class is one of dividing people. Yeah, I feel like I strongly agree too. And nationality, the thing is that class is like much harder to understand. I mean, it's not hard to understand, right? But it's like nationality is very easy to understand because there's literal borders and like literal there's like cultural borders and like language borders that people can directly interact with, right? That makes it easy to understand. While class, there are borders, so to speak, but it's in ways that people haven't really thought of. Like, for example, like you have the freedom to go out and get a Rolls Royce, for example, but you are priced out of it, right? Like it's within the price range that's not accessible to you, and so in a way you are barred from being able to get this thing, even though you have the freedom to get it. And that's like an extreme example, but that happens all the time. Like healthcare, you have the ability to get healthcare, but you are you are priced out of it. You can still get it, but you'll be in debt, which will ultimately probably kill you too. So it's like we have the freedom to navigate certain spaces, but we don't really like. And class is a much more complex one, because you could even go to like this happened to me once too. A friend of mine gave me a ticket to a basketball game in where was it? It was in Arizona, but I can't remember where I was. I was traveling. I was like a traveling hobo basically. All I had with me was my backpack and my banjo, or was it my guitar? I don't remember. And like and so he gave me as a gift like a ticket to a basketball game. I don't care for basketball, but I was like, fuck it, I'll go. And so when I got there, they did not want to let me in because of the way I was dressed. I looked like shit. Yeah, I look like shit. I look like a straight up hobo, you know what I mean? And they didn't let me go inside. And it's just, and that's a way that you keep people from a certain class outside of spaces. And of course they have excuses, right? I look like shit, nobody wants to be around me, but that's still like barring someone by the basis of their class. And it's like all over the place. That's another extreme example, but class is much harder to recognize because a lot of people move freely in spaces within their class and very rarely want to experience, unless you're very poor, right? Unless you're like poor, then you recognize it a lot clearer. But like people who are part of the middle class don't really experience this type of discrimination. Anyways, whatever, strongly agree. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I hate this because this takes given as like unemployment being a way of tackling inflation. And it definitely is. And this is actually happening right now, so that's kind of interesting. So the reason why this is even like a question is because like inflation happens when there is how do you put this, like the government's printing too much money. And the reason why they're printing too much money is because the majority of the nation doesn't have enough money in order to keep the economy moving, right? As a machine. Inflation happens when the rich people don't. Yeah, that's what I'm basically getting at, Zod. That's what I'm basically getting at. The obvious solution is to tax rich people, but we don't ever have that conversation like that. And in fact, recently Jeff Bezos actually talked about this recently. Very recently, actually. It's so funny. Jeff Bezos. Look, check this shit out. Yeah, the newly created disinformation board should review this tweet, or maybe they need a new form of non sequitur board instead. Raising corporate taxes is fine to discuss, but taming inflation is critical to discussion. Mushing them together is just misdirection. So he's basically saying taxing rich people is not a good thing. Joe Biden's tweeted, "You want to bring down inflation? Let's make sure the wealthiest corporation pay their fair share." So why is it that taxing the rich can fix inflation? I talked about this before on stream, but like think about it this way: like money is just a way to keep the economy moving, right? And the economy is just like the way that society is structured in order to like meet the needs of the nation or the community, whatever the fuck you want to say. So like if you have I mean, you guys probably all know this, I'm preaching to the choir here, but if you have like the population, right, which is like these people. In fact, we'll do two factories. Here's the factory, whatever, and then here's the other factory, just because it'll make more sense, I think, this way. You might be able to relate. And here's the rest of the population, right? And the population works for the factory, right? They're holding hands because they're cute. And then there's like the capitalist, right? The person who owns the capital. So like basically the overall population has to sell their labor in order to survive, right? In order to buy commodities. So like this person has to sell their labor, this is money, to like purchase, I don't know, food at the food factory. And the way they get their money is by selling their labor to the capitalist, who makes more money by not paying them the full extent of their labor, right? So they had to produce more labor for them than they're getting paid in order for them to make profit off of it, right? So they don't get paid the full extent of their labor, because if they were paid the full extent of their labor, they wouldn't be making profit, right? So anyways, like so there's more money. Basically there's more money up here, right? There's more money up here than there is down here, right? The public has less and less money as you do this long enough, right? Because technically speaking, all the money is working its way up. So where we're at now, like the rich are incredibly rich. They got incredibly rich from, and on top of that, like obviously inflation has to do with like the with what's happening with Ukraine, like the wars and like the supply chain. I'm not denying any of that, but basically because there's less money down here, the government has to print. This is the government. The government has to print more money to give to the public so that they can use it to survive, right? And the reason why I have two factories here is because like basically what's going on here is that this person is going back into the same factory to rebuy the things that they made, but they can't afford it because they're not being paid the full extent of their own labor. So you can't even buy the very same things that you're making, except you don't go back into the same factory, you go into other people's factories, and it's just, but it's the same process, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a issue. It's an issue where like the wealth is concentrating at the very top. And so you have what's inflation again? Inflation is when the value of things, I mean, inflation's like a whole thing. Let me look up a thing because I don't want, let me look up a quick definition. Inflation define. It's pretty straightforward though. The action of inflation is something or the condition of being inflated, general increase of prices and the fall of purchasing value. Okay, this is what I was trying to say, Mo. The fall in purchasing value of money. So like money loses its value and because prices are increasing. And the reason why prices are increasing is because, let me go back to the diagram. The reason why prices are increasing is because, okay, as these people get more money from the government, right? So the government's printing more money. These people, wait, hold on, no, sorry. Not as the government prints more, although this increases inflation too. I lost track of what I was talking about. So like the government also is forcing these people to raise wages, right? So like, well, in order for these people to survive, you need to give them more, right? So to give them more, this person has to lose what they got here, right? They don't get as much profit because they have to give more back to the workers. And so these people can keep their profit. They raise the prices of goods, right? So this is the chair factory and it costs more money now because in order to pay for the wage increases, they're not taking it out of their profits, they're taking it out of the commodities. So they raise the prices of this. So if you're going to the food factory, this is the Burgle, the food factory, and you're going here and you're like, well, didn't really change much because now I may be making more because the wage increases, but now the commodity is worth more, so it didn't really change anything. So it's an issue. Like, and obviously like the government doesn't have to do this either. The market will tell them to raise wages too, because people aren't going to work for wages that aren't going to feed them, right? So it's a complex thing. I mean, it's not even that complex. It's pretty straightforward, but it's just a whole game. Let me get back to where this was, 'cause I already forgot where we got here from. So basically, like, they're saying that controlling unemployment. So like when people, like the reason why unemployment happens during inflation is because, look, how does this work again? Hey, why does the government building have one block should be 3? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm quickly trying to get to my point. Fuck. What does the government do again for like unemployment? I forget what it was. It's not even technically the government, but unemployment is a side effect of inflation. But I can't remember why. It's like slipping my mind. I had it too right when we started. Ah, fuck me, dude. Am I gonna have to look this up now? It's funny too because I recently read a thing about this whole thing because it's super important. Because companies have to pay more per people, so less people employed. No, I think you're right, but there's another point too. It's like, you're right in the sense that like, since like oh shit, did I close out my diagram? My really good diagram. Because companies have to pay more, they sometimes they hire less in order to squeeze more labor out of the people. So like, here's the factory. These people are getting paid more now. There's 3 people in this factory, right? And like the capitalist has to pay more per person now. So what they do instead, sometimes, not the diagram, sometimes they'll cut somebody out, pay these people more, and just force them to work, which is like what's happening to me and Felix. Actually, we're having a conversation about this the other day. Force them to work twice as hard, because labor is a huge proponent in like how people build wealth. Or like, let's say they'll fire 2 people just to make the math easier in your head. You know what I mean? Like they'll hire these people more, but they'll make them work twice as hard. They'll make them work more jobs that are needed in the factory. That's one thing too. But it's just the point is that the reason why I don't like this is because one of the easiest ways to combat inflation is to instead of printing more money or forcing them to pay them more wages. Although I think that paying them more wages is a good thing, but the reason why this is a problem is because there has to be a way to keep this motherfucker from raising prices on goods. You know what I mean? But it's complicated because the only way to do that is by price fixing by the government, right? By government apparatus. Here's your 3 blocks. and price fixing has a big problem too, because you can't regulate all the prices because there's so many commodities out there that it would be really hard to adjust the price of these commodities depending on supply and demand, which is why a lot of market believers like neoliberals and shit are like, well, the market can regulate itself because there's just so much information. It just does it on its own. It's just like, yeah, but there are people in positions of power who like abuse that, you know what I mean? Abuse the amount of deregulation they have. So it's a complicated issue. I forgot what I was getting at with this, man. That was such a long thought that I totally forgot that what we were. Let me just get back to this. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Fuck, dude. I just wish we would talk about taxing rich people, because if we were to tax the wealthy, that would be another way to like get the money that's being concentrated up here back into the government, instead of printing more money and putting more money into circulation, lowering the value of money, which is also the cause of inflation. So I would just put disagree. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, taxing the rich is literally like one of the easiest solutions, but because the rich have so much power in propagandizing the public, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to talk about that tax. I mean, like, yeah, it's not a solution for sure. I still think that they need to pay their workers, because, okay, let me put it this way, just to give credence to the people who are anti-government, anti-regulation. The problem with taxing the rich is that now, instead of the public having a say with what to do with money, the government has to say with what we do with those taxes. And it's not guaranteed that the government is going to use those taxes to benefit the public. You know what I mean? So it's like, so it's not necessarily a solution, but it could be. And I think I think it's something we should definitely at least talk about. 3 hours of political compass test. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. This is gonna be so long. Let me just keep moving. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment. They require regulation. I agree. I strongly agree. Although, you know, we can still make the argument that, like, that corporations, I mean, bro, there's like 6 pages. Yeah, I should keep moving. Agree. I feel like corporations are still gonna try doing like green. I honestly think it's to the benefit of capitalism to try and incorporate environmentalism into their system, because it's literally capitalism is completely unsustainable because it lives off a model of like constant growth. And so it's like, I feel like regulation isn't even, oh god, I'm such a fucking leftist that I can't even like think like this. Full contest and consequences have been a disaster to the stream. Okay, from each according to his ability, each according to his need, it's a fundamentally good idea. Yeah, I of course strongly agree with this. This is a communist. This is basically a communist thing. Like, whoa. From each according to his ability, each according to his need is a slogan popularized by Karl Marx in 1875 critique of the Gothic program. The principles refer to free access and distribution of goods, capital, and services. I try to live by this, actually. I try to live by this. I think that in the economic system that we have, it's very difficult to function like this, but I believe in it deeply. The fear of the market, the fear of the people. I feel like I strongly disagree. Can you explain it? Basically, like, from each according to his ability, each according to his need is saying that, like, it's hard to think this way because in the world we live in now, if you were to function this way, you would get fucked, right? Like, so let's say you're at work and hold on, let me see. don't save. Let's say you were at work and we have you who's like you know, pretty strong. You're a big guy, you're pretty strong. Here's your axe, you're gonna chop stuff. It looks like a flag is an axe. And then there's like somebody who's like there's Gar, right? Gar's like got a big old face that's sloppy like that, and they're very small. They're very small, and here's their small axe because they can't pick up a big one. And there's their cowboy hat because they came to work prepared to make up for their height difference, right? So like you guys have to chop trees all day, right? So, you guys have to chop trees all day. You, I'm sure, would agree that you could probably chop more trees than Gar can, right? So like you would, like, according to your ability, technically should cut more trees down than Gar because you could, right? And that's, but in the real world, like, that's not how it really functions. At work, you guys are expected to do the same type of labor regardless of your ability. Just for sure people stop being mean. And like and this I'm of course I know somebody out there who's like listening to this is like, that's not what he's talking about, but I'm getting to it. You can fucking give me a second. and so like it's just so stupid. Just and so like in a more just world, like, we would be doing labor that's in accordance to our ability. Like, people who are disabled should not be doing work because they can't. So they like, right, like, people who are disabled in the world we live in now, of course, like, we have social safety nets to help them, but like, for the most part, they still have to figure out a way to survive and navigate this world. And in a communist society, you would have people whose needs are met in accordance to their abilities, and like, and the way that their needs are met are different, right? If like for example, in the world we live in now, like, healthcare is not for people who really need it, right? Like, if you need healthcare and you have a disability, it's going to be really hard to get healthcare because insurers see you as a liability because they know that you're going to be going to the hospital more. And so healthcare is instead parsed to people who have the money to spend for it, right? Like how we were saying earlier, like, class, like, you only have access to certain goods and commodities and services because you have the money to attain that service, not because you really need it. You know what I mean? And obviously, like, I've been using examples of like commodities that you don't really need, like a car or like a Rolls Royce, I guess. But essentially, in the communist societies, we would be meeting the needs of people and how they need them, regardless of what it is. And that may sound silly. It sounds silly to think about it now because you can possibly think right now where, like, I don't think I could hold a chainsaw. In this situation, clearly Seth should have used the axe and Gar get a chainsaw. I mean, that's a good point. You know what I mean? Basically, like, if we were to take this to the work example, like, work conditions should be, we should structure work conditions so that work is pleasurable and a good thing. So yeah, maybe you guys can have chainsaws, and you can make the argument that you need some way to cut these trees, or maybe we can automate it and use something to cut these trees so that you guys don't have to relegate yourselves to it. You know what I mean? Like, it just opens the discussion to give people more power to navigate the world and meet their needs. But in the world we live in now, we don't necessarily do that. Like, when you're in the workplace, the work conditions are given to you by the capitalist owner. Like, they're the ones who, like, of course, don't get me wrong, like, sometimes you do have the discussion on what you need, you know, whatever, like that. Those discussions do happen, but you don't have that much power in whether that kind of thing gets done. And you have to rely on the person who owns I keep saying the factory, obviously we're talking about many things, to like provide you with the necessities that you need. Give Seth chainsaw, give Gar, fire Gar, make Seth make 2-person job with the same pay. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's just we don't really think this way, and it's hard to think this way in the world we live in now because we don't really. And the reason why I was saying that if you try to function that way in this world is that it fucks you. Because let's say if you went to work now and you were like, well, you know, I can do more work than you, so you should give me more work and Gar less work. It kind of fucks you. You know that that's not what you want. You know you shouldn't want to function like that, because it's like you're probably not going to get paid more that way. They're not going to like, oh, okay, well, you're taking on more work, we'll pay you more. And if you were doing that, well, they would just fire Gar. It'd be like, why are you here? You clearly can't do the job, so get the fuck out of here. Shit like that. Like, It's just complicated. It's like a whole complex issue of with like labor and the way that work is structured around us now. To each according to his belief, most people would agree with this. This is like not even a radical thing. It's just the reason why most people wouldn't agree with this is because it's a communist idea and people think communism bad, so it's hard to say. And if you don't agree with this, look more into it because I can't do it here. I'm sorry. How are you, Carl? Please don't fire me. I need to feed my family. It's a sad reflection in our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer. Yeah, I strongly agree. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up that we do this. Fucking Nestle, dude. We need someone of your size to chop down blades of grass and make houses for the kids from grounded. Yeah, true. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I do think this is true. But I don't know. What the solution to this is. I mean, I do. Why am I don't need to qualify shit to you guys. Oh no, we are gonna learn you're a tanky, Seth. Probably, dude. I mean, I'm definitely not a tanky, but this is mostly for fun. How you doing, Leia? That's dangerous work. Both my parents think communism is bad. Yeah, it's like just drink tap water. Yeah, just drink leaded water, forehead. What are you talking about? What if someone buys land to ensure it is protected? The thing is that like you don't need the transaction for that to happen. And this is why but you bring up a good point though. Like this is why the thing is that God, this is what I was saying about the fucking trolley problem, is that you can qualify your answer in so many ways. It's like I think that land should be communally owned. I do think that land should be communally owned because we're at a point where like shit's getting fucking ridiculous, dude. It's really hard to live out here without being at the behest of a landlord or some sort of like government structure or state structure. I do think that like I think you make a good point where like there should be land that is protected, but I don't think that you need a transaction process for something like that. You know what I mean? Like for example, just to give Zod their due, like Steve Irwin bought a bunch of land, right? You guys probably already know this. Steve Irwin bought a bunch of land in order to protect it. Bought land. Bought land. Conservation properties. But the thing is that you don't need, like, okay, how do I put this? Like, Steve Irwin is a good person who happened to have bought land, but you don't need a transactional process to protect land. You can just protect land because we know that land has value. But this is a given in the world that we live in right now, because in the world we live in now, it's, although, you know, governments do protect lands, you know what I mean? Like, of course, you don't need a transaction process for that. What am I qualifying this? The point is that I agree. Land should be commodity and to be bought and sold. I agree with this for the most part. You know, I don't think that we need like somebody a rich person to come along with an actual heart in order to protect land, because it's not to Steve Irwin's benefit to protect that land. You can instead use that land to in order to profit off of, but he didn't, you know. But that's not unique to the transaction process. It's just Steve Irwin just so happened to have been a good person who became rich. It shouldn't need to be bought. Yeah, it shouldn't need to be bought. People tank. This is exactly my isn't it fucked up that people own land crisis I had forever ago. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. At least you should have is the freedom to roam. It's complicated. I just think that when I think about this is that when land becomes a commodity, basically the people who have access to land are those with the most buying power, of course. Like, this gives power to a certain group of people, and that's where I disagree, because land is finite and is absolutely necessary for all of us to survive, and we should have some form of access to it. And it's difficult for a lot of us. We don't really own land, so I'm kind of biased in this, you know. I'm poor as shit. I've never owned land, so hey, being poor fucking sucks. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to society. Yeah, I just strongly agree with that. It's so fucked up. As a personal fortune, that many personal fortunes, I mean, I feel who simply manipulate money. Yeah, it's so true. It's so fucked up. I don't know what else to say. It's all here. What else do you want for that? Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Protectionism is when you like, I know it has to do with like sanctions, tariffs, and what's the other term? Embargoes. Let me look it up because I don't know if I'll do a good job of explaining it. The theory of practicing and shielding a country's domestic industries from foreign. Yeah, there you go. Okay, this is a good way to put it. I mean, this is the way to put it. Like, basically, what this is like an economic approach to protect your nation's industries. So, for example, like China has a cheap commodities that they export, right? That we buy up. But because of that, like our own manufacturers suffer because we're purchasing commodities overseas. So in order to keep that from happening, they add a tax to those commodities to raise the prices of it so that they're competitive within our own market. That's basically what the question is. I can get us some land. We all moved on the reservation, build a streamer house. I don't know. The thing is, that's the other thing too, is that like not all land is created equal. You still also need like the city to be able to like run utilities to that land to get internet. How are you doing, Trixie, by the way? Give explosions. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm like in the middle of a rant. You know what I mean? Like it's not a coincidence that like the reservation is at the lower end of the river, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like at the upper end of the river in Colorado, the water is a lot cleaner, and as you go down the river, you work your way towards the reservation where the water has been used up and is not as clean. And that's not by accident, obviously. It's not by accident that a lot of people in Colorado are white. So it's like, and that's like a whole historical thing, right? Shit water, yeah. And it's a whole historical thing. Brain needs coffee and apple. I want some fucking coffee too, dude. What the fuck? I need to eat this goddamn cheesecake. Been sitting here for way too long. What? What do you mean, what? Do you not know what I'm talking about? I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right? You live. I actually don't know where you live, actually. I don't know what I'm talking. I'm talking about. Whatever. I don't want to point out names. Cheesecake. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. I mean, if you were to take the global market, I just put agree, I guess. I think there's like a bigger issue, you know what I mean? There's like a wider issue that's not being addressed here, but I think it's fine. I don't know. They're gonna put me on the like authoritarian for this one, I think. So I've never thought of that. Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, but it's not by accident. Obviously, there's like a history behind why it is the way it is. I'm not economist enough to know the right answer. It's just the thing is that like the issue is here in this situation is that how do I even put it? Like, other countries just have better economies than we do, you know what I mean? So then like it wouldn't normally be an issue if we had like it just sucks. It's like you have to take the capitalist mode of production into account here, and because I acknowledge that that's the world we live in, I'm not against like taxing foreign goods in order to help our own industries, because yeah, that would suck. I wouldn't want our even though it is, I wouldn't want like our commodities to be reliant on another country's production, especially to the degree that we're in right now. But obviously there's a bigger issue that is underlying this whole thing that like has to be addressed, but that's not part of the question, you know what I mean? Other countries have better RNG, but yes, but then you don't want your economy to depend on another. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree, but it's just like there's like a bigger issue, you know what I mean? That's not a part of this question. So it's like, whatever, let's just keep going. I don't want to ruminate on one for too long. This is taking forever. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. Fuck no. I mean, uh, like, uh, I mean, I of course disagree. God, whatever. Let's just keep going. Fuck no. Strongly agree. Shut up. Like, if you're like the investor, yeah, if you're the investor, you would want that. And like in the world we live in, obviously you want your to satisfy your investors. But I also would, in order to satisfy the investors, you have to take it on the community and the workers, and it's fucked up. Just unify all the countries under the banner of the doggo easy game. That's how you get stupid shit like ethnicity score. What the fuck is ethnicity score? What the fuck? I don't even know what that is. Should I look it up? The rich are too highly taxed. Fuck no. Are you kidding? What the fuck kind of question is this? Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Ah, so fucked up, dude. It is so fucked up. Government should penalize businesses. Have you not seen the Overwatch scale? No, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. The ethnicity score. Oh, the ethnicity. No, I don't know what that is. Gar mentioned it to me and I read about it briefly. I don't know. I didn't even read about it. I think I just saw like a picture of it. And I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? When you get disco, I'm gonna sleep. You get to disco. Honestly, true, dude. I'm running low here. It's taking forever. Let's just keep moving. Let's keep moving. Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Yes, I agree. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. Genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. I mean, of course, but then at that point, it's not a free market. That's the issue with the free market, is that if you leave the market to do what its things, it's gonna naturally lead to monopolies. So like, you can't have these two. You can't have your cake and eat it at the same time. Wait, what? You can't have your cake and you can't have, I don't even know the thing. Oh, there are good guillotine emotes. That would be cool. Oh no. Essentially, you can't be a completely free. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can be a free market, but then you would have the worst form of fucking autocracy. You would just have pretty much feudalism 2.0, which is basically what capitalism is. Now look at some of your personal social values. Abortion when the woman's life is not threatened should be illegal. Abortion when a woman's life is not threatened. When a woman's life is not threatened should be illegal? No. Abortion when a woman's life is not threatened. Abortions should, I love abortions, dude. Abortions are sick. Okay, I want to have abortions just for fun, dude. All authority should be questioned. All authority should be questioned. Yes, of course. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. No, I strongly disagree with that. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. Oh, that's so disgusting. Like, it's just saying that like museums and theaters should be relegated to the market, and we all know how shitty art gets when it has a profit motive behind it. And this is putting aside like museums that like steal from like cultures. I understand that, but right, we're talking about the basis of the question. Strongly agree. That's a problem. Wait. That's a problem amongst humans. One human will always use the freedom to exploit another. I don't think that's necessarily true. I do think, Trixie, that like humans have I think humans have this aspect to ourselves that is one of what's the word I'm looking for? That's malicious. You know, like we like to hurt things and others. I believe, but I think that we can live in a society where we don't need to exploit each other. And I think that we're at a point where we really don't need to do that. It's completely unnecessary, and that kind of psychological like malady comes from somewhere. And that's a whole other discussion, and that needs to be addressed. I don't think that it's intrinsic to human nature to exploit people the way we do right now, personally. But obviously, like, it's a really broad question. It's hard to say. Those don't bring any worth. Okay, let's keep going. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. What does compulsory mean again? I can't quite get what that means. Required by law. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Should not make classroom attendance. Um. mm, This is actually a hard one because I think education's important, but I think that how you, I think that like attendance should not have a grade. But that's not the question though. It is 100% intrinsic to human nature. Not all humans are humans. No, I don't think so. I think that human nature is not even a real thing. I don't believe in human nature personally. I've talked about this many times on stream actually. And maybe we'll have a discussion on it later because it's a long ass discussion. The school should not make classroom attendance compulsory. Ah, fuck, this is hard for me. Because I feel like education's important, but I don't think that education should be mandated by law. But I do think that it's important. I'm just gonna disagree, whatever. I don't believe in humans. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Is that a bad talk? I don't believe in humans. I honestly, I'm to that point. I actually don't think that humans are a thing. And that's like a whole other discussion. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Different sorts of people should keep to their own kind? What the fuck? I think I strongly disagree with that. Pause. That sounds thinly fascist. Yeah, I agree. This one, right? I agree. I totally agree. I don't think that it should be relegated by law, and I think that people should have the opportunity to leave. But I do think that education is important, and I do think that there is some authoritarianism that should be acceptable. Like for example, like the whole COVID-19 thing. When you give people these freedoms, sometimes people have the freedom to make the wrong choice, and they don't do it because it's good for them. They do it literally just as an act of rebellion. Like if you talk to people who are anti-vax, some people are like, I'm just not doing it because I'm being told to do it. If I'm being told to do it, then I'm not gonna do it. But if the moment they tell me not to do it, then I'm gonna do it. It's like a fucking child's way of thinking, you know what I mean? And I'm someone who considers himself on the anarchist side, and part of the anarchist way of thinking is that like hierarchies and authoritarian approaches should always be held accountable, and they should be able to display their legitimacy. But there's a form of authoritarianism that is acceptable even within anarchist circles. Like for example, like when you're a child, you live in a government system in your family household, right? And you can make an argument that your parents have the legitimacy to authoritarianly structure your life, right? Like when you're a child and they tug your hand when you're running into the street, that's an act of authoritarian. That's an authoritarian act, but you can legitimize it, right? Because you know that child doesn't know any better. Now I'm not saying that's why I'm saying, like, to the degree, what degree are we talking about here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like we should fucking force people into re-education camps, but you know what I mean? But education's important, and I think that there should be some form of regulation to get kids in schools. But I don't know what that looks. This is too black and white. You know what I mean? Here's an argument for compulsory schools. Homeschooling is garbage and galvanizes right-wing Christian fundamentalists. That's true too. Okay, we don't need to hear about that right now. I'm literally from the country of different sorts of people should keep to their own. That shit sure turned out well. Yeah, I mean, a lot of countries are like this. The state has to educate you enough so that you can make decisions and think. A good education teaches you how to process information and rebel against it if needed. Do we need to bring on Stone Lock Timer? I know, dude, true. We'll keep moving, but you know what I mean? Like these questions they're just so broad. It's hard to say. I have to qualify what I say, and it's gonna take a while. Oh, people have their right, but it's okay. Like I'm borderline on the agree too, so don't worry. Like, don't worry. It's all cool. Okay, good parents sometimes have to spank their children. Fuck, dude. God damn it. This is a tough one. Me and Felix talk about this all the time too, cause like I was beat as a child, dude. I'm gonna say that shit right now. I was beat as a child, and I personally, I know for a fact that it fucked me up. I know for a fact that it fucked me up. And I talk about this all the time. Like, I grew up in a semi-violent household, and I became violent because of it too. I became violent because of it too, and I know that. I talk about it all the time. But I understand that, like, my parents, there were certain times where, like, I understood, you know, I understand now as a kid that, like, that my parents didn't have, I'm not justifying the beating, but I understand as a kid now that my parents didn't have the education or the understanding that what they were doing was wrong, and that they didn't intend for me to come off as a violent person, and that there wasn't violence behind what they were doing. They just didn't, that's how they were raised, and they didn't have an alternative to how to raise their children. So I personally, obviously, with time, I understand why they did what they did. And I think that I disagree with this, of course, but the solution to this is that we need to find ways for parents to learn how to raise children, because so many people become parents and aren't ready for it. And it's not because they acknowledge that. Some people just want to become parents but don't have the education, don't have, like, the childhood education, you know what I mean, to know how to raise children. And so, like, I don't want to condemn people for, like, doing what they can to discipline their children, even though I know for a fact that it can fuck them up. You know what I mean? You guys talking about core values? If a kid is too young to be disciplined verbally, they're too young to understand why they're being hit. I understand completely. I think you're completely right on this. Strongly disagree. And if they're old enough for discussion, why are you hitting them? Yeah, I think so too. The thing is that this puts the responsibility onto the parents, and I agree. Like, I totally agree with what you guys are talking about. I think the thing is that there's more we can do. I mean, I guess I disagree. I don't know why I'm getting too into this. The issue is that why I hesitate on this is because I don't want to condemn parents for hitting their children, because I understand why they come to that conclusion. And it's like, it's tough because I'm also from a poor country where people especially don't have this, and I don't want to be like, I don't want to, like, what do you do in this situation when you don't have the education to know how to discipline children properly? I feel bad. I don't know. It's like, I come from a different world that you guys come from, honestly. You guys don't understand. Like, I wish I could show you guys, like, what it's like in Guatemala, like what the world is like. It's like a different world that you guys have probably experienced. But I know it has ramifications. I'll put disagree. You guys have to understand. I'm sorry. That is the best take I've heard. Wait, what did you say? I mean, yeah, no, this is totally right. Yeah, I took the quiz and got it in the lower right quadrant. Damn, what up, Plaza? How you doing, Zach? Now I'm not allowed within 5 school zone. This is the, what is the lower right? The lower right's the authoritarian right? This is the bit. Yeah, thank you, Gar. Just don't pet the bad baby human. Just watch them intently with disapproval and neglect. Having children, and you know what's funny too? You know what's another argument about this too is that, like, even Zizek argued that, like, the neoliberal, sorry, not neoliberal. That's, I'm talking about economics at that point. The liberal approach to disciplining your children still fucks them up, but in a different way. And some people argue that, like, it's much more honest to be direct, and the authoritarian approach is more honest, at least, than it is to do the alternative. Because Zizek once said, and you might know this, Zach, because I know that you like Zizek too. In an interview, Zizek said that he prefers the authoritarian conservative parent more because the liberal parent will instead manipulate you into doing what they want you to do anyways. Where it's like, the example that Zizek used was like, your parents want you to go see your grandma, and instead of being like, no, you're gonna go see them whether you like it or not, they'll be like, well, honey, you know your grandma loves you, and you know that, like, she's part of our family. And so they convince you through, like, guilt to go do something you don't want to do anyways. And so, like, you use these weird psychological manipulations to manipulate your child anyways, to do the thing anyways. So it's like a complex issue, like, and it's like, whatever, like, Whatever. Like, let's not get too into this because it's like a long ass story. I guess I sent Gar a small dissertation about not being fun. Wait, what happened? I honestly can't tell when you're joking, Zach. Having children is inherently immoral. Honestly, I'm a little bit what's the word? What's antinatalist? A little bit. I'm a little bit antinatalist. Just don't pet the bed. Watch them and tell them it's cruel and neglect. I'd imagine the extreme opposite would fuck up the kid's mental way more than 1-2 with slippery and huggy with good behavior. I just think it's complex. I sent it to you? Alright, cool. I think it's complex. It's a complex thing. Like, you know, I don't think beating your children to death is not a fucking good thing, but whatever. Let's just keep moving. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. I think that's true. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I don't even see what's radical about this, right? Who would disagree with this? I guess there's like really fascist parents who are like searching their kids' rooms and they're like, no, I have to know everything about them. I don't know. Possessing, I just feel like this is normal. Like, even if you search their rooms, there are secrets you're never gonna know about them. But even if they trust you, I feel like even if you trust someone really well, my mom disagrees, surely. Wait, what? With this? And I gotta say, my mom spanked me and put soap. Oh my god, twice, and I learned nothing. But I hate you in the moment. No, I hated my mom. Damn, I never got soap in my mouth. I think that's weird. I never did. I just got hate. I just got hit straight up. My parents just straight up beat the shit out of me. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Should not. Yeah. Weird. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. This is hard too. This is a hard one. Yeah, she's like, she likes to be in control all the time. She needs to know everything about my life. Damn, scary. Yeah, your mom's very, very hardcore then, huh? Strongly agree. Too many cops wasting time on stoners. You could investigate murders or something. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like these are obvious. This is tough because I think we all agree that it would be nice if schools, most people go to school in order to find a job. Like, this is obviously depends on the structure we live under right now. I think ideally you would want education to lead to a more fulfilling life. But I think that in the world we live in now, where work is a life or death situation, then yeah, you do want your school to prepare you for work. But this is so dystopian. But that's because we live in a weird dystopian world. You know what I mean? Okay, I sent my garbage about this over Discord. It might be a better thing to look after. All right, I just want to look at it. Oh, okay, damn, it's a long ass thing. Okay, I'll look at that later. What is this? What did you guys send me? Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh yeah, nice, Red. Yeah, if you guys have your compass test, dude, you guys should post your compass test on the Discord, like our actual Discord, so people can see it. That'd be fun. Oh yeah, I saw that, Saturn. What you just sent me? I don't know if you're here listening, but I heard about that. Too many cops. That's just too many cops. That is just too many cops. What, is that somewhere around here? What are you talking about, too many cops? The real ideal is for the job itself to be the place of learning. It's complicated. I don't know. It's complicated. What do you guys think? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I saw that. It's disgusting. God. Isn't this test about ideals rather than reality? Like, if you think it sucks that school is just a facilitator for neoliberalism, you should disagree with job question or no. I think you're right. You definitely bring up a good point. I just feel like, for me, the way I tackle politics is that I try to function within the real world. You know what I mean? Like, ideally, yeah, I would love if school was something that we voluntarily went to, and it was something that we found fulfilling, something that really enriched our lives. But it's just like, that's not the world we live in. And I feel like if we were to do that in the world that we live in now, it would fail miserably, and we would fail an entire generation of people. You know what I mean? Because they wouldn't be equipped to survive within the world that's structured right now. So it's like, so it's tough. You know what I mean? Yes, but this is a test. It's not a question of what is the best in the current system. It's the test of your beliefs. That's true. Mine is pretty standard boring. Okay, I'll put some. God damn it. Fuck me, dude. I can't help it though. I can't control myself, dude. I'll put agree. I'll just put agree. People with serious and inheritable disabilities. Wait. Did I put? Oh, wait. The prime. Oh, sorry. Disagree. My bad. People with serious and inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. No. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. What the fuck? The fuck kind of question? Dude, these are so like. I feel like these are so like left or right, like straight up. They're just gimmies. Eugenics isn't even necessary. Eugenics is so broad. It's hard to even have a discussion about eugenics too. I try and disagree with the schooling for a job question. As someone who values education but doesn't like being forced into the workforce, it was easy. I feel you. I had the question: are you a Virgo? The other half, racial holy war? Yes or no? Yeah. The most important thing for children. Okay, why am I? This is too long. There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures. I agree, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Oh man, I'm like so suspicious of the way these are framed sometimes. There are no savage and civilized people. There are only different cultures. Yeah, I agree. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. Fucked up. This is actually kind of complex too, but I think that we should live in the world where people. It's not so much that, because it's like, why is it that they refuse to work, and why is it that they? I think that we should have people. We should give people the opportunity to not want to work, and the reason why is because I personally really do believe that people want to work with their hands. They want to do something. They want to be a part of something bigger than them. They want to be a part of the community. They want to be acknowledged and cared for and do something with themselves. And I think that people want to work. And I think that the reason why people don't want to work right now is because work sucks and is alienating and doesn't fulfill your life at all. And so in the world that I find ideally, I guess, is people should be given the opportunity to not want to work if they really don't want to. And I think that those people in the world that I believe would find like a life separated from the community as one that's unfulfilling. And not to sound like life. What is that Nazi quote that I said last time? Not to be like. Fucking re-listen to this, I guess. Whatever. It's a good soundtrack. Should not be supported. I just think it's fucked up. Nobody should. What does society support mean? I guess. I mean, I just think it's fucked up, right? We shouldn't ostracize people who don't want to work. Strongly agree. Should not expect. No, strongly disagree. Those who are unable to work and refuse should not. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna ruminate on this too long. When you are troubled, it's better to not to think about it. What I'm getting into this at is that I feel like there aren't a lot of people who would want to not do anything with themselves. I feel like most people want to contribute to society in some way. They are just lazy. Oh, you won't work at Walmart? That was me yesterday. You say Nazi, whom's among us? You say Nazi quote here, pause. Yeah, there's a Nazi quote that, what is it? Work will liberate you? Is that what it is? Yeah, Albert Mock Frey is a German phrase meaning work sets you free or work makes one free. The slogan is known for appearing on the entrance of Auschwitz and the other Nazi concentration camps. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to sound like this. I'm not trying to say this. I'm just saying that, like, I'm saying that people want to do something with themselves. This is obviously in a different context, but just so you know that this question comes up a lot in political compass test as well. So if you're not aware of it, maybe you should be. I'm not that I've taken political compass test, but like, for example, what is that game called? What is that game called? I guess that's a different question. Detroit Become Human kind of had that question, but it's not this. And like, for example, the Christian anti-union group Right to Work also like talked about right to work. We talked about this a couple days ago, that's why it's here. But right to work is oftentimes, it was used by the Christian right in order to combat labor unions. So you know what I mean? Like the glorification, I guess, of work can be kind of awkward and has weird connotations with it. I tackle work in a different way, but not like the way they do. But it's a whole other discussion. When you're troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. When you're in trouble, it's better not to think about it, to keep busy with... Okay, I disagree with that. Maybe not strongly disagree, because sometimes I think it's a good thing to keep your... I think it's perfectly fine to want to unwind and do something enjoyable when you're troubled, but I think it's important to try and understand what's going on, as opposed to constantly turning away from things like that. First generation immigrant can never be fully integrated with the new generation. I think I'm a first generation, right? What is first generation again? Rent. Whoops. In sociology, people who permanently resettle to a new country are considered immigrants, regardless of the legal status of their citizenship or residency. Okay, I'm technically a second generation, right? My parents are immigrants. The only reason why I even would sometimes I consider myself this is because I was born in the United States and then went back to Guatemala, and then I came back and forth from the United States to Guatemala a lot. So I always considered myself to be one, but I'm not, because I'm not foreign born. I'm technically a second generation. First generation immigrants can never fully integrate within any country. I don't think that's true. I think that's, can never strongly disagree, right? I think that it is really difficult though for someone to integrate who just immigrated to a new country with first-hand experience. It is very difficult to, like, I myself have integrated pretty well, but I'm like second generation, right? My parents, who are first generation immigrants, they have definitely culturally they're very, not very, I mean, they're still definitely like Mexican, Guatemalan, but they're mostly like, my parents are, my dad's patriotic, very patriotic, and he functioned within the United States very well, but never to the point where society would probably accept them, I think. So like, I want to put disagree just because I think it's difficult, not because I don't think that it can happen, but I think it's just very difficult. Bright side of the last 2 pages are super easy. That's good. Almost all conservatives seem to agree with the troubled question, and leftists disagree what I've seen. The troubled question? What is that? First generation, oh sorry. What's good for the most successful corporation is always ultimately good for all of us. No, right? I mean, it depends on what that is, but I would say just because I'm suspicious of corporations. No broadcasting institution, however independent, when you are troubled. Oh, the troubled one, sorry. Yes, Pog, I love corporations. Did I put strongly agree? Sorry, I'm like not paying attention, my bad. What's good for strongly agree. No broadcasting institution, however independent, its content should receive public funding. No broadcasting, however independent. No, I disagree with that. Because in fact, I hate that most broadcast, I guess it's not necessarily news. Oh man, I don't really know what they're referring to, broadcasting institution. I'm like, this question confused me too. I was like, broadcasting institution, I was thinking of like things like PBS and shit. The thing is that like, I guess like the biggest issue with this is that like, if a broadcasting institution isn't getting funded by the public, then it's not at the behest of the public, and it's at the behest of private interests, right? So they're being funded by like advertisers, they're being funded by private institutions, and so those people have a say with what the content is on in that broadcast, you know what I mean? Because when you receive funding, and the only reason why I know this too is the last place I worked at, LaCroix knows this too, and so does Mitch, because we all work together. We were involved in funding, basically like state funding, foundational funding, federal funding. And when you fund something, in order to receive that funding, you have a certain criteria that you have to meet. So you can't talk about certain things, you have to talk about certain things. For example, you have to produce a certain product, you can't produce another certain product. So when it's not at the behest of the public, it can become a problem. Obviously, you know what I mean. But then when the public, I guess I agree actually. No institution, however independent. No, actually, I strongly disagree. Actually, I think this is a fine, because if they're broadcasting something that were to be harmful, at least the public has an avenue to defund it, as opposed to just being at the behest of a private funder. You know what I mean? Sponsored by Manscaped. All right, let's keep going. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. I agree. Liberties are being excessively curbed. I'm trying to think. 4 of 6 left to go. Sorry. I'm gonna go faster. I'll think less. This one's, I feel like I agree. Strongly agree. Hour and a half. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's just keep going. A significant advantage of one party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in the democratic political system. The significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in the democratic political system. This is such a tough one too, honestly. I know that sounds fucked up to say, but even if you have a political system that's like, I guess the reason why I'm biased is because even our political system is trash. That has like, I mean, I disagree, right? It's okay, we only had 3 hours deep when we finished both shows, right? Only with that one party is Green Party, brother, am I right? Yeah, because it definitely depends on like what the party is, for sure. But also, I deeply believe that even, for example, in a communist society, that I think anarchists should be given an opportunity to voice their concerns. And the reason why I point that out is because in communist, I mean, it's tough, right? We didn't really have communist countries, but in countries that attempted communism, a lot of them did not value the anarchists in their society because they're dissidents. They're fucking debate lords, you know what I mean? They're gonna question things that even I would possibly agree with. So yeah, it's annoying, but they should still be given an avenue to voice their concerns. So it's complicated, but I disagree. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. I strongly disagree. And I've talked about this a million times, and I don't want to get into it. The death penalty should be... Wait, hold on. Although the electronic surveillance easier, only wrongdoers should be... Okay, yeah. Oh, strongly agree. Fuck, dude. I keep thinking they're flipped around. I keep thinking strongly disagrees at the bottom and strongly agrees at the top. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. I strongly disagree. I mean, but it depends on what you think serious crime is. Choose agree. I strongly disagree on the death penalty. Just agree again. Yeah, sorry. I hope I don't fuck shit up. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. The fuck? Man, this is why I'm so skeptical of the term civilized. Because it's like, what am I disagreeing to? That this is not what a civilized society looks like? Because I do think a civilized society looks like this. I think I'm skeptical of the term civilized, but I disagree with the premise. Let's just go with strongly disagree. Command me. Government corruption, serious crime, off with their dicks. Oh my god. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Fuck no. This is straight up Nazi shit. Abstract art doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art. This is literally Nazi. I'm not even kidding. This is a literal Nazi question. Disagree with the need to have authority. I disagree with the need to have authority. I think that there can be arguments for some form of authority. But I think it's hard to say what it is you're talking about exactly, you know what I mean? In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. No. Fuck. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. No, I think it's never a waste of time. I think the reason why too is because I think with rehabilitation, you learn something. You learn what led to criminality. So I always think rehabilitation is something we can benefit from. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist? No. I mean, I put disagree just because I don't think that they should be held above, but I do think that the I think that, I guess this is talking about, this is glorifying like market rhetoric, which I don't like, but I do think that like, I do think that labor, I don't know. I put disagree just because I think that like you can't survive off of art. You know what I mean? Like the people who are gonna end up tilling the fields or working like, you know, the people, there are certain type of work that even within like a communist society are going to be valued more. And I still value the writer and the artist. Don't get me wrong, but like we still have to eat. You know what I mean? And like people who go out of their way to like make food and do all the things that we need are, you know, it should be valued more. Like laborers should be valued more is what I'm saying. I don't know about this. I guess I'm reframing the question though. This isn't the question, right? Because the business person I don't really care for, and the manufacturer is the capitalist in the world we live in now. Look at you hating art and culture. Yeah, it's because I respect laborers as somebody who's been a laborer my entire life. So like but that's not the question, right? They're not really talking about laborers. They're talking about the capitalists, right? So I disagree. I think disagree is fine, right? Manufacturer are more important than the writer. Yeah, that's fine. Mothers have, it's okay. Artists already have like 3 other jobs anyways. That's true. Mothers have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. Mothers have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. Fuck yeah. No. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing nations. Plant genetic resources? Wait, are they talking about like Monsanto and shit? Is that what they're talking about here? Strongly agree. Are they talking about Monsanto? Like the argument of like patenting, putting patents on like genetically modified foods and shit? Is this right? Because that I think this is what this is, and I agree. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Fuck no, what the fuck? I hate that, dude. I hate the argument of like people are like, oh, the older you get, the more opposing results. Nice. The older you put in the political part, where people are like, the older you get, like the more conservative you'll become. Nice catch. People right. Astrology accurately explains it. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Astrology. No. Look. I think that astrology is fine. I gotta eat this fucking cheesecake, dude. I'm gonna eat it after this. Astrology is fine, like, you know, as a fun thing, but I don't think you should take it seriously. Astrology equals facts. Like, I feel bad because there's so many people are into astrology. I know so many people who are into astrology. You can have a bite of that cake, comrade. Yeah, if you were here, you could eat your cream cheese pie. Like, but I feel bad because I think astrology is cool, but no, I just put strongly disagree. I'm sorry. I'm straight to my crystal mommies out there. Can I be moral without religious? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good cheesecake. Huh. That's some good ass cheesecake though, I gotta say. Astrology is real, astronomy is bullshit, and nobody's been to the moon. The older I get, the more radical I have to become. Honestly, true. I read in my church relationship, a girlfriend was eating this guy's crystals. Oh my god. In the lower right hand corner, I would be age of consent. You know what's funny about this? I mean, of course you don't need religion to be moral. Cannot be moral without religion. But I think that like fuck, I don't want to get into it. Basically all I'm gonna say is that like even if you aren't religious, you still fall into the structure of morals which are structured around religion, and you don't have to be religious to be moral. Of course, everybody knows this, but in an ironic way, your morals are religious religiously structured historically. And so it's weird that like even though you don't believe in God and don't subscribe to religion, your morals are still structured around religion. It's very weird. Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. No, I strongly disagree. I think charity is fine, I guess, but like it's not like charity. The world we live in now is just an excuse to not pay taxes, and to like, and it's a whole other thing. I'm not gonna get into it. You know, did Gar tell you about the guy I saw in someone's channel who was streaming Yakuza comment about how it wouldn't be weird if a 50-year-old man came into Haruka because she's barely legal? Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Evil humans use religion as a crutch for their own shit. The thing is that like even if you aren't religious, you still have a structure of good and evil, and you still have like your morals are still a religious moral system. It's a whole discussion which I can't get into. Some people are naturally unlucky. That's true. It is important that my child's schools instills religious values. Important that my child's school instills religious values? No. I mean, I think it does, but no. Yeah, of course not. I disagree with you, JP religion take. Wait, what are you talking about? It's actually not. It's a Nietzschean take. It's actually a Nietzschean take. If JP says something like that, then I probably agree with him on that. But the thing is that Jordan Peterson probably uses it to legitimize the religious institution, and I use it to delegitimize. JP's big on that shit. Yeah, but Jordan Peterson uses it to like to say that like, well, you are like religion, and religion is all encompassing and it's a real thing, and that's why you are structured around it. But no, I would argue that like, and Nietzsche, and he probably got this from Nietzsche because I know he's read Nietzsche, and people interpret Nietzsche in all kinds of ways, but like, and Nietzsche even said himself that like what we need to do is overcome this sort of moral structure, because morality is a social structure with a history behind it, and it's just like anything else. And Nietzsche makes the argument that we need to abolish this moral structure and come up with a new moral structure that overcomes this slave morality, is what he called it. And I agree. But Nietzsche, just to be clear, Nietzsche doesn't know what this new morality looks like, and I don't either. But I do understand that like this sort of morality led to consequences that were incredibly painful for a lot of us, and I think that we still think this way too. But JP would argue that those morals are good, and I'm not even saying that those morals are bad, but that they're beyond good and evil. That it's a whole discussion. I'm telling you, I can't get into it. In Yakuza 4, there's a guy that came out of prison after being there for 25 years, and the first woman they met was Haruka, who like 15 or 16 at the time, and everyone was like sus, and this one guy was like, but it's legal in Japan. Damn. Wait, where was this at? Hell yeah, dude. Came out of prison after being there. Wait, where did this happen though? Like, where did this happen? Humans go to the church on Sunday and then go home, punch their wives, and kids like it's nothing. Yeah, but the thing is that just because you have this moral framework doesn't mean you function under it. You know what I mean? Like, you can be religious and understand that like that lust is a sin, but still be a horny motherfucker, because because these morals are a social construct. They're not a real thing. They're just all they do is inculcate within you guilt. Like they create this idea of guilt and sin, which is a whole other situation. It's like it doesn't really keep you from doing anything, right? Because it's a moral system. It's a whole discussion, I'm telling you. And we've had this discussion many times on stream too. God, I don't know what to play. Play something good. I'm find something long. This one's fine. I remember liking this. Oh god, this is intense though. Okay, sex outside of marriage is usually immoral. Sex outside of marriage. God, this is why you can't ask questions like this to someone who's into philosophy. Sex outside of marriage is usually immoral. I think sex outside of marriage is immoral, but not because I think that's a good take. I think that's part of morality, but I of course disagree with the premise. I think it's fine. Sex outside of marriage is fine as long as it's consenting. Right? Okay, here we go. Marriage. Strongly disagree. Yeah. A same-sex couple is a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from a possibility. Yeah, that's fine. Pornography. Wait, what was this? Finally, a look at sex. Oh, pornography depicting consenting adults should be illegal for adult population. Oh man, this is like, you can go all kinds of directions with this shit, dude. I mean, disagree. I strongly agree with... I'm homophobic. Oh, wait, did I put... Oh, whoops. Wait, hold on, wait. The same-sex couple in the stable living relationship should not be excluded from... Should not be excluded, right? This is right? I'm reading this right? Medium OST. Oh, true. Yeah, the medium OST is pretty good. We can do that. Medium OST. Okay. Front mission alternative. Oh, I found this really cool streamer. I got a gift sub. She has a bunny cam. Oh, nice. If there's anyone who has a healthy society, it's Japan. True. The only way to get JP's point across is if you do a frog voice and cry. I wish I knew what his take was. I actually don't know. Strongly agree. All I know is that Jordan Peterson is Christian, so he would probably use Nietzsche as a defense for Christianity, I'm sure. But Nietzsche I mean, Nietzsche is literally the Antichrist. He literally is the Antichrist. Nietzsche, the Antichrist. And so, and by Antichrist, he wrote an entire book about anti-Christians. And what I'm talking about right now is Nietzschean, which I'm sure Jordan Peterson is referencing. I don't doubt it. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be illegal for adult population. Man, I feel like I guess it's adults, right? So yeah, this is fine. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be illegal for adult population. Yeah, this is fine, right? I feel like this is fine. I feel like I'm so suspicious of the wording. What goes in a private bedroom between consenting adults in the business estate? I strongly agree. No one can feel naturally homosexual. No one can feel naturally what? Wait, what does this mean? No one can feel naturally homosexual? Disagree, right? Because you can feel naturally homosexual? What the fuck kind of question is this? Am I reading this right? No one can feel naturally homosexual? These days, openness about sex has gone too far. I strongly disagree. Alright, let's see. Okay. The starting point of the original political compass was in 2001 when we recognized the inadequacies of the standard political measure left-right. It's certainly time for discussing economics, but to this day it's still widely and wrongly used. They're asking if chemicals in your food make you homosexual. Is homosexual natural, basically, okay, or not unnatural? Okay, huh. Okay, I see. It's certainly fine for discussing economics, but to this day it's still widely and wrongly used to describe social attitudes. France's National Front, for example, is popularly described as far right, yet its economic policies have sometimes been to the left of even the French Socialist Party. The party's real extremism is in the social attitudes. That's why we added a social scale. Okay. Nevertheless, the more nationalistic and authoritarian a party or individual is, the more right-wing they're still labeled. This, of course, is absurd taken to its logical conclusion. It means that the further left the country sits, the more socially liberal its attitudes are. On that basis, North Korea must be a shining model of human rights and social freedom. Conversely, a country may be very right-wing, i.e. libertarian, in its economics and be authoritarian at the same time. Singapore is the perfect example. The Index of the Economic Freedom produced by the Wall Street Journal and the Conservative Heritage Foundation hails Singapore as the economically freest country on the earth to 2021. On the social scale, however, it's a very different story. Human Rights Watch excuse me, details its reasoning for finding Singapore a deeply authoritarian state. Take a look at a few constraining nations on this scale. Saudi Arabia, oh my god. Singapore, Uruguay, Switzerland, China, North Korea. Damn, there's nothing here, dude. What the fuck? Is authoritarian left? Economic scale. It's so weird. I bet it's top right. Oh my god, can you imagine? It's like I'm like right at the right here, straight up Nazi. Uruguay is currently rated the world's 44th most free economy and leading Latin American light and social freedoms, from gay and lesbian rights to legislation of cannabis. Switzerland also has a high rating as a libertarian economy, while at the same time providing a wide range of social welfare programs in common with the Nordic states and a number of other Western countries. With the exception of the Hong Kong region, China maintains strong economic control, though fewer than those associated with the more orthodox ruling Communist Party. In recent years, China has shifted closer to the totally repressive social climate of North Korea, where the economy also is under an absolute control of the state. Saudi Arabia has veered further towards a libertarian economy in recent times, but with no real relaxation of its sweeping authoritarian powers. Your political compass. Oh my god, look at how fucking far left I am. Economic left, right. I thought it was going to be somewhere in the middle, like right here. Social libertarian, authoritarian. Alright, cool. Well, that makes sense, I guess. Show chart in a separate window for printing. Claim your free political compass certificate. The personalized political compass certificate showing your own position is available online. Okay, comrade. Join 27 caricatures of your most loved and loathed political figures. What is this? That's it? They're not going to tell me anything else? I thought they were going to give me like some references to be like, oh, you're like this person or whatever the fuck. Alright, well, there you go. Let's see. Everyone got expose your views. Yeah, what did you guys get? How did you guys save this? Did you guys like print screen this shit? I'm all old. Crop. Right click? Oh, is that how you guys did it? All right, you guys are right. Don't save. Save image. I was gonna save the results. I don't know if I don't know, but will it save the results at the top? Or no? Or is it just gonna save the picture? Shave? Oh, it is just gonna save the picture. I was gonna save this too, but it's cool. I'll put it in the political compass. Politics here. Fuck these tests. Zach, Gar, you guys are on the same spot. We're all in the same spot. It's so stupid. We're all in the same spot. Damn, look at Trixie going to the right, harder right than us. We're such fucking leftists. It's painful. It's so stupid. It's pretty funny though. And Cat Sam. Well, if you guys want to see it, it's on the Discord. I don't have to out you guys onto the stream unless you guys want to be outed on the stream. But yeah. Alright, cool. Let's start the fucking game, dude. Finally. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna be playing fucking Disco Elysium. We talked about this earlier, but Disco Elysium is a leftist game. I guess. I don't know anything about Disco Elysium actually. If any of you played it, please help me out here. Just did. I don't know what to put as a title. Just did PC. Political compass. Now, view Disco. I'm excited to play this though. The people who made this game, regards. Also, I don't mean to hijack the stream, but do you have thoughts on that long thing I sent? Yeah, I'm down. No, it's cool. You don't have to. I like conversations like this. Can I read this out loud? It's like long as shit, dude. You wrote like an entire essay on fun. Is that what this was about? Or what? Of course. Okay. And I don't think you'll agree. I might not. You never know. Or I might. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see where we go. We might disagree. It's okay though. I don't mind. All right. Zach sent me this. I don't even know what it's about. But let's see. Zach's essay. I go to an A+. My main issue with the compass is in general is that I think it frames these ideologies as static and where most people would place most countries in total inaccurate. I talked about this earlier. Like, I already just don't take anyone who uses authoritarian seriously, but like most people would put a place like SU and Cuba Saudi, wait, what is SU? Soviet Union? Or is Saudi? No. The upper left, and the thing is, economic freedom is the only meaningful freedom to me. To me? Wait, do you mean this yourself? Economic freedom is the only meaningful freedom to me, as it's the only way you can meaningfully express yourself politically. To clarify, I would say that economic power, both the power to withhold, adjust your labor, and having what you need to survive, like food and shelter. I think you're right for the most part, but it's the only meaningful freedom in a society where, yeah, where like your labor is necessary for your survival. But I think that in a communist society, this is something that would be irrelevant, right? Economic freedom is only meaningful freedom to me, so it's the only way you can meaningfully express yourself politically. I don't know what you mean by this. It's the only way you can meaningfully express yourself politically. I feel like, I don't know if this is like a, I don't know if you're talking about freedom, talking about free speech. So you might bet, oh, it's cool. Disco never. Sorry, no, we'll start soon. Don't worry, I'll go through this quick. Like, it doesn't matter if you're legally recognized by the state or as trans or not. If HRT is too expensive and you're required by your job to survive to present as a gender that you just aren't, or when you have to actively work against your own interests. See the transgender workers at Netflix with regard to the Dave Chappelle. My career is done because everyone stopped laughing at my Charlie Murphy bits, so now I got a milk culture war garbage tour. Wait, what? Like, it doesn't matter if you're legally recognized by the state as trans or not, if HRT is too expensive and you're required by your job to survive to present as a gender that you aren't. As a state as trans, or when you have actively work against your own interests. I don't know what you're talking about here exactly. It doesn't matter if you're legally recognized by the state as trans. I think it definitely does matter, but I guess what you're saying is that, like, even if the state recognizes you as trans, that like private companies can still do what they want, and if that isn't addressed, then it doesn't really matter. Is that what you're saying? Sorry to clarify on the Dave Chappelle shit. They were working for a company that promotes violence against trans people. They're working for a company that promotes... Oh yeah, I'm not familiar with that, so you might have to give me like a link to that. Yes, I'm not really sure what you're talking about here. I'm sorry, on this one, on the Dave Chappelle thing. There are some of most adults' days compulsory labor, work or die. Yeah, and you have no say about how you spend those hours. For most people, get told by your boss to scrub toys and dumbest shit possible when you don't get. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying here. We're like, and I think we agree that, like, yeah, the majority of your life is relegated to a place where you're stripped of your rights, where like the rights that are afforded to you by the state and by okay, like that it's not that they don't matter, because they definitely do matter, but they only matter in so far that they affect your working life and the working. And this is actually like this is actually what oh man, I can't remember her name. Oh, there it is. This is actually what this lady McAlevey, she is at the head of the biggest union in the United States, and in her book No Shortcuts, she makes the argument that like unionization is one of the few avenues we have because of basically what you're saying, that like the state and the government apparatus is very difficult to penetrate, I guess you could say, while like the work environment is something that can directly affect our lives. I don't know if that's quite what you're saying though. I see countries that are reducing the work day, increasing real wages, promoting labor strength, and just divorcing basic material needs from the basically that book, by the way, is a manual on how to unionize your workplace. She's like the head of one of the biggest unions in the United States, I think. She's like the head of the what was it? It's like the fuck, I forgot what it's called. The airplane people. The airplane people. As economies are reducing the workday, increasing real wage, promoting labor strength, and just divorcing basic material needs from the labor as much as more free. Like, I wouldn't consider the ANCAP libertarian society free at all. ANCAP libertarian, yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, I agree with that completely. And as for other little culture war questions that this quiz presents, like acceptance of homosexuality or abortion, I don't think there are up for debate, and I think asking the question is sus and not worth engaging with. I think the reason why they ask this question is because people who are like right wing, I think that they're asking it for like historical purposes. I assume that's what my assumption was. Like to each according to their ability, to each according to their need is obviously like it's like something at its premise that many people would agree with, even if you were like a right winger, right? For example, like, but because it's been something that was adopted by communists, people then you have to acknowledge that it's historically a left-wing concept. And I think that's why they like drop questions like that. There are people who are against them. Against who? Homosexuals? They shouldn't feel comfortable to say that. Comfortable saying what? But I think we agree so far. I don't think there is a debate for, and I think asking the question is sus and not worth engaging with. Oh, like if somebody were to ask you whether homosexuality is natural, like is sus and not worth engaging with, I think that you're right. Yeah, that's up. Yeah, I think that you're right in the sense that like we've gone past this discussion. Like we all know that that's not the case, but there are people like that who really are like that. You know what I mean? Being a homophobe, being a racist, being against fundamental human rights shouldn't be political opinion. I think that's true. You're totally right. I want to live in a world where these people come out and we don't take them seriously. We like shrug them off, we laugh at them or whatever, you know, and then shrug them off like a child. But the reality is that the real world we live in now is like this, though. That's why I have a hard time like with questions about my ideal reality, because we don't live in that world. You know what I mean? Like people really do think this way, and if you want to change that, you have to engage with conversations that are very silly. And in my opinion, like if they are that silly, then you need to do the diligence to try and do your best to articulate why that is, right? Because if we are confident in our convictions, then we should be able to engage with these conversations and tackle them easily. Actually, and I fully admit that I'm a crank that is very bad with engaging with those views. I mean, I think it's fair though, because like I said this before, these people who are like questioning your existence are a threat to you directly, and you don't want to engage with these fucking people, because it's, if you don't do a good job at articulating a stance like this, then it's dangerous. And that's why like debates aren't like for everybody and shouldn't be for everybody, because you're representing marginalized people. Let me keep going. You guys understand what I'm saying? Like I don't need to. These marginalized groups or privileges can only be meaningfully protected than the working class. Marginalized groups or privileges can only be meaningfully protected when the working class, who will partner with these causes to gain support, as we've seen in Cuba and Bolivia or the USSR, or fail to do so and damn their own government, such as the U.S. labor movement post World War II after the communists were overwhelmingly purged. Or fail to do so, and damn their own movement, such as the U.S. labor movement post World War II after the communists were overwhelmingly purged, are willing to say nothing gets done until shit towards our class enemies, who are the main proponents of these reactionary views, shut the fuck up, which is authoritarian. I don't know if I follow this. I agree that the working class is the thing that's complex about this too is that the working class is mostly has to do with your relationship to the means of production, and not really with your marginality, because there are poor white working people too who don't understand the wider groups of marginality, which is the argument that people who are identity politics champions give to people like us. I mean, I'm on your side on this. I mostly value a class analysis of the political sphere, because I think that it's the part that we don't focus enough on, and so I agree with this. But the thing is too is that you have to remember that, and I think you do acknowledge this, just to be clear, that that the working class, like a communist society, doesn't guarantee that marginalized people aren't still going to be culturally ostracized. So it's there's still like another argument. I don't think a left-wing movement succeeds without partnering with social movements. It's why I brought up the post-World War II labor movement that excluded black workers who became scabs and undermined the movement. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I this is why I say that, like, if you're gonna have a meaningful movement, it has to be all-encompassing. You can't be like, well, we're only a movement of people of color and there's no white people allowed, because there's poor white people who are still suffering under capitalism. Or you can't, I mean, I don't have to say the obvious, where like you're gonna be like, well, we're a movement of like only women and there's no trans women allowed, like shit like that. Like, it has to be all encompassing. You have to try and reach people who, you even have to try and reach people who possibly don't agree with you on the onset. Like, it's less a moral thing and a more of a strategic need to avoid capital from turning these marginalized groups against us. Yeah, definitely, I completely agree. Like, these like the like cultural, like the cultural camps just get in the way of like the real meaningful, which I'm agreeing with you on here, the real meaningful threat to our lives, which is like the lack of power we have in the overall economic structure. You're exercising the power of labor. You're exercising the power of labor over the power of the landlord class, the bosses and the owners. There's a guy who looks like Santa Claus who came up with this, could call this dictatorship. Also, a minor note, the goal of all communists is the abolition of the state. One way or another, they would all wind up in the lower left-hand corner. Oh yeah, I mean, we all know this too. Like, the political compass is mostly silly. Like, it's all relative. It's all relative to like the place you are like geopolitically, like where you are, like, right, like a centrist here in the United States would be right wing in like a European country, like shit like that. Like, the political compass is mostly silly. We all knew it was silly when we started, by the way. We talked about this before we started. It's just, do you think power should be used against your class's enemies to achieve the dictatorship of the proletariat? And like, yeah, so I guess that puts me next to North Korea or whatever. Yeah, I agree. This is the like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing that we were talking about. I missed the beginning. I apologize. Oh, it's all good, no worries. This is the way, right? Like, I don't know if you were listening to that, but like, yeah, I agree. Like, the dictatorship of the proletariat is just a way, it's basically saying that like the proletariat, which is the working class, which is the overwhelming population, right? Like, the overwhelming population has to sell their labor in order to survive. It would be a bottom up structure, a dictatorship, so to speak. But the thing that turns people off is the term dictatorship. They see the term dictatorship, and because of years of like Western propaganda, they're like, well, dictatorship bad, so why would I want dictatorship of proletariat? And then people aren't class conscious, so they don't even know that they're the proletariat. So it's a complex thing. I agree with you on this for sure. And on the flip side, like I said earlier, the libertarian society, by prioritizing the market, would be authoritarian, even if it didn't require police and the military, and basically the only institution in the U.S. that get any funding. Yeah, I mean, you would still have police and military, but they would be private police and military. Like, it's a silly, if you got, oh my god, there's this great story that I wish I could read. It's a little long, but libertarian society story, what was it? Oh, I think, is this it? Yeah, this is it actually. There's somebody wrote like a story of like a libertarian society, and it's so funny, dude. If you haven't read this, I highly recommend it. It's so good. It's like what a libertarian society would look like as a story, and it's so good. I'm gonna post it on the politics real quick. If you get the chance, read it. Guys, a live post in this. Yeah, read it. It's so funny. I want to read it on stream, but it'll be a little while. I'll probably read it tomorrow, but you gotta read it. You'll like it. It's kind of funny. I thought it was funny. Let me get back to this. For a while, enough people would stop showing up to work, but the market has to be respected. And if you fuckers are gonna try to bypass and Capistan's rules, of course we need to apply. Yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir here for sure. We all agree with this, I think. Like, you can't. The market is not like Adam Smith's invisible hand of the market is in my opinion, the market is kind of like a god that like market proponents worship. Like, it's like it can regulate itself, but there are people who control it. It's a whole thing. Also, as an attendant, I would I have to be wearing a fucking mask for 2 years and cannot go to a public event without getting sick as fuck. Yeah, sorry you couldn't party in China for 2 weeks. They are more meaningful free than we are. Yeah. Doing, honey. All right, I have to read this later, but thank you for the conversation. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, you just sent me lyrics. Okay, we're gonna start. We're starting now. Starting now. It's starting. This is it. We're here. We made it. But I did enjoy hearing your pushback. I was just interested to see your opinion. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I feel like we agree pretty much for the most part. But I think you explained these issues at the beginning and I wasted like 20 minutes. No, it's all good. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, we talked about it before I started because I had to qualify that I understand that the political compass has issues and that it's not like something to take seriously. We did it for fun. A little long. It was a little long, but I think it was entertaining, right? And you guys got to do yours. You know, it was kind of not a cat stream. No, Vladimir doesn't like the camera. But thanks. I like to hear your opinion too, Zach. It's good to get to know you. Zach, it's fun. Yeah, it's whatever. Who cares? That was supposed to be a quick and fun thing to start. I mean, look, Zach, honestly, I'm the same way too. A lot of people know this of me, actually. A lot of people know this of me. I'm a very serious person. I try to not be because I've been told myself that I can be like that too, and I want to change for myself. So I'm with you on it, honestly. I would have been the same way too. I'd have been like, this is dumb. Like, I've always thought the same thing about the political compass. Okay, let's start. What is this? Distilled explosions. Okay, so who's played this? Really quick, has anybody played this? Select archetype, thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but magnetic personality, but unstable, might begin to lose his mind. Okay, so there was two things I was thinking about this game. Should I play it like a cop would play it, right? Should I tap into the mind of the cop, or should I like play it like I'm playing it with decisions I would make? I played a bit. I was telling Nix earlier about some of the fun traits you can pick up. You know what I mean? Create your own character. Like, should create my own character. Physical, extremely physical. Interacts with the world through his body. Gets things done, but dumb as a rock. A cow, play as you. You choose. Play how you want to play. What you would probably... Yeah, I think it'd be funny if I did it the way I would do it. But if I do it the way I do, it's going to be like a little shoy boy police officer, dude. Should I do my own character? Let's do my own character. Let's do this. Genius, intelligent, raw brain power, how smart you are, average physique, sensitive, how emotional and intelligent you are. Okay, first of all, I'm not an empath. No, I have no sensitivity, right? I have no sensitivity. I don't care how much I put all my sensitivity into my strength. Motorics, your sense, how agile you are. And I'll draw some intelligence and I'll put some into... Like, I want to be like 50-50 on the strength. You know what I mean? Or no. Wait, what? How many points do I have? Is this good? Does this look good? Like, I want to be like 50-50 on intelligence and physique. Okay, let's go. Fuck that. Play as the character would. I kind of like to play. I want to get into the mind of the cop. You know what I mean? No idea. Wait. Okay. So what is this? Logic. Wield raw intellectual power. Deduce the world. Damn, you guys can't see what I'm looking at here. Whoops. Get away with myself. Let me... How can I move this? The fuck? Raise this a little bit. Myself right here. Raise Twitch chat a little bit. Oh, well, I guess, I mean, I trust you guys. You guys aren't going to spoil anything, but just try and keep spoilers to the minimum. If I need guidance, if you could guide me, I would appreciate that. I know, I said it, play as you will, but watching cop gameplay would kill me instantly. I know, it would be funny though. Let me see. Okay, so what will draw intellectual power to reduce the world? Call upon all your knowledge, produce fascinating trivia. I don't like trivia. Practice the art of persuasion, enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. That sounds interesting. drama. Play as the actor, lie and detect the lies. Ooh, that sounds fun. Conceptualization, understand the world created. Oh, that's a good one. Definitely this one. Visual calculus, reconstruct the crime scenes, make laws. And okay, definitely this one. How do I pick it? Select your signature skill. This skill you select with gain +1. Additional learning cap for every skill the same type will be raised. Okay. How do I pick it? How does this work? Do you guys know? Do I hit... Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, wait. I can only pick one? How does this work, dude? I'm so fucking lost. This game is real hard to spoil. It's really hard to spoil? Okay. Hold yourself together. Keep your morale up. How many signature skills can I pick? Oh, okay, so I can pick 4 signature skills because of my intelligence. Okay, so rhetoric for sure. Wait a minute. Oh, I can only pick 1. Okay, I'd rather conceptualization. Oops. Sorry. And then I can't pick any other one. Is that right? Put yourself together to keep your morale up. Hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life. Understand others. Work your mirror neurons. Intimidate the public. Assert yourself. Ooh. Ooh. Connect to Station 41. Understand cop culture. Ooh. That sounds cool. I want to understand what goes on in the mind of a cop. Just somebody will try their best. Oh yeah. Try men and women. Play the puppet master. That sounds cool. Let the body take control, threaten people. I don't know about that. Raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. Go to the party planet, love and be loved by drugs. Flex power muscles, enjoy healthy organs. Shrug off the pain, you'll have to hurt you more. Take the blows, don't let the world kill you. Ready, aim, fire. See, hear and smell everything, let go of no detail. The quickest to react, an untouchable man. Sneak under their noses and stun with an immense master machines, pick locks and pockets, straighten your back, keep your pocket. Okay, I'm cool with conceptualization. Let's just go. Let's do it. The furries are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest waters, the deepest can drown. Alright.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
He's talking about being on autopilot?
Ever. Never, ever.
Simply keep non-existing, never ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Ancient reptilian brain. Oh, okay, the reptilian side of your brain. The reptilian side of your brain is like a joke. Actually, I don't know if it's taken seriously. I always thought it was a joke about like primordial urges and shit. And simply keep on non-existent.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Really great. Give me some more. What was that about? The X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
It's talking about their body, and awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in the dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This terrible line of questioning will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Is this talking about their body? Plunge back in the fathomless deep. I wanted to know about the X something.
Ex-love. Ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
Alonzi? Who the fuck's Alonzi? No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me. Wasn't some of the star always voice actor? Or do I remember it wrong? I played it a year later, so all I have is hearsay. This is a big game. Yeah, I think this is a big game actually. Alonzi, I only know it because of Doctor Who. Got it, Seth. So in counter culture, he just doesn't get references. Yes, I'm telling you, I don't do it on purpose. I honestly don't do it on purpose. I'm gonna look this shit up. I swear I'm the biggest hipster without trying to be. Alonzi. Mean in Doctor Who? Let's go? Was French for let's go? Yeah, I'm like, I lived under a rock, I'm telling you. I kind of want this. No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me. I think this is like a yearning for life.
Do you really?
Don't be naive, of course not. I want to sail the inky blackness until forever ends. I do, let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself. Got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Am I dying? Wait, I did this to myself? Tell me, what's waiting for me? I don't care, I'm an idiot, a brave idiot. Yeah?
Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meat around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Mother help me, there's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it. Please, no, I changed my mind. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing. This is so tempting because I like the idea of the void, but I want to live.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Help, someone cut my head off. It's trying to murder the rest of me. Who am I? What sort of creature does this to their own mouth?
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound. A clarion call from hell.
Goddamn.
Somehow, you know what it is. A Caprice Canema motor carriage.
Oh, okay, it's sick. So my ability gives me insight on what's happening. That's so sick, actually. I don't know how you know what it is. A Caprice Canema motor carriage? What the fuck is this? Caprice Canema? Caprice. Oh, fuck. That is an old ass car. This is it, real quick. Open your eyes. What up, Neat? How are you? Am I dying? I mean, I've often thought that when I wake up from a hangover. Man, this is so weird to look at. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. It looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty. Hold tab to highlight. Oh, what is it highlighting? Take? Oh, because there's stuff to interact with. Adam Gain. Okay, I should play the cassette right. Oh, some shoes. For myself. left foot. Oh, can I not put this on here? Tape? What's up, Nate? Hello, everyone. How are you doing? We just started. Big aw. Yeah, I guess I'm getting dressed, right? Here's my sock. Glass. Nice, delicious glass. What is going on?
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Push them out.
It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Interesting. This is pretty cool. This is already disturbing. It's like a horror game, dude. It gives me horror game vibes. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors. I'm an alcoholic. Right. It's safe to say.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing? Wipe the mirror. No way, I'm not doing this. Back off. Let's wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror.
True. As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Let's just get it over with. Wipe the mirror. Maybe I should touch it first. Make sure that there's nothing wrong with my face. Better not to know. Leave. Let's wipe it. Ah! Ah! Oh, is the horror that you were the cop all along? Yeah.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Your Lord, help me. What is this? Of course I do. It's it is some sort of superstar. I think I'm a superstar. This is the fate of a late stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face.
Oh my God.
Wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I'm not making it. The face is making it itself. I have no idea why it's there. It just is.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Okay. Keep making the face.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Look at that. Superstardom. God, I don't know. It's indescribable. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies. I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off too, in a sad has-been kind of way. There is some charm in it. It's an expression of pain. Oh man, this is hard. I want to say this, just because like, but I feel like I'm being fucked up if I say that. You know what I mean? Or this one, 4 or 5. I guess.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Encyclopedia, Formidable 13. Dig deep into your mind to locate the sources of the expression. Electrochemistry, Impossible 18. Attempt to stop the expression from happening? Huh, let the mirror be for now. 28%. This is white check? You may have, what does this mean? I don't understand. Let's try it.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for
I
now.
fucking knew it was out of pain. Okay. I know it comes from a bad place.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Damn, that's crazy. I know people like this too, honestly. That's why, like, I actually know like several people who are like this. Is kind of interesting. Maybe some of us are like this actually, more so than we may realize. Oh wait, there's more shit to interact with. How do I get this?
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Savior, fair, medium 10, grab the tie, pull on the fan, pull on the light bulb. Let's grab the tie.
You reach out to grab the tie,
Fuck.
but what's this? Diffuse, radiating chest pain. Doom comes over you.
This is the face I'm currently making.
This is bad.
Oh no.
Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving.
Oh god.
For quite a long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying.
Jesus.
Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying.
Oh god, dude. Grab the tie because I can't do it. Pull the fan. Pull on the fan. Pull on the light bulb. Pull on the fan, right?
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Alright. Grab the tie, 83%. I want to turn on the lights just for fun, but whatever.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade.
This is cool.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Pull the
A
light.
terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. It's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact.
Bring it on. Pull it again. Turn off the lights. Yeah,
The
let's
lights
do
are off.
it. Okay. Right, well. Grab this. Okay. This is work. Inventory. This is my stats. This is my health. Morale. Bonuses from items. Conceptualization. Understand creativity. See art in the world. Inland Empire. Hunches the gut feeling. Dreams and a waking life. Psyche base 1. Horrific necktie. Suggestions. I'm killing it in Overwatch. I think, hell yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that you're getting... It looks like you're having a good time and you're getting the hang of it, so... That's good. Hell yeah. -1. White satin shirt. Charm women and play the puppet master. Can I just remove my shirt? Connect to station 41. Understand pop culture. Interesting. What is this? Disco ass blazer. Go to the party planet, love and be loved by drugs. Total electrochemistry. This is from the trousers. Their cut trousers. Sneak under their noses, done with an immense punch. Okay. Okay. Empty cassette. There used to be a tape in this case, but it was destroyed in a fit of rage. Something about the Etaniers' single smallest church in Saint Sains must have rubbed someone the wrong way. The label says that the song was recorded in 43. Okay. My stats. Did I get a key? Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Key to room 1. Okay. This. How do I use keys? Let's just leave. Can I just leave? Oh, nice. Okay, can't. Bug. I just start walking normal? That's so funny. Just immediately start faking it. The calendar says it's March. The year is 51. Wow. I immediately start faking, like, normacy. Oh, this is too real. How do I talk to her?
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28. A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
Officer, am I military personnel? Turn your bloated face away from her beauty and just keep walking. Let's talk to her.
No.
She seems... Oh, they're just gonna keep going. She seems perplexed by your question. Wait, I know. I'm a businessman. Chief executive officer, right? Then why did you call me officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
She pulls on her cigarette. Are you sure? You're shitting me. God damn right I'm a policeman and don't forget it. Are you sure you're shitting me?
Unless you've been shitting us all this time.
She takes another drag. All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
And what business is
Couldn't
that?
say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Mostly drinking. What? I don't remember being a cop or anything else. Who in the right mind would let me be an officer of the law? I should get going now. Challenge. Try the expression on her. Let her know you want her physically? What the fuck? I just want to try it, but I know I shouldn't. Who in the right mind would let me be an officer?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Could it be because of the drinking?
She raises an eyebrow. The cigarette sizzles.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Wonder what the
Something
climate
stirs
is.
in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you've said the words 1,000,000 times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
What if I don't want to ask questions? Before you go, I have some questions for you. Alright, well, let's do it. Looks like she's expecting
Yes.
it. What is it that they have against the police here?
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Where exactly is here? Where
You're
am
in a
I?
hostel, sir.
No, where are we? Where in the world?
We are in Revachol.
Revachol? What the fuck is Revachol, dude? Revachol. Oh, why did a Pokemon come up? Did I spell it wrong? Revachol. What are you guys up to, by the way? It's gonna be a very chill, laid-back stream today, I think. I might even play music depending on how it goes. Revachol is a city on the insuland and disgraced former capital of the world. Currently, it is a zone of control. And okay, might spoil too much. Let me wait on that. So, is it not a real place? What? Oh, the fuck. I guess it's not a real place, right? Okay, I guess it's not a real place. I assume. No. It's not a real place. Okay, thank you.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Half a century after a failed world revolution. World revolution is central to our moment in time. Huh. Should that mean something to me? Revachol forever. What? Why would he say that? Is he a revolutionary? How about you tell me something else instead? Let's say I'm gonna say this. I want to see what she says.
Forever and ever.
And ever, out of the corner of your eye, you see the hair on the back of your hand standing on end. It feels as though low-grade lightning is coursing through you. You must be hypersensitive from the hangover.
Tommy, is it 51 now?
It's 51.
What century? Okay, tell me something. What century?
The
now?
current century?
And that's what?
Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one.
How many centuries have there been then?
Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir.
8,000 years? What is happening? What's so funny? Okay, tell me something.
You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization.
Your room is almost next to mine. Did you hear anything last night?
There was the usual ruckus. loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Do not towards room 3. Loud music? Yeah.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
How's the audio, by the way? Should I lower it? Is it all good? Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them. She raises an eyebrow, waiting for the name to connect with you.
That. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about oh, the better.
The less said about the better?
Oh, were huge
good? Yeah?
where
Okay,
I come
thank
from.
you.
I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
She sings. Yeah, we go on, alright. It mostly just gets hard, doesn't it? Yeah, we go on.
I don't know about that. At
What
around
happened?
a slow,
Whoops.
sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time you were yelling along to it.
Was I singing this? Show her the empty case of the smallest church in St. Sons? What was I singing? I've heard enough. Let's
Yes,
keep going.
there was a church in there. A
Ooh.
really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also
What else?
that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
We're alone as in God is dead or what? I'm sorry, when you say wounded, do you mean that in a cool way? Like a wild beast? Then what happened? In a cool way? I'll apologize, I'm sorry.
Don't be.
I was being
I was
loud.
going out later anyway. It didn't bother me.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Damn. Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted? That's so me. What did I do? You're making this up. I would never behave like that. Let me ask if she was so certain.
It didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room.
Jeez. I actually did that once.
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
When I was like 17 and I was at the height of my like craziness, I like just went crazy one day and just destroyed my room completely. I like got a bat I had and destroyed my TV and like all of the shit in my room. It was crazy. I just did that. I literally did that for no reason either. It was just insane. But was there anything else? Please tell me there wasn't anything else. It prides me to hear this. Tell me there was more. Please tell me it wasn't anything else. Yeah.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it. Glad to have been of assistance.
Cool. Well, we learned a lot. Cool neighbor. Try and go in their house. I think she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. Oh yeah, freebie.
The door is closed.
Try that. Knock. Let's knock.
There is no answer.
Yeah.
You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside.
Try the handle. Should I go inside? I'm like so curious, but I know I wouldn't normally do that.
Still no answer.
Knock again, much harder.
Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Oh my god. Fucking whore. Punch the door. Suppress the urge.
The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. Your breathing normalizes. That's one lucky door.
That's one lucky door. I kind of want to try the handle so bad just to see if it opens. I'm such a freak. I would never do that in real life, but it's a video game, so I can live out my power fantasies. I'm just kidding. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trample Le Monde. Am I French? What is this shit? Where's the... Where is it? Where is the item? Exactly. Okay, how do I look at items? Inventory? Huh. Oh, maybe I didn't pick it up. Okay, never mind. Going. What? What? Oh, she went into... This is her apartment. I just realized. I just realized that was her. I thought that was like somebody else. I'm like, oh, okay, I see. Alright, sorry. I haven't played a point and click. I think ever. I don't think I've ever played a point and click before. Right? What's this? Summer door closed for the winter. In music? This is where the lyrics would be. A big old karaoke mic, just waiting for someone to sing into it. The speaker's connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static. Pretty game. Hey, what up, Peasant? Yeah, it's very pretty. Have you played this before, by the way? This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. I just woke up. Aw. Well, good morning. No stuff bed. Healing item gained. Nice. I just started. You didn't miss a whole lot other than I just awoken from like hangover.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. I just woke up. I have no memory of who I am. Music is nice. Yeah, the music's great. You probably press those things when they pop up around your head. Oh, right. I saw that and I wasn't sure what it was. Thanks for pointing that out. I thought it was trying to guide me in a direction. I was like, huh. I'm a police officer. We found that out, and I'm an alcoholic. The game starts off with me, like, I don't know, having a talk with my subconscious, and we just started. We also did a political compass. You missed it. Had a whole political compass talk. Card to the cafeteria manager. A man in his late 20s stands behind a counter inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance and then looks down again.
Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan.
Empathy.
Make some small talk.
Look at the stuffed bird. Are you the bartender? I'm honestly surprised I even got an empathy because I have no emotional skills. Political compass, yeah. I mean, we did it for fun. Let me just clarify that we all understand the problems with the political compass, but we did it just for fun. Look at the stuffed bird. Are you the bartender? And if you look at the Discord, we all posted our results. And if you want to do it, then please feel free to. Told you, sweetie. Can't lick that, hun. That's chocolate. Can't have chocolates back for you. This is cool between you and this guy. Look at the stuffed bird. Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
What's the difference? You look like a bartender. Yeah, what's the
I
difference?
have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where'd Sylvie
She
go?
just, you know.
He shrugs.
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is hiding something.
She just what?
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it.
Hey, answer the
A
question.
competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
Sola? That's why it's failure. Look at the stuffed bird, yeah. Wasn't that made by English people? You know, they're not a good parameter for politics, or the French, or the Portuguese, or the German. What happened to the bird? Can I help you with that? That's the Great Skua, right?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the door where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
What are you gonna do right now in the morning? You get some breakfast? He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead. Okay, let's leave.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense. My soul is modest. It's normal size. My soul is puny. My soul is cubic. Content. It's obscured by the hangover. Damn, that's so good.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. Huh.
Through a PA system. By other people. Whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
What should I sing when it comes to it? A finished thought? I'm good.
You
I
should
don't want to
sing
think like
the
bullshit.
sad small church song from that tape you found.
Are you hungry?
Thought it was obvious.
Vladimir's hungry. I might have to feed him right now. Sing the sad small church song from the tape you found. Thought it was obvious. Of course, they'll really get a gauge on the soul with that one. I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, like from those ostentatious orchestration folks.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song.
It's profound.
It's profound. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Alright, well, I'll do that. Easy, you couldn't. Yeah, I already made my coffee, so you know, have a lot of audios of a friend to listen to. She's drunk. Wait, oh, she sent you some voicemails? Oh my god, I love it when my drunk friends send me voicemails, as long as they're not disturbing. I had somebody recently do that. A sign reads, Mess Hall reserved for union members. Doors open at 16. Union members, nice. And it was pretty funny. I don't. I mean, as long as they're not disturbing, they're not saying weird shit. They're just like being silly, then I think it's funny, but if they're telling me weird shit that I'm like, well, time to hit that block button and never clarify why I did it. Like what? One of my friends was telling me about how they were like, how they missed me and how they were so glad they were my friend and stuff like that. It was pretty cute. The soft purr of an electric. Fuck, I didn't read what it said. What's this? The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. Can't get drunk voicemail if you don't have friends. The door is bolted. A sign reads, Kitchen reserved for personal use until 13. A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting. Maybe she quit. I guess we'll find out. A royal pinball machine is unplugged. Wait, what? Did I almost interact with it? Hello?
Hello, sweetie.
The tab to highlight important in the games. Yeah, thank you. I just remembered that right now when you read it. Then of the cryptozoologist's wife. Hello, sweetie.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
She nods towards the man in the orange bomber jacket. Alright, let's talk to this person.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
I'm trying to wait a little bit before I feed the cats because I just realized that this light was blocked. It was so dark in here. I was like, this fuck's so dark. Because they normally eat an hour from now, and I don't want to get them used to eating an hour earlier because I come home in an hour technically, and I don't want them to be hungry before I'm home on a daily basis. A bespectacled man in the orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. It looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting.
No, don't shake, coronavirus. Just kidding. Of course I shake.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
What the fuck? Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. It's so cool. It's very cool, but when I come off like a douche if I call myself that. It's very, very cool. Maybe just a bit too ostentatious. My name is Rafael Ambrosius Cousteau. Let's do this.
No, you won't. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name, and you're one classy cop. Say it.
All right.
Yes, well,
Gotta wait a little bit, please. He doesn't even process what you just said. Just moves on. I guess I give him a little thing to eat. I'll be back here in just a minute. Let me feed the cats a little something. Probably still be hungry, but at least we'll hold them off for the meantime. In the meantime, let me put something on for you. Oh yeah, I heard that there's a new Silent Hill leak. You guys hear about that? There's like a Silent Hill leak. Do you drink? You can answer my previous message. I really don't know. Wait, what? Like what? I never got drunk. I don't know how that works. She says she's drunk in the audios, but immediately when she got home, she got sober. She's never been drunk before. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like a very dreamy, very cloudy feeling. You lose all your inhibition and you have a hard time controlling yourself. And Holik explained. Well, I'll let Max Tourette explain in this video right here on the Silent Hill leak, images and details, while I go feed the cats. It's 11 minutes. I'll probably be back in like a couple minutes. I'm gonna try and force some pee out of my bladder, and then we'll be back. So if you're curious about the Silent Hill leak, here's this video for you.
Real this time, guys. Trust me, I wouldn't be making a video on these leaks if they weren't. I, like all of you, have suffered the slings and arrows of the Silent Hill rumor mill. Every week, we hear about a new Silent Hill game supposedly being in the works, and then nothing comes of it. Even though I can make a decent living discussing these rumors, given that my Silent Hill videos are the most popular videos on my channel, I respect all of your intelligence too much to do that to you. So, now that you know I am a scorned Silent Hill fan like you, I hope you will listen on, knowing that what I present to you is legit. Long story short, images and details got leaked from a new Silent Hill game. Before I present the leaks to you, I gotta say something important. I can direct all of you towards where the images are, but I can't show them here in this video. This is because the leaker who shared the images on Twitter got his account locked, and the images got taken down by Konami. Naturally, I don't want that happening to my YouTube channel. However, you can still see the photos if you go to the leaker's account and look in the replies to the initial tweet. Now that that's out of the way, let's get into everything we know from this leak. The leaker's name is Aesthetic Gamer, also known as Dusk Golem. He got a hold of 4 in-game images and 1 piece of concept art from a new Silent Hill game. I am putting emphasis on the A for a reason, but we'll get to that in a moment. The guy does have a reputable past for leaking legitimate info about horror games. For example, he confirmed that Resident Evil Village was originally going to have mermaids. That, plus DMCA's by Konami, lead me to believe in the veracity of these images. As for what is in the images, I'm just gonna quote a Polygon article for descriptions. I figured that this is the safest way to go about talking about it. I'm just afraid that if I gave away too much with my own description, my video would get taken down. Yeah, I'm hella paranoid, and you would be too if you were a YouTuber. Quote, so far, 5 images of the untitled Silent Hill project have been leaked, including what appears to be 1. A screenshot of a dirty trash-filled apartment, 2. A close-up visual of a woman's face stylized to look like torn paper. 3. A screenshot with text that appears to be an email containing information about a child neglect investigation. 4. A screenshot of a hallway covered with sticky notes, with a humanoid character covered in what appears to be flower blossoms. And 5 is artwork of the scene I just described, featuring the signature of Masahiro Ito, the veteran creature designer for the Silent Hill franchise who created its iconic Pyramid Head character. As for the extra details, the images apparently date back to 2020, so the project will probably look a bit different now. There will apparently be characters named Anita and Maya, The game makes use of SMS messages. By the way, this bit of info is actually more important than you might suspect. Making use of SMS messages might not mean that the main character receives text messages on their phone. Rather, the game might actually send text messages to your real-life phone, as a way to break the fourth wall, so to speak. The reason you should believe this is that a former games journalist that many of you are aware of, Alana Pierce, tweeted back in 2019 that Hideo Kojima's cancelled Silent Hills project might have featured a similar mechanic. So to hear that this new Silent Hill game might be bringing that mechanic back to life is great to hear. And finally, there is apparently more than one Silent Hill game in development. This is why I was putting emphasis on the word A when I was saying a Silent Hill game. As for who the two developers behind the two games are, we're 99% sure that one of them is Bloober Team. In case you don't know, Bloober is responsible for the Layers of Fear franchise, The Medium, the Blair Witch game, and the massively underrated Observer. They made an official partnership with Konami in July of last year, which made everybody assume that the product of this partnership would be a new Silent Hill game. We made this assumption because, well, it's like every game that Bloober has ever put out is an homage to the PT Silent Hills demo. If you ever played one, you'll see what I mean. Plus, if you look at a couple of the leaked photos, they have graphics similar to Bloober Team's games. Now, as for the second developer for the second game, that is not confirmed. However, I will say that the leaker confirmed that Sony is involved in some way. Whether or not that means a first-party Sony studio is working on the other Silent Hill game, or they're somehow involved with Bloober, is unknown. I tried to get some clarification on who the developer is by reaching out to the leaker directly, and I managed to actually get a hold of him. I asked him who the developers are and if I could tell you all what he told me. He responded to my question and he gave me his permission to share our Twitter DMs. So here you go. I asked, are you able to say if those images are from Bloober Team or another studio? If yes, would you be okay with me telling people which studio it is? He said, a sort of answer and non-answer I will give you is that the developer situation is a bit complicated. What I will say is the reason for a lot of my secrecy. So, the person who gave me these images allowed me to share a lot more than I have been. Like, a lot more. What I've shared is maybe only about 10% of what I could share, and they were okay with me sharing like 90% of it. The things I chose to share are probably the least interesting things I could share from what I was given. But that's also part of why I don't want to, for example, say who's working on what, because I think that paints a very unfair picture of someone specific. I think a detached idea of a project in its least spoilery, least flattering way is better as a miscellaneous abstract thing to be picked up on and processed than to attach a name or studio or whatever to it, which I think, regardless, will flavor how people look at all there is to come on it, good or bad.
Hey, sorry about
I think
that.
when people actually know what it is I leaked, there will be a,
I made a
that's
sandwich
why,"
too
with how
because
this leak has been presented. Cryptically, I will say this
I
is
also
both
made a sandwich because I need to eat as well in the middle of my streams. I keep not doing that. Hurry back, you're gonna miss it. Yeah, it's cool. I heard about it. I don't really know what the specifics are. I'm like, for me, whenever games leak, especially games I really want to play, like something like this would be awesome for me because I love Silent Hill. But in the end, it doesn't matter. If it comes out, it comes out, and that's when I'll play it. So why bother looking at leaks personally? It's how I feel. So leaks are something I don't normally pay attention to. It can happen at Penitent. It also happens in reverse. You can be drinking all night and be fine, and then suddenly you can't stand up. I always thought when you get drunk, you'll be like that for the rest of your day. No, it like there's like a ebb and then there's like a peak and then there's a downward feeling, and it and not necessarily even that. It's like there's ups and downs. So new Silent Hill NFTs noted. Really? Was that what it was about? I hope not. No, it comes and goes in waves. Yeah, at least with me anyway. It all depends on how fast your metabolism is. Yeah. I mean, like, alcohol affects people differently for sure. But I personally believe that, like, it's hard to get a perception of how you are drunk because you're drunk and you're inhibited, and it's really difficult to have an idea of how you behave when you're drunk. There's a lot of people who think that they're really good drunks, but then when you're around them, they're like insufferable or like annoying. But it's hard because alcoholism fucks with your it like augments your ability to interpret, and so it's kind of like you just gotta try it. But I don't recommend it though. I think you're not really missing out on anything if you don't drink. And like I don't take what people do when they're drunk seriously, but I don't think that it's something that should be like, if someone tells me something drunk, I would never disregard it as like just a thing people say when they're drunk. Like I still take it seriously, and I think they should too, even though like they're not. Main thing about alcohol is it's a downer. It's ultimately wants to make you sleepy time. Yeah, it is a downer for sure. Let's keep going. Who is this Kim Kitsuragi person? Yeah, so he doesn't even possess what you said. We just said, just moves on.
Not for a moment does he believe that's your real name. He casts it aside as an intra-departmental joke or a peculiarity he doesn't understand.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
You mean him? Not towards the cafeteria manager? Yeah, I just talked to him. No, I haven't. That's just some kind of misunderstanding. You're taking me for someone else.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right?
What? Now that I'm here, I understand the scene is out back.
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Like I would, if I were you, Penitent, what I would do is I would listen to the message and then tell your friend what they make of it. I mean, what do you make of what you said in this message? And then hear what they have to say. I wouldn't hurt to assume the police are finally here in full force. I mean, have you mapped out the initial interviews? With the police, I'm aware I'm a policeman. What interviews? Yes, I have. I haven't. What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
Gestures with his fingers. Prepare the field. There's no play. I don't know what he's talking about. It's the police. I'm aware of it. Aware of policeman.
And the interviews? Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
What the fuck? Dead body? I just straight up lied to him? Dead body? I don't like dead bodies.
Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
No.
So the body is still in
So
the tree.
people listened? Oh, we already listened to 1 out of 12, but since the first, what did they say? I know it's personal, but is it like, it's so cringe? How? Like, what are they doing? Are they confessing their love, or are they like saying something mean? You don't have to get too specific, but I'm curious. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. What is still in the tree?
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Wow. What if I told you that I'm not really a police officer? How can you be so sure I'm from the police? I think these two get to the same thing. We can't remember anything. What are we supposed to... Okay, let's...
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
He points at your jacket.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is, he's not from the Rat Squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
Rat Squad? Oh, you mean the Rat Squad? You meant internal affairs.
No need for derogatory terms. They're only doing their job.
You said insignia. These white rectangles, you mean? Once you're asleep.
Yes,
But they're just white rectangles.
they're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
So the police have like signifiers that are subtle. That's interesting. Not much, but when the other people see that she's recording the voicemail, they oh my god, it's him. Not much, but when the other people see that she's recording the voicemail, they oh my god, it's him. Wait, what do you mean? Like they're friends? Are you popular, Penitent? Shouldn't I have a badge or something? Check
You
your
mean
pockets.
you don't have a badge?
It was not on me when I woke up. Pretend you found it. I have my badge. I'm a policeman and I have my badge.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter.
Oh fuck.
My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Alright. What if I told you I'm not really a police
We all
officer?
feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will.
And then, soon after, dead bodies would be dangling from all the trees.
My god. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will. Damn, this is like logic. I don't know about that.
But first, we have to take it down.
Okay. But I can't remember anything?
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
The fuck, dude?
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort. The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that. So cigarettes will have to do.
Jesus Christ. What are we supposed to do again? I'm sorry, what? What are we doing?
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down.
Okay, let's talk to the
After
manager.
you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You
Oh,
can
shit,
talk to
dude.
him whenever by interacting with
party?
him.
I mean, her friend's reaction was that, are you talking to him? And I'm not popular. She's literally the only person I actively talk to. Oh, that's weird. Maybe it must be insinuating that she's mentioned you to her friends before. Which is interesting. Peculiar, one would say.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
The lieutenant glances at his little notebook.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
I'm Ken Kucharagi from Precinct 57. It is an investigation. I'm actually social, so can't deal with these things. Oh, okay. I just find scenarios interesting. Whenever I went through stuff like that, I would just be like, why? I would always just ask too many questions. We're in an inter-district investigation. She joined from the precinct 41. He looks at you, realizing he still doesn't know your name.
Fantastic.
Okay, I said that I'm in between names and you said fantastic. Now I can interrupt my partner to say a joke, or I can let him talk, so I'm gonna let him talk.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, Yes?
I think that's what they mean, Zod. But you're right. Alright, now I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It doesn't take you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Huh.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the
You
lieutenant.
said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Alright then, questions. I got this. Play the fool. Who, me? No, it's on the question. No, I'm good. Right, on questions. I
His
got
face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
this. Where exactly is the body? Who killed him? Why did Sylvie get away? Why did Sylvie go away? Okay, so let's, first of all, asking who killed him is foolish. Asking where the body is, I should know where the body is. Why did Sylvie go away? That's a good question. You know, I can't actually think of any. Okay, so
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this.
No, before I asked you where, now I'm asking you why.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I prefer to ignore it. Why is that, Penitent? Are you afraid of confrontation, or what is it exactly that makes you want to ignore it? Is it because it's easier to ignore, or is it because, or why? What do you think? Hi, what up, Panda? How are you been? Haven't seen you in a while. What are you up to? You have to ask yourself, do you want to delete it because you're concerned it'll affect your relationship, or do you want to listen to it for the very same reason? The fact that you're questioning this is social and antisocial. I mean, it doesn't matter really whether it's social or antisocial. I think what Penitent's just saying that, I mean, you just gotta take about what they're saying. Like, I'm just curious to know why you don't want to listen, why you rather ignore it. Thank you. Lieutenant says he opens his little notebook at the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Thank you. Lieutenant opens a little notebook at the cover. The number is safely tucked in a small pocket. Mystery solved? Didn't go well. I guess didn't go well.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Goddamn. I mean, it's information. This stuff gets on my nerves. I am a feminist. I guess I like to be thorough. Everything has something to do with everything. I don't know. I just went for it. You're right. I probably shouldn't have asked. I kind of want to ask this. I'm a feminist thing. I would never say that, even though I went and did what I missed. What's up? Okay, so I found out I'm a cop. This is a person, another cop who is here. We're here to conduct an investigation because somebody was lynched outside of the hotel, I think, that we're at, or hostel, I guess, the hostel. And we're asking the manager what information they have. So that's all that you've missed. And now we're interrogating a little bit. It's important because declared self-censorship can be troubling for someone without understanding. No, because I think most people understand that when they say antisocial, they're saying that they prefer not to socialize with others or have an inability to socialize with others. But obviously antisocial doesn't necessarily mean that. Antisocial disorder is more like an inability to empathize with like people or whatever the fuck. And it's just like, I think that's I agree with you, Saad, but I don't think a lot of people think that way. Like, I'm sure even you understood what they were saying, which is why you had to bring it up. So it's just, and I don't even think it's a bad thing to bring it up because I do the same thing too. I just try not to because, you know, it's just like, it's just not a big deal. I've been sleeping, by the way, so I have started to sleep a lot. That's good. Hell yeah, sleep is important. Glad that you are getting some sleep. So gets on my nerves. I'm a feminist. I'm gonna say this. I'm just curious.
What?
What? That's right. If there's one thing I know about myself is that I'm a total raging feminist. You heard me. Do you have a phallus in your ear? I said I'm a feminist. I'm not a feminist. I just wanted to see that look on your face. Oh my god. I'm gonna say this. Do you have a phallus in your ear? I said I'm a feminist.
That's good. But there is a timetable for this investigation, dictated
Thoughts
to us by the
gained?
stages of decomposition.
Inexplicable feminist
And it says we need to
agenda?
move on.
What the fuck is going on? Sleep is important. I think when she's with her friends, they always come up with, when are you coming? Or hang out with us someday. Like, man, I don't like others' company. It's just her company, you know? Yeah, I think that's cool though. They just want to get to know you. They probably, I'm assuming with the fact that this person thought about you in a time where they're inebriated and they're like, and they're like, the way I see drinking is I see it as a social exercise of self-harm and solidarity and mutual suffering. I know that sounds weird, but that's the way I see it. I think that like the reason why people when you drink with somebody else culturally, you do it in the sense that you guys are both going to suffer together and you're both going to find solidarity and your mutual self-destruction. I don't think we immediately think that way, but I do think that that's what people like. I think that's at the foundation of drinking, honestly. And so I think that like in periods like that, you start to think, like in periods of suffering, you start to think of people who like really mean something to you, I think. And I'm not saying this person has a crush on you. They might just think highly of you, and perhaps her thinking highly of you has her friends curious to know what kind of person you are. And I would personally get to know them. That way you can, like, you know, you can increase your social sphere. You can meet some new people. You can meet some new like points of view. You can share your points of view. You know, you can practice your social skills. You know, like these people are already interested in you. They're doing the hard work for you. You know, like it's really hard to meet people. If they're already doing the hard work of wanting to get to know you, why not just go with it? I think so. I would do it, but I understand that you have your own preference, but I would challenge you to do it. I need my deck chair. Then you want to be alone with her. Have you tried asking this? I don't think that you want to be alone with her. I think that you know this person, you're comfortable with them, and so you're more willing to talk to them. And these people, you don't really know them, I assume. That's what I think. I would challenge you to try and get to know their friends too. That's what I would say. And it doesn't, how you feel about this person doesn't really matter unless the discussion is about that, which I don't think that's what we're talking about right now. But it's up to you, of course. Inexplicable feminist agenda? This is sick. That's good, but there is timetable for this investigation dictated to us by the stages of decomposition, and it says we need to move on.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
That's cool. Where exactly is the body? Who killed him? Let's see what exactly
Behind
the
this
body is.
building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
How do we get there then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Okay. Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly,
I just laughed.
blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prey drive says.
From what I've heard, when interrogating somebody, if somebody gets like mad at an accusation, they typically didn't do it because it's reasonable that you would get upset at an accusation like that. And hounding him even further can produce weird outcomes. Pain? When she's sober? What the fuck is pain? We should show her the voice notes you sent you. I think the thing is that I don't know what she's saying, but she clearly is embarrassed by them. And if you're cringing at them, I'm sure it can't be challenged. She clearly probably doesn't like it. I would be like, well, what do you make of this? But I don't know, it really just depends. Sometimes it's best to just let it go. You know, whatever. Pain is me. Oh, penitent. Sorry, my bad. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? Am I even pronouncing it right? You also have to realize Seth is more logical than I, and I'm a little more passionate. I just think that, like, there's more to life than relationships, and trying to view the world separate from a opportunity for a romantic relationship might help you think more of the reality of the situation, and it can lead to a romantic relationship. But you don't want to like take the path to a romantic relationship because it's just not the interesting one, I think. But I can't be challenged. I'm always a quiet person when around multiple people. I also think they have a high expectation that just makes things difficult because I think I'll let them down. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. If you let them down, it's okay. That'll just ground you as a real human being. You know what I mean? And it's better for them to see you as a real human being with faults and than somebody who's an abstraction, who's not really who you are. And if they don't like you, then there you go. You don't have to be around these people. And if they do like you, then cool. You know, you make new friends. But then what if the killer preemptively thought that you thought that? So, yeah. I was just like you in high school. Maybe you're just like me. Maybe he slips up. Yeah, it's not your future, penitent. Is that what you want? Maybe he slips up. Then we can arrest him and go home early. Yeah. Walk up. He's just like, okay, I did it. Okay, so walk up to them, then do a flip and be like, yeah, I'm pretty cool. Did you kill him, Gart? Okay, I'm not gonna hound you on this. Yeah, let's... Did I push him? I feel like I shouldn't push him. I feel like a police would do that. I would move on. Although he definitely has a motive, though, to have killed this person. But I don't even know who the person was that was lynched, so let's keep going.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, that's all. That's complete. Interview cafeteria manager gained 30 experience. Cool.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist. You owe me 130 real.
Man, fuck off, you son of a bitch. Step away unnoticed. Let's do it.
One moment you're running out the way, then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands.
Oh, no.
Why?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god. I'm late to this combo, but I agree with Seth. Just try things out. Yeah, because you never look, penitent. It's gonna get much harder to meet people the older you get. The older you get, the much harder it's gonna get to meet people. If somebody does the hard work of wanting to get to know you, just get to know them. You know, take the opportunity to get to know them. Like whatever. And even if you don't, even if it goes well or bad, you know, well or bad, like at least you learn something. You get to exercise your social muscles and get to know how to talk to people. You might make mistakes, you might not make mistakes. You know, just feel it out, you know. But it's completely up to you. If you're uncomfortable with doing it, then don't worry about it. Or do what I did, learn how to play guitar, guaranteed to get girls forever. Well, they're not talking about getting... Why do you guys immediately go to your mind immediately goes to getting in a relationship. You guys have to think about this. You guys have to see people as normal humans and before you think about relationships. You know what happened? I ran away from. He was trying to charge me for I don't know what. I don't know what the fuck I bought from him, but I guess I owe him some money. And so I decided to run away, and I failed my dice roll, and now I'm gonna crash into this lady. I think the lady in the wheelchair is right behind me, isn't she? Why did I do this? Why did I have to use both my hands to flip him off? Why both? Fuck you, asshole! Oh my god, no! Should I just commit? Call him an asshole? Let's do this. Fucking no! This poor lady. Let's hopefully realizing that she's there will help.
That's true. Yes. And it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed him.
The thing is that Zod is that they don't really know Penitent. They don't really know them. What their idea of them is one of pure abstraction. So like, I personally don't like to be like, well, now that they like me or have a good idea of me, I don't have to worry about that. I personally think that like, I still have to express who I am personally, so that they can really get to know me and not this idea of who I am. But I really don't want to meet other people. I'm very happy talking just to her. I actively got away from people's lives since school, burned bridges. I feel it's up to you. For sure. I'm not going to convince you. You know, if you do what's best for you, Penitent. Just aim for friendship. It's far more easily attainable if a relationship comes out of it. If not, I've made a friend. I haven't had a... Look, the thing is that you guys, we're not even talking about relationships. This is why I'm talking. Like, why are you guys talking about relationships? We're not talking about that. We're not talking about relationships at all. Take the invite and have fun with the group. Nice. I would too, but it's totally up to Penitent. Why did I do this? Why did I have to use both my hands? Alright.
Watch out!
Oh god. Ah! Oh my god, I'm such a piece of shit. Yeah, just do stuff at your own pace.
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon.
I had an accident. So worth it. This did not need to happen. I gave no such commands to my body. I had an accident.
It was no accident. Those were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy mysteries.
Okay, so the bartender tried to charge me with something, and I decided to just run away because I had like a 43% chance of it being a success, and I fucked up and ran into the lady in the wheelchair like full force. I'm like a 230-pound man or something. I don't know. To kill the poor old lady, but I hopefully didn't kill her. Oh, there's more of you hidden, and now I'm blacked out or something. I don't know. Oh, there's more of you hidden. I'm so cool. I don't know. That just comes off as a lazy effort to reconceptualize the antics of a shambling drunk. Oh my god. It was no accident. There were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it looks like my body is having like, my body is trying to fight my conscious efforts or something.
If it comes off like that, it's because it is.
Or I guess it's
and
like
you are.
My body and my subconscious, and maybe even like the, I mean, I don't want to get too into that, what's happening, but I think that the immediate part of our consciousness, right, the part that you talk to yourself, the part that your ergo, the part that you think is really you, is like is in like this discord with like the rest of your body and whatever else. Imagine this actually happening, RL, carpeting away from you and you were asked for the tab. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
Like, this is like the dark sides of my mind, I think. I sure as hell haven't felt no love. It's okay. I'm going to be fine. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Are you okay?
Oh my god, thank God. She's okay. Because this is just why. What do you mean?
No. You have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
No, are you okay? No, are you okay? Ouch. No, are you
The
okay?
chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place.
The man seems shaken by the incident. Hell yeah, you should
The
feel
drinks
bad.
are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
He's shaken. Barter now and he'll cave in.
I won't pay for that window. Grab your side. Cool. Thank you for your cooperation. I kind of want to. I don't want to pay for shit, and if I can get away with it, I would. But also, I don't want to be like. I feel like I've already made a fool of myself at this point. Just getting away with it, yeah, totally. Should I do it? Should I take advantage of the situation? Let's take advantage of the situation.
Okay, fine. I'll take it off your bill.
Fuck
Sleep
yeah.
in a post-apocalyptic hellhole if you want to. Just know I won't give you another room.
I won't pay for it. Oh, hell yeah, Pog. Cool.
Not entirely
Cool.
You still owe me 60 real for 3 nights stay. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there.
My lizard brain is trying to get me to, I think, commit suicide. It's trying to get me to accept the void. It seems. I'm not sure. He points upstairs towards your room.
For God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Pay for damages? Alright, well, I'll do that later. Because what's going on here? Guys in karaoke, report your badge. Seconds and body. Who made the call reporting the crime? Someone reported the hanging of the RCM. Maybe if you find out who it was, it may shed new light on the events. You have an idea where to start, but the caller could have been anyone. Call Sylvie using Kim's shortwave to ask whether she made the call. Okay, I can probably do that real quick. You need to pay for the damages you caused in the whirling in rags, or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Ask around for money and be careful with your spending. If you're unsure how much you owe, ask guard. Okay, so I need some money. Myself would almost die in the first 5 minutes of this game. I forgot to take order. Okay, let's see. Okay, what is this?
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
It's kind of weird that my encyclopedia and my lizard brain has the same voice actor. I don't know if that's an accident. Do I even have one? I have no idea. Discard the thought. By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and the place sure isn't. Do I even have one?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marble Hill? I don't know. Near south maybe? Far away?
In time or space?
In both?
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Could I trace the way back somehow to the exact street, the exact numbers on the building? I live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobo cop. Fuck everything. Hobo cop. I just want to know more about my past, but this is a really great answer. Fuck, dude. Oh, it's so hard to choose. Hobo cop. Oh man, I want more answers.
Let me try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time.
It's like a robot.
Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Run some addresses in your head. Alright, let's do that. We'll do that later. I don't know how I could do that. Can I use your phone?
Yes?
Tell me about the case. Yeah, let's hear about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
I know literally nothing about it, only that you told me
before. Do you want me
to
brief you?
Yes, brief,
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. no one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Huh. Interesting. So the death has something to do with the labor, or the workers, sorry, and some company. Does the briefing say who the victim was? Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to
the
find out
security
the
guy
truth.
from the company. Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez now? What? Hold on. And the RCM is...
That's us, the Ravachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
Citizens Militia? What is happening, dude? Someone ought to make a short YouTube film about it.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Yeah, this is so weird. It's so weird. We're like a people's police. and the union is like is so large that it operates autonomously. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm not getting this right. Of course, yes, I understand everything. Let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer. I still don't understand anything. I'm gonna do that.
Okay, well, we are police officers. It is our job to find the killer. So that's what I intend to do. You should try it too.
Can we go over the preliminary info again? Could you say this is a mysterious case? If we're from different precincts, why are we in the same case? Actually have all I need for it. Probably because of the area that we're assigned to, right?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Pissing competition? What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
I don't remember being on anything. You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia. Yeah.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Pop-off? Pop-off?
It's just stupidity.
This is me,
we
dude.
Shouldn't waste any more time on it.
This is you guys talking to me.
If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
You guys tell me shit and I don't know what you're talking about. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. You should tell me now. This seems relevant. Yeah.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Would you say this is a mysterious case? Actually, I can see what this is.
It's not a particularly mysterious case.
Does it tend to consider your question a moment before answering? No, it's not about the preliminary case. Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, you know, something supernatural. White male in his 40s? What more do you need? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy, perhaps? Perhaps it's a sexy case? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious.
Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a piece, not just of the industrial harbor, but the Wild Pines Corporation itself.
Interesting.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup?
Workers' coup?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to the RCM's presence, and the union rarely overplays its hand. as it appears to have done in this case.
Wait, so is this a strike or an attempted coup? Yeah, I'm about to say, like, this is the wording here is kind of...
Strike, coup, revolution. It's brigandage, however you parse it.
Yeah.
You feel something rising through you. A familiar feeling. An opinion.
That's pretty much what I say about when people talk about coups. It's like, look, it's just a coup, revolution, it's the same fucking thing. You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form. We should ground the workers into fine paste and feed them to the pigs. Oh my god. We should ground the owners into a fine paste and feed them to the pigs. With this little foreknowledge, I am unsure which side to grind into pigs' feed. The decision must ferment in me. Also, nationalism. That's good. I don't think grounding one on the other side into pig's feed will do anything favors. I am really, really smart. I'm really smart. I've spent the last 20 seconds deciding on which side to ground into pig feet, but why? Okay, let's do this one to ground the owners, right? Wait, coup? Yeah, basically, okay, so like, let me clarify for anybody who's not keeping up. I started the game as a police officer. When I started the game, I have no memory of anything. I have complete amnesia. I don't even know my name. I don't know anything about myself. But as the story has been unfolding and through the environment and through interactions, I found out that I'm an alcoholic. They're not the same. I mean, they're technically not the same. They're technically not the same, but like what I'm trying to get at is that when you say coup, you're disagreeing with what's happening. When you say revolution, you're basically agreeing with what's happening. But by definition, like for example, something that I agree with would be like the Russian Revolution, right? What was it, 1917? The revolution, right? Even though it's a revolution, I agree with that because to keep the model, revolution is to change the model. That's not true. You can coup a government model and change it radically, but it doesn't matter. It's just a term. It's not. The thing is that coups have negative connotation though. Like when we say coup, we see it as a bad thing, but it doesn't really matter. It's still like it's a coup by definition, but it doesn't really matter. You can literally say either one and it means nothing. That's why you have to qualify what you're talking about. You can't just be like, for example, like in Ukraine, they called like the Ukrainians joining the EU a revolution in the newspapers, which we were reading on stream, and I kept cringing at it because I don't see it as anything revolutionary personally. But it doesn't matter. The reason why they call it a revolution is because they're basically agreeing with it. It's basically what they're saying, like the news outlets that we were reading. And even though it's technically a coup, people who disagree with it are going to use the term coup because coup has more negative connotation. It just depends on who you talk to. I completely understand that it's not the same thing. I know. Believe me, I get it. I'm just saying, like, when people use these terms, you have to understand that they're trying to say something. They're conveying something, and that's basically the importance behind these two terms. But it doesn't matter. Like something that you would consider a revolution, penitent, might by someone else be considered a coup, but that doesn't really make a difference. Instead, they're just saying something about their position on the events that unfolded. So that's why I would say, like, I would agree with this person. It's like, it doesn't really matter. You call it a strike, a coup. Revolution is usually larger scale than a coup. I understand. I completely understand. I agree with you guys too. Believe me, I agree with you guys. Like, words have meaning, right? Like, words actually mean something. But in the reality, the way these terms are used are not the way that they're not like, it's not formalizable. Like, people, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, this is like a more realistic thing that's happening here than it is. Like, you can argue about the semantics of it, but it doesn't matter whether it's used properly or not because people don't use it that way. People use them interchangeably. But people use them interchangeably not because they think that the terms mean different things, but because they slapped. It's like the term cult and religion, right? We understand like a cult is small and that a religion is larger, has more institutional legitimacy, but we still call certain things cults and certain things religion because of our views towards them. So it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like this is a more realistic idea of how people use these terms. And all I'm saying is that you should, when you hear these terms, you should just be not skeptical, but you should be a little bit more critical about what kind of person is using these terms and what kind of events are unfolding to slap these terms onto. So to me personally, yeah, I don't even take these terms seriously. I just look at the overall events that are playing out, which is what's happening here. Like, for example, this is what makes this interesting too, because it's like a union is something that I typically consider to be a good thing, but in the world that we're in now, this union just killed a corporate security guard because they're trying to gain more power. Now, that could possibly be a good thing, right? That could possibly be a good thing, could possibly not be a good thing. I don't have enough information to say. So like, this police officer is calling it a coup. So, but why? That's why I'm like, well, see, is this a strike then? Or is this a coup? You know what I mean? Like, because it's like, why is he using the term coup? Could it be a coup by definition? I mean, it could be. They're overturning there's probably like some sort of consensus that they're overturning in order to like change the structure of whatever the fuck is going on, because I honestly don't know. And so the police officer calling it a coup could possibly be in reference that he's part of the structure that may possibly being overturned. So I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he calls it, a coup or revolution, because I have to get more information for me to make that decision. Unions are bad. No. Good thing I will never join one. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know what's going on. I'm obviously... Okay, I hope I didn't like... Hopefully I didn't give you guys the wrong impression. I'm obviously not... I understand that these two things have their own terms, but you just got to be more critical about the people who use these terms and in what situation. You feel something rising up through you, familiar feeling, an opinion taking form. We should ground the workers. Okay, I'm going to say we should ground the owners and find pace and feed them to the pigs. Although I don't know if this is the correct thing for me to say.
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not mean we have any say in them. I meant we should be careful. If we are not, the shit will blow right in our faces.
He makes a quick gesture towards the visage where the shit would blow.
From an imaginary fan.
Imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Can we go? Okay, I think that's it. Actually, yeah.
Good.
The lieutenant nods. Tell me about the case. I think you should know that I can't remember anything. I wanted to talk about you. You seem to be following me. Understood. But I blame the right for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm on your side on this one for sure. I'm on your side. I think honestly the reason why I'm the way I am, and you might learn this about me, is that like I spent a lot of my life talking to all kinds of fucking people from all kinds of political spectrums, and I know a lot of people from all kinds of political spectrums too, and I try to take a deconstructionist approach to having conversations with people, where I try to navigate our conversation on their terms. You know what I mean? And so I don't like, even though for example, even though I know what communism is, I still concede to their terminology of it and try to what's the word? Push back on it, I guess. But I never like just full force be like, no, you're a complete idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. This is wrong. It's actually this. Because if you tell them that, they're going to be like, no, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So you just have to like, you have to function under their idea of whatever the fuck it is they believe, so that they can at least like listen at the very least. And I think in this situation, like if someone were to say coup revolution, it doesn't matter to me whether they're being accurate. It more so to me, I asked myself the question, what kind of person would believe this, and then try and understand it so that I have a more sleeping and go to bed. You go to bed. So it's basically just so I can like treat the other person with some dignity and have a more rounded view on who they are. Good, the lieutenant nods. Tell me about the case again. I think you just, yeah, do you got it? Yeah, I got it. Anyway, so can you tell me about the case again? I think you should know that I can't remember anything. I want to talk about you. You seem to be following me. Okay, let's talk about this guy.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have a more rapport. Come on, Lieutenant, open up a little. You're right. What's there to know about a lame binoclard? I don't even know what that is. Or a rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Glasses? You don't look like the other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
Seoul? What is
It's
Seoul?
a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Like Seoul? Like South Korea? Or that's not how it's spelled, right?
Is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
Yeah, we were just learning about protectionism earlier. A protectionist, I mean. Okay, I guess it's not interesting then. You're only making it sound uninteresting. I still want to know more.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
In our reality, yeah. Yeah, it's weird that it isn't. It's kind of crazy that they constructed an entire world. Don't you think? I'm a regular Revacholière. Revacholière? What the fuck is... What is this European-ass language I'm not familiar with? Revacholière. Spelling this right? World building. I know this is insane though. What is fucking... This is some fucking Elden Ring shit? What does Revachol mean? Is a city... Oh. Okay, I see. She's referring to herself as a citizen of the city. My bad. Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
That's where you're at. Yeah, I know, sorry. Almost as if this is a work of fiction. I mean, it's just crazy. I feel like most works of fiction at least like, you know, have some foundation in reality. This one's like totally... Oh, this is like a science fiction almost, you know what I mean? Lieutenant narrows a single eyebrow. No. I'll just leave it at that.
The lieutenant nods.
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I didn't know they let binoclards become cops. I mean, I guess it's talking about glasses. I'm not going to call him a Beano. Glasses are cool. Is it going to be offensive? Ooh, I just want to know what it is. I fucking look this shit up too to make sure I don't say anything stupid. Binoclard. Binoclard. 4 eyes. Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
Normal pair? You ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with like your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
So how do you know, tap the side of your head? So you're... Oh, sorry, that's what he's doing. So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
How strange.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
That's all.
Good. Let's change the subject.
I think you should... I can't remember anything. You seem to be following me. Yeah.
Excuse me?
What if I want to work this case alone? Beat it, you're cramping my style. Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
Let's do... What do you mean, distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation.
Actual interaction.
In 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
Oh, how's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. prioritizes containers.
Huh. You're kidding me. Why containers? Okay, then. That's racist. I don't prioritize containers.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Alright. Alright, let's leave. Oh, there's some stuff here. Can't get to it though. Can I go through the door? No. I was gonna use this phone. That's the whole reason why I talked to him. Okay, so he doesn't seem to... I can't seem to call him. I would like to go to his car, maybe, so we can use... What am I supposed to do? Inexplicable feminist agenda? Temporarily research bonus plus 2 authority against men. What the fuck? Research time 3 hours 45 minutes. Problem. Sometimes something stirs in you, something interdisciplinary. Is it a newly formed reaction to the tyrannical gender roles around you, or something you've always had? One thing is for sure, you're not a mild feminist. Oh no, these are incendiary thoughts aimed at undermining the very pillars of society. Could you fashion them into some sort of weapon? Perhaps a first strike weapon to decapitate the XY chromosome hegemony? Internalize. What the fuck is... I don't even know what this... I don't know what's going on at all. Something starts in you. Something in... Okay, we'll read this. I don't know what... Lonesome in a way. Temporary... Wait, so I could come up with ideas and then internalize them and make them part of who I am? Is that right? Temporary research bonus. Encyclopedia of Factual Memory returns. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over. Get up and get off the asphalt in 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through courtyards, scaring little children. Go into the great raised motor track, the 881, until you reach Le Domaine Eminent in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there and Ford's footprints in the mud. What's going on? I guess it gives me +1 and stuff. Listing authority +1 in encyclopedia, so I guess I'll see how this helps. Okay. This. Okay, pissing the comments. Apparently, there was a pissing match between precincts 41 years, precinct 57 Kim's. Ask Kim about this after an initial inspection of the dead bodies. Okay, I gotta do that. Formidable. I still get a hold of a sad song. I want to like do my side quests, but I can't tell if they're side quests or not, or if I just can't even do them just yet. I thought they told me to go through here. He said to go through the door and make a right. Maybe it wasn't this door. Maybe it's this door? It doesn't light up. Oh, who the fuck is this? Sleeping dock worker. A man is sleeping on a table wearing a mud-caked boots and rolled down sleeve overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Who is this? Pick up the pills. Physical instrument. Challenging. Wake him up. Rook is talking to guard, crashing into his wheelchair. Crash into wheelchair? Why did I get a +1? This is the white check. You may retry it. It is a white check. I guess I just want to try it just because I'm curious.
There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Wake up. This is an order. I am the law. No words, just a primordial scream. Let's do this.
Why the yelling, man?
The 30-something man slowly lifts his head and gives you a pensive look.
Looks like a Sow descendant. A lot of Sow dock workers around.
You're alive. You looked out for the long count there. I just wanted to see what would happen if I yelled. I need you to answer some questions right now. Maybe tackle it with empathy first?
Wait, what? No, he was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
See anything interesting in your dreams? Then tell me about wild pines. Point to the writing on the overalls. What about the dead body in the yard? Yours? Point to the bottle and spilt rum. Alright, I'll let you sleep. Let me ask some questions. I guess the pine body? The wild
That's the
pines?
name of my employer. I work in logistics.
How's that going?
How's it going?
The talk worker lets out a big yawn and stares at the cafeteria terrace doors. Some fingerprints glisten on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
Of course, it's a total madhouse. I'm not sure what you mean. I've almost never been outside of this building. Let's say I'm not sure what you mean.
We're in the middle of a strike down at the harbour, trying to force some sense into the executive board of Wild Pines. For one, I could use some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work, right to sleep, I say.
Hell yeah. But when I could use some more shut-eye in the mornings, he rubs his eyes and sighs. Right to work, right to sleep, I say. See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Thank God. Was it a fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred like corpses to a mausoleum? Was it pure nothing, your consciousness no larger than a single grain of malt? Tell me, was it a bliss-free somethings? You're right, let's talk about something else. Let's do this one.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I agree, Red. The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles cover his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No malt grains or whatever, no poetry stuff, just quality time.
I respect it. I respect it. He's behind organizing the strike. What about the dead bodies in the yard? Let's talk about who's behind organizing the strike. I don't remember that being there.
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
Cool. You mean there's no leader? Alright, I guess that makes sense somehow. Let's ask if there's no leader.
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
Alright, okay, I'll keep that name in mind. What about the dead body?
Yeah, what about it?
You seem cool with it. You have many of these things hanging from the trees here. I'm just trying to find out what you know about it. I'll say you seem cool with it.
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
If someone has decided to die on the top of a tree, then how is it my concern? Someone has to look into it. Looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know. Well, a little point asking you about the body. Then I got other questions. Yeah,
I can tell you this: trouble's ahead.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
The trouble is already here. Or how else would you call a dead man hanging from a tree? What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook.
Why are you sleeping here while the others are striking?
They got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival. You should slay him.
What the fuck? I don't know about that. He always points to the bottle of spilt rum.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
He seems nice. Alright, I'll let you sleep.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Nice. This game's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it so far. It's very chill. A bottle of rum when knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid spilling out. Right. Let's talk to the lady.
Yes?
Oh, whoops. Thank you, Susan. I can't remember anything.
Hello, sweetie.
The elderly woman turns to you with a smile.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Who's Sweetie? Does that mean you like me? No, who's...
You're a handsome man,
Oops.
officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Aw.
But dear, you're not for me. I'm too old and too married besides.
Aw.
You
she
must
seems nice.
forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
That was wacky enough for the Motley Crew? What the fuck? What a weird thing to say. You seem to be in a chair. How'd you like to roll with me? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything. Are you okay? I'm very sorry I crashed into you earlier. I don't know what got into me. Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money? Oh my... let me apologize, I guess.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that?
Yeah, what was that? The cafeteria manager is a bad man, a man without honor or compassion. It was like my body had a will of its own. I was running, my torso turned, my hands made this lewd gesture. I'm sorry you had to witness it.
Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in. I'm just glad you weren't injured.
True. And to be in the chair, how'd you like to roll with me? Okay, that's good enough.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Gives you a small wave. She seems nice. I don't want to be a fucking weirdo. Now what do I do, though? Upstairs? It's like the only thing I can interact with. And, yeah, she seems really nice. This is where my neighbor lives.
The door is closed.
Here, let's try the door handle together.
This door can only be opened with a key or from the...
There, at least like if something weird happens, he's an accomplice.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
I used to actually do that. It was so gross. I used to pick up cigarettes from like the ground and shit and just smoke them. I was such a fucking freak, dude. The what now? Am I a smoker? Am I smoking?
Who knows what you are?
A
monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub.
Damn, dude.
Still smoldering deliciously.
Look at the filter. I can't smoke that.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
Look. I used to fucking eat gross ass shit all the time. I used to eat shit straight out of the fucking garbage can, no lie. But I am not that person anymore, so I can criticize all I want. Yes, I should do that. I should enthusiastically do that. I should not do that. I'll make it priority number 1. I'll think about it.
Good. Thinking
Is it
about
the same
yummy
thing? Yeah, but I don't
cigarettes
do
in
that
your
anymore.
mouth is the next best
There's a
thing.
freak, dude.
Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them
I
gives
smokes and smokes
massive
them?
bonuses.
What, really? That's cool. Ooh, perks. Damn, would you smoke cigarettes if they gave you skills, dude? Reva Shoal, zone of control, 0 Celsius and centigrade. There's something on the table. Ooh, some money. 40 cents. Hell yeah, money gained. Work of the job. Wanna come home with me? Yeah, that's where I get fucked up. Kim tries not to look at the broken down bathroom door. Here we will go to the store and buy a pack. We will run. Oh, really? Alright. See in a bit. Wanna look at the mirror with me?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression. Remember tab? I did do tab, but nothing in the main room. It's a bit okay. In the main room, there's like nothing to interact with. Heard about the band Ooh or Oh. Let's do it.
It belongs in the new,
Hell yeah.
the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Whoa, what the fuck, dude? This like did just drop the whole ass fucking thing. So we're living in this world. So it's basically the same world. Saw one thing earlier there. Oh really? Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it
right. No, I meant the cafeteria. If it doesn't rhyme, then you're not pronouncing it right. Guillaume le Million.
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why? I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it click click. Dazzling swirl disco music in an open air. I bought the knot somewhere in the Revachol West. The Guillaume blonde mane appeared on the screen. He's saying some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Does it have anything to do with the ostentatious orchestra? Anything else? Like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco,
yeah, there's some stuff
plus
here.
the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
I'm actually not a big fan of like trivia. I've never been a big fan of trivia. I feel like trivia like is too, it's like you have this like wide range of useless knowledge, and like, not that it's useless, obviously that's all subjective, but there's something about it that rubs me the wrong way. It feels so like schizophrenic, so sporadic. Trivia is fun. I mean, I know it's pretty fun. It's a fun little thing, but it just seems so weird. Like it's like feels like a condition of our time, like with all the massive information that we're exposed to. Adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
Do I need to add clicking sounds? What is
The
this?
click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
How long ago is
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. Not really. Oh, must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
You know the opposite sides of a die, you will always add up to 7. That's true. This is a D6.
The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
God, what an embarrassing. Oh my god. I used to live in a squat that looked exactly like this. It was so fucking trash and disgusting. It was so embarrassing to take people there. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard to breathe. You're looking at the destruction? I'm sorry for this. I did it my way. This is where the magic happens. This is where the anyways, this is where the magic happens. I'm sorry for this.
No problem, officer.
He takes a step toward the door. He'd like to leave. So good. Love it. I'm all
The
for
bed
it.
is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Okay. Well, time to leave, I guess. Still not quite sure where we're going. This game looks very appealing, like it's very pretty. Crazy. Good patrols and find new thought cabinet slots to forget old thoughts. Check the window. I did when I started. I forgot what it said, but I don't know where to go here. Maybe I should talk to the manager guy. Nothing else is highlighted. Oh, there you go. Now I can go outside. Sick. It wasn't highlighted earlier, I don't think. I must have missed it. Was it snow? Rue de Saint Ghislaine is lane 8B. There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag. Weird. What a weird option. Okay. The book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. I woke up.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of store is this anyways? Is it okay if I ask you some questions? Yeah, what kind of store is this actually?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
What is a book? Book? Further elaboration, please? What's a postcard? What's a board game? Don't be ridiculous. I know all these things. I'm gonna ask what's a book. I am the law. I am the law.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
Postcard.
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
Right.
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time.
Boring games.
There are several
Board
different
games.
ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Board games are games for very uninteresting people.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
Board games are for boring people with no personalities of their own. Board games are fun. Yeah, I would say that too. What is your name? What is this crime business? What is romance? Who are these famous people? What is your name?
My name is Annette, sir.
Oh,
My
yeah,
mum,
Annette.
her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window and then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Aww. I should have a word with their store owner, maybe. Such a trooper you are, already learning the value of hard work. Pat the head. I could help by brutally dismantling the free market. Aw, shit. What is this thing you called romance? What is love? Let's do this one, dismantling the free market. I want to see what she says.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to help Mum out with the store.
She doesn't seem to understand what you said. Thank you. Didn't you be at school or something? What is this crime business? What is romance? Eric, should I ask that question? Oh, let's start from the beginning.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this? School's stupid. You're lucky not to be there. What is school anyways? Isn't school more important?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
Huh, how's your business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Looks like we're a soldier. Cursed in what way? Okay, yeah, things going well. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
I had to go to sleep early today. I don't know how much longer I'll last. Hour, maybe 2. Imagine if attendance was compulsory. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I'm curious. Cursed in what way? That makes them say no business has ever really thrived here. Sure. Oh, they all go. She's looking at for the right word. That's bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real. That sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
Yes. Please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses? How does this curse manifest itself? Circuit Chen, enough about the curse for now.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations. Fine, I'll show you. Yeah, plasmic
No such thing.
Are you telling me that ghosts aren't real? Shut up, nerd. I like the lieutenant's voice. Yeah, it's a good voice.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
The girl looks back and forth between you two. Anything else? What do you do? What do you know about the failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
Alright, so
maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. Wait, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. Why would anyone want to read about crime? Okay, I get it. Crime, murder gets the people going. Yeah, what is crime? Doesn't know what to say. It's that bad? Points to your head. Point to your head.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
Why would anyone want to read crime? Okay, I get it. Crime, murder gets people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Examines you as if to find something policeman like. Oh, well, what does a cop look like? Yeah.
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
What? He points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. I used to be exactly like that Mullen guy. Then I decided to live a little. Then I decided to be cool. You know, nobody actually looks like that in the picture. That's just a stupid fantasy of a man. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your point to your head. Wow, look at the guy. I'll never be as good as Mullen. Wow, he sure is cool. I actually had some other questions. I'll put this one point at your head.
Head? Yes.
No, your resilience.
Resilience.
Not head, child. Heads.
Heads. Flexibility. There are millions of different people out there, and you have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be a killer to catch a killer. Jesus Christ. Grit. A total disregard for personal safety. You gotta take the pain. This Mullen guy looks like he'd run to his mom. Ain't got no balls. Okay, I guess I'll do the first one. I guess. Be a killer to catch a killer. Kind of fucked up. This one's kind of fucked up too. There's like no good answer here. Oh. Guess the no balls. Oh, I just hate saying that to people. I'd rather people think I'm a killer than think I'm... That fucked up. I'd rather people think I'm a killer than be like a aggressive person. I don't know.
That's a bit childish.
Damn. Looks at the cover, illustrating frowns. A dick with no balls. Bam. Mullen's no real deal. He got nothing on me. No, it's too much. I don't want to say that to a little girl. Yeah.
Psst. You forgot the subterfuge. You're saying this out loud.
Oh my god, shut up.
Say what, sir?
What? I'm talking out loud to myself? Nothing, forget it. Dick Mullen sucks is what I meant. God. Never you mind. Either way, I'm not impressed by this Mullen guy.
You don't have to be, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
Yeah. Jeez,
maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the book.
Okay, I'm going to do something now. Afraid of the curse. Ooh, let's try it. Try it. Come on, come on, come on.
You failed to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
I'm a detective. I deduce that you are a girl. I'm a detective. I deduce that you are very small. Actually, I'm sorry. I can't deduce anything.
It's okay, sir.
Okay, well. No, my morale.
Despair creeps into you.
Oh my god.
Getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eaten them all up now.
Jesus.
You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
You failed, Rosa. I know. I'm seriously running out of shits to give. Let corpses hang on the street. I'm quitting. Fuck you. I've wasted my life protecting humans. They don't deserve it. I'm done. No one even likes cops. I wish I was fucking dead. Fuck you. Just tell child that. Oh, she's running out of shit to give. Oh god. All of these are bad. I'm done. No one likes cops.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
He says to the sad hassle. Did I lose? Only one morale hit point? Yeah, what the fuck? Isn't this like D&D game session? It is. This is very D&D like. Wait, am I
Nothing
dead?
you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, I never loved that woman. When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. It's because the Furrows lost that match, said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while. Satellite officer Jean Vermeer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Matt Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all.
What? Is it because I put 1 point into my empathy? I have like 1 point in my empathy. You know what I mean? But I can't win I can't lose a debate or else I fucking die.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
2 hours?
An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical.
Not
You have
enough
truly
disco.
wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about
Yeah,
rum
damn.
and lemonade yet.
I've been secretly thinking about it all this time. Actually, should I be thinking about this? The drinking hasn't turned out too well for me. Now you mentioned I do need a rum lemonade. Oh, that sounds good, rum lemonade. I'd love the garter to serve me up a beverage.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
Oh, lick the stain off the counter. Lick it, but only a little. Can't lose a debate. Yeah, I lose a debate and I fucking fall apart. This is why Seth doesn't do debates. Yeah, I lose one argument and I spiral out of control. Lick it. I don't know. I want to lick old, pasty rum, dried out rum from a table. Lick it, but only a little. Don't look.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
Oh my god. Mr. Drunk.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this...
It's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing. It is but an imitation.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this?
Just imagine a shaker first.
Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
I want a fucking drink, asshole. You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic. I need my fix. Excuse me, sir, I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcohol operative detective. If you want me to clean up the dead body and solve the case, you need to insert alcohol directly into my mouth. Fine, then I had something else I needed. Should I ask him for a drink? This is hard. See, like, I wouldn't normally... See, if it were me, I wouldn't be in these situations. So that's why I'm, like, tempted to just act like a freak. Alright, let's just be like, give me a drink. I'm
well,
sorry.
in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple?
Oh, God, this sounds so good. God, I want to get drunk right now, dude. Let's do it. Let's get fucked up. You do not want to taunt me. Not when it comes to marinellas. Pineapple, please.
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
Something here at the Whirly Gate I need to talk to you about?
What thing?
Close his eyes. I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for union. Guard, I saw a sign that said I couldn't go into the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen? There's something I saw. Yeah, what?
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings.
Oh, wow.
Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on
Did we check
time.
the mind app or whatever? I don't think so. I'll do that right now, though.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Find out who the loud faction is. Occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. He just...
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
Last time I said I couldn't go in the
What
kitchen.
are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
Maybe I am a cook. I have a search warrant, but there may be something pertinent to the investigation in the kitchen.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with...
Changes his mind.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
Oh, fuck, dude. It's probably 9:56, dude. What the fuck? I saw a sign that said that the mess hall is serving. There's something else I want to ask you.
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Thing-based questionnaire? Anything interesting? What is that? I don't even know what whirling or thing or what. I don't know what this means at all. About the money I owe you. I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Oh, I don't need to. Oops. I already asked you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Your body is ready, sire. So about that money I owe you.
Yes. Have you got it?
How do I owe you again? How much I owe you again? Actually, let's talk about something else. How much I owe
For the
you?
room, 60 real.
Okay, so
Like what?
like buy. Okay. Because I have to wait till later before I can come here. I think I missed out on all the conversations I had with everybody.
Hello, sweetie.
We just speed through this.
Sweetie.
Does that mean you like
For a
her?
hands, but dear, you must for I'm leaving.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in.
Yeah, that's
Of
what
course,
I said, I think. I'm very tired. I need to sleep for now. Okay, I'll catch you later, Red. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. Have a good night. Good thing to sleep. We'll see you maybe tomorrow? Probably not, though. Hopefully we'll see you soon. And the snow melts in the wheelbarrow. The street sign says fuck the police. Cool. Dang, odd. Pigs go home. The street name is illegible.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound surprised. I have some questions for you. You sound
We
surprised.
don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I have some questions
Of
for
course. What can I help you with?
you. Right. Super sleepy. You gonna go to bed too, LaCroix? We need directions. What is this fuck the police business? Yeah, let's see what this
Excuse
says.
me?
This street sign says fuck the police. Point to it.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there.
Huh.
I'm just sitting here.
What about the other sign? Pigs go home. Who are those? It's alright. I didn't mean to startle you.
Okay.
He relaxes her shoulders. Who are you exactly?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Well, what are you doing here? Good to meet you. Just a gardener? Another question. What are you doing
I'm working.
here? Working on
I
what?
have a greenhouse in the yard there.
Gestures over to her
I've been
shoulder.
trying to get some work done.
But
Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
goddamn.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
We need
Thanks.
directions.
Since the street sign's messed up?
He nods.
Okay. What do you need?
The corpse. Where is it exactly?
It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence.
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm a bit disoriented. This you have a shawl, right?
Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
Looks around.
This
thinking about-
intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
The lieutenant seems uncomfortable with the level of disorientation you are displaying. What is up north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment
Just
buildings,
listening to that past
some
this
more
gets interesting.
tenements.
It's pretty interesting.
Not a lot, really.
I'm sorry I'm so slow. I'm taking this so slowly. I'm just gathering info.
The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics.
Drugs.
A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
Just near the side of the
Just
canal.
coast. There's a little fishing village there and a fish market, but that got closed down ages ago.
Rows of stalls under a broad roof where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old church.
Is this like trauma or something? Rows of stalls under a broad roof where silvery fish were heaped on newspaper. Water everywhere, pouring from the heavens, the shadows of the old church. What kind of fish market is this? Shake it off. You seem to be under some kind of cold spell.
Anything else?
West.
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Thanks for...
No problem.
Right.
Of course.
I'd see you. Bye. Go talk to the book girl real quick before I head over to the body. Oh, here's the vehicle. Oh, this is the police vehicle, right?
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage.
Open the door. Let's leave for a minute. I don't want to accidentally trigger anything. Investigate everything. I have to be careful with the book girl and fucking murder me with words.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
There's SC. I don't want to interact with this. I don't know what any of it means. We'll talk to the girl real quick. I'll have to humble myself. Did you finish your cheesecake? No, I have one more bite, I think. Maybe two. I can maybe squeeze it into 2 bites. Let's talk to her and I'll be more humble about the
Hello, sir.
fictional characters.
Step right in. The store is open.
Hi.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is this anyways? What if... It's okay, I have some questions for you.
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any question. My name is Annette, sir. Feel free to step in and browse our
Are you standing out
wares.
here in the cold because...
I'm signaling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by...
Aren't you
I
at
do my
school?
studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
You're lucky not to be there.
Mum says it's necessary to do
save.
both
I just
because it
quick
builds
saved right now,
character.
actually.
Mum says a proper worker is dutiful.
outside.
That's how you get... Mum says it's peachy.
Okay, my
She was a
first
little
boss
afraid
battle,
at
dude.
first. There's talk about this house being cursed in the way that makes them say
Ass
that...
up.
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
He blushes. I don't think curses are real. This sounds rather serious. I should probably look into it.
We can go into the bookstore.
Yes. Please
What
do
do you know
also
about
look
the
at our
other
wares
failed
inside.
businesses?
The postcards and board... Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar.
It does not manifest itself in any way.
Okay, fine.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
Who are these famous
Oh,
people?
kings and queens and generals of old, or artists. I think that's why people...
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
People who read these books and actually skips. I don't think I got this dialogue. Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, artists and writers, from musicians to kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. She scratches her head, vetted cheek, her cold reddited cheek, then continues. I think that's why people read them, to find out secrets of their fame. Reading those doesn't make the readers more famous, does it? Right, I had a different question.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
He smiles gleefully. Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me one day. Fame is so for vain people. I have better things to do. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Alright, cool. She snaps to her feet. What is this
Crime
business?
fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Okay, why would people want to read
It's
crime?
exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman,
You
by the
don't
way.
look much like a policeman.
Okay, then maybe I'm not a policeman, or stop being one. Just fall apart immediately. How does a cop look
Didn't
like
mean
that?
to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Oh man, this is the part where she kills me. It's not your body that's important. Police work anyway. It's your point. It's your head. That's what I said last time.
Yes.
No, your resilience.
Oh god.
Not head, child. Heads.
There are millions of people out there. You have to get into their head sometimes. God, these are both awful. To the moment I talk about, I look at the imagery of a dashing young man, and my psyche falls apart, dude. I guess this one.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Policemen live and breathe danger. Little girl Mullen obviously lacks the chameleonic skill.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir.
You spared me.
Like in the books.
But it's romance.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
Response is perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man.
Claire.
It's about man and lady business, sir.
What are you guys doing actually? It's so late. For me, at least. I don't know about you guys. What about a poor man getting a rich lady? What about both? I didn't receive any messages, right? I stream. Paprika. Damn, Paprika to the political compass, dude. We're all... Look at all of us fucking commies. Bunch of commies in this freaking Discord, dude. Trixie's so funny. Trixie and you, Red, are like are more farther right than all of us. Fuck these tests, Zach. Yeah, we're all in the same. I'm like slightly more left than you guys, but it's like non-existence. Amino always reminds me of one good sketch. What is that? Okay, sorry, poor man lady getting a rich man. It's about a man and a lady business for sure. It's about man and lady business for sure. What about poor man getting a rich lady? What about when both of the men are bad? What about when everyone is poor? What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work? Okay, let me ask what everyone's poor.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Oh my god. Damn. Sometimes you have to write about real life things. Yeah, poor people are boring. Yeah, true. Poor people fucking suck, dude. I don't find life exciting unless I'm fucking rich people. Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady? When was the studio Jolma Hubi? Who wouldn't know it? I have no idea what that is. Let me look it up. Oh, I'm sorry that the world doesn't know about your Finnish culture. Bullshit. See. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't even know if I'm looking at the right thing. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. They're lost sniper. I don't know what the fuck this is. And I guarantee you that a lot of people don't know what this is. So, more like you're fucking lost. Maybe you shouldn't be such a fucking loser. What about the book where the man and the lady? Okay, it's enough romance for me. I had to. Let me ask about a rich man. This is like more gender related.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process.
There's one within the
or
subtitles?
should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. I'm just so curious what kind of revolution this was. I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Oh, but they're bad.
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well? Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
I read a book where a man and a lady business work out.
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, you think that she has about an excruciatingly painful breakup? You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
He pauses, trying to figure out an appropriate answer. No, I think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and reclamation, only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Sometimes they break up for a little while.
All
Maybe
right,
some about other books.
Okay, I'm going to do something now. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, afraid of the curse. Should I try again? What if she murders me, dude? If I fuck up, I literally die. I literally die if I fuck up. Hold on. Can I try this again? Let me save. Can I save? How do I save? Quick save. Okay, there we go. Alright, I challenge
again,
you.
Sir.
You failed to deduce anything substantial.
40%? How am I failing 42%?
She waits intently.
I'm a detective. I deduce that you are a girl. I'm a detective. I deduce that you are very small.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction.
She rolls her eyes at me. Okay, well, at least I didn't die. Should I try again? How hard could it be to... I've never seen anyone die so much in this game, honestly. Honestly, though. It's because I have no health. I have no morale. My psyche is, like, fragile.
Hello again, sir.
Come on.
You failed to
How am I failing? How am I failing 42%, dude? I should have COVID at this point. I just have to know. I didn't know you could die. Yeah, well, this is my first boss battle, dude.
Hello again, sir.
You failed
Is it like... I'm always rolling a 4. I think it's like literally... I think you can't save scum this. I don't think it's random. I think it's like already set.
Hello again, sir.
The girl
Oh,
keeps
fuck
her
yeah.
hands folded,
It's not.
hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded? Conversation. You say that, and then you have a conversation with someone, they break your psyche, and you fall into deep depression. Who wins then, huh? Yeah, that's right. Think about it. The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden away. Hey, why do you keep your hands
What
folded?
do you mean, sir?
He looks wary. You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help. You can show me. You can show them to me. Actually, I'd rather not deduce anything. Every time I deduce, people get hurt. This is hard. Oh, I want to be understanding, but I also really want to know what's in her hands. Maybe there's nothing. Yeah, just be understanding.
No, you're right.
Oh.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
Oh my god, you bite your nails?
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
She shoots you a suspicious glance. Yes, there are a few other things. It's super simple for detectives such as myself. Points a nose at the sky.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed. Want more? But I bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind. You think so? Fine, do better to do something about me. Oh, am I eating my nails at the moment? I never bite my nails. I never bite my nails. It's not for me. I don't like the feeling. But my nails are fucking falling apart because of all the chemicals I handle every day. I kind of want her to deduce me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not? Yeah, about that. Maybe you could point me towards some booze. And I'm having a grand time. I'm also sad and my head hurts. Yeah, and I'm having a great time being sober.
I sure hope you are, sir.
I love being sober. It's my favorite thing.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze.
Boy,
She
I love being
smiles at
sober.
you. There's something you're missing.
Oh, wait, what was that? What was that?
Hi, Ace Detective.
What are you
you
missing
here for more books?
Why does this feel familiar? 8%? There's no way, dude. Unless I had to save scum like for an hour straight or something with my luck. There's no way. I want to though. God, I want to fucking do it though. Fucking this so
Hi,
bad.
Ace Detective.
You have absolutely.
Oh fuck! I thought I said I got it. I was just hyperpogger. Dude, this is my shiny hunting, dude. Motherfucker shiny hunt like this, and I'm over here. No, please, I have to. I'm sorry. Let me just try a couple times. Let me just try a couple times. Hold on.
You have absolutely.
Oh, just one more time. I might get it. You never know. This is my shiny hunting bullshit. I'm catching rare Pokemon right now.
Hi, Ace Detective.
You have absolutely.
But come on, just one. How hard could it be? I mean, how hard could it be 8%? 8% is not that low, right?
Hi, Ace Detective.
You have absolutely.
Okay, I'll stop. Hold on, wait, let me load though. Let me load. Okay. Cool. It's cool. I don't care. It's cool. I'm fine. We gotta die. Yeah, okay, let's go. Here we go. This book is about pate. This book, you don't really understand what it's about, but it does not seem important. A book about boy Darrow culture who wants freedom and roaming upstream. A book about the future. They don't even read your mind using radio technology. Okay, well, let's go inside. Earn money, equip a plastic bag, collect bottles and sell them for free. Oh, nice. Okay, I can use the bottles to sell shit. Are you the bitch of a mom? I'm just kidding.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
The clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later. I should definitely not open with this. You're the owner of the store, right?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your voice is high-pitched as if to give it more penetration. What if I want to buy a book? The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed. Your daughter is the one standing outside the storefront, right? I should say no. I don't want to get the girl in trouble for saying this. I also don't want to. I don't want to point out the girl at all because I don't want to get her in trouble in any way. What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
Go. She pulls the pen, then waves her bony fingers directly at you. All right, I'll take a look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Let's stop. I don't want to. Let's see what's in here first before we do anything.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Doorkeep, what board games do you have here? Look through the pile of whatever the fuck. Yeah, let's just fucking look.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tale Books in a Board Game section. Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye. Maybe I'm not into this stuff.
A towering mountain of colorful board game boxes and Wirral codices.
Okay, let's leave. Books? What are these, magazines?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
Muscle Man books? Leave the book of this. Look to the display of books.
Rows and rows of Heimdall men
God, I hate
blur your vision.
Too, dude. I'm the worst.
You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall. Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
What the fuck? What is Heimdall? Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall and the false god. Man from Heimdall and the scorched earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall and the swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the snow crabs.
Oh God, I hate fiction, dude, sometimes.
Those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
Enough.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Heimdall novels.
This is your white check. Okay, hold on. A quick save real quick just in case. I don't want to get murdered by books.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring a twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
The twinge at the back of your head starts make you flinch. Your eyes starts twitching. Ow, what is this?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains.
What are you up to?
Kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man.
Oh my God. That's not bad, 28. That's not the worst. All I hear is I enter and you don't want to be murdered by books. And this game is weird. I have morale, and if my morale drops to 0, I fall apart and then fall into deep depression. A hand reaches towards a book with glossy cover art of a very muscular man from Helmdar in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. The woman sits on the throne, leering at the man.
Between the throne and the Helmdar man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Helmdar and the Devil Woman.
Aren't all women devil women? Keep, this book is misogynistic. How can you peddle this such filth? Yeah, I'm good.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Helmdar novels.
Keep telling me locked. Oh, I have to be level 9? Wanna buy Man from Helmdar and Devil Woman? Yeah, I'm good. You can miss me with all these books, these are nerd books. Just finished up breakfast and getting ready to go and work on a drawing while I watch some Hunter x Hunter anime. Nice. Oh yeah, that sounds nice. Get to time yourself, get to relax. I've not watched an anime in forever. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. A book collection of national recipes of Arda. They are all about lake trout. Do they have actually good books here, or what is this?
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen.
I can barely hear you over the music and dialogue. Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. It's because I'm far away from my mic. Let me lower the volume on the game itself. Thank you for pointing that out. These shelves are overburdened with the books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. Yeah, I'm talking pretty quietly too. How about that? Is that a little better? Maybe. About the same from what I can see. There, how about now? That's a little clearer, right? I have to put the mic like right in front of my mouth. With books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. Storekeeper, what's all this crime fiction? Look through the display of books. Sure.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
Jesus.
These books greatly overstate the excitement
that's
of
better.
police
That's
work,
good. Hell yeah.
glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on
hear you.
leads
That's
and
good.
eliminate dead ends.
Right.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
How are you guys listening to the stream? Are you listening to the stream with headphones? Are you on your phone? Are you on desktop?
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Who's telling me this? Am I telling this to myself? No, I'm
Shelves
good.
filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the...
I don't like any of this stuff, honestly. Each attempt could be considered an independent event. I just use the cumulative geometric distribution to calculate how many events it would take for there to be a 1 success with a probability of 1. Okay. What do you mean at most? I only have mobile access to data. Okay. I see. So you're on your phone? You don't have... Wait, what was that? About fascists? Oh, fuck, I did not see what it said. A quaint picture, book, brochure, very colorful.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names.
I like biographies. Yeah, let's see, I like biographies. I don't like biographies of famous people. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care. Store keep anything of note in this shelf. Let's leave. What else does she have?
Several maps
Ooh, map
have been
wall.
attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the
I'm
alcove.
on mobile. I usually use
They're
headphones
held
or
up by
earbuds.
small
Okay.
pins.
And are you using
The board
headphones,
has come
Wolfos?
loose from one corner.
I'm also talking over conversation, so I know it's a pain, but do you have headphones, Wolfos? Or are you just like listening to... Or are you just listening to it off the phone? Several maps have been attached to the bulletin hidden inside the alcove. There are also small pins in the board that came to this
The
corner.
maps look old and faded.
No,
Your
just
eye
speakers,
catches
yeah,
a map
okay.
of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
All right, neat. I usually, if I with headphones, you can get a much more dynamic, and you could just hear the stream better, in my opinion. But I understand you know, I get it. Like, headphones aren't that comfortable, so I go in and out of both headphones and just desktop. The maps look old faded. Your eye catches a map of Insolent, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. Look at the map of Insolent.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
Here's a map of the actual locations. So Martinez, where is that? Seoul, this is where that guy's from. Where our partner's from. Archipelagos? It looks a lot like South Korea, honestly. I use headphones unless I have to. Lol, my friend Chaos taught me. Unless I had to. My friend Chaos taught me that it's a bad idea for Twitch streams, especially when it gets loud quickly. I try to cap out my audio, so I have like limits on my audio so they can't reach a certain decibel. But if you don't balance out your audio properly, like you have some things too quiet, in order for people to hear you, you have to they have to raise the volume, right? But if your audio is not balanced properly, then the one thing if one thing's quiet and something else is not quiet, like even just medium, it's gonna come out loud. So you have to be careful. Usually when I play a game, I make the game slightly quieter than my voice, and I'm always keeping an eye on it, but because I'm reading, I'm looking in this direction, not really looking at you guys. That's definitely Korea, right? I know. It looks exactly like Korea. Plus, like the Seoul, you know, like it's too similar. I just use headphones all the time because I feel like I'll be disturbing everyone in my house with the watching and listening to. If I need you to focus on the watching and listening to. Oh, I feel you. Yeah, I think that's a good thing too. I feel like I talk louder than anything that pops up here, to be honest. I can be pretty loud at talking. I feel right now I'm talking pretty quietly, but I could be pretty loud. I could actually just raise the volume of my voice a bit because I feel like I'm not being loud enough. I just hope that I don't accidentally I should change my limiter, make it hit sooner. Get right. Right there. Sorry. Okay, cool. Sorry. Getting chatting and distracted easily. This is just how my streams are, Wolfos. I don't ignore my chat. My chat's more important to me than the game. I would never be one. Yeah, sound good. That's good. I would never be one. In this case, the probability to have at least one success in tries would be 1 to 92nd, unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't think I understand. I don't understand logic. Or not logic. What were you guys talking about? Probability? Talking about the grabbing food message? Oh, no, that's because I went to go do that earlier. I was just showing you guys this. I wanted to show you guys this. I showed you guys my desktop. Okay, so what were we reading earlier? What was this? A look at the map of Insulind. Where's Insulind? That's what I want to know. Oh, okay, so here's Insulind. So where are we again? The archipelagos are a real thing too, and it can't be free state of Samin. I forget where we're from. Do you guys remember actually? I don't remember at all. Yeah, it's never one with the geometric distribution. Then I do that. I'll go for 0.99 because that's close enough. Revachol? Alright, thank you. Okay, so there's Revachol. So Revachol is part of Insolent. Okay. And so he said he's from Seoul, which is from the west, southern hemisphere in-game winter. Oh, so this is the hemisphere. Okay, I see. And we're in winter. We're in winter, right? So, okay. Winter in the summer winter in the southern hemisphere. Okay. Cold wind and water from the pole. I'm probably gonna have to save this because this might come in handy. Let's see. The largest in the northeast is Lekao. You are here. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. All right. So Insolent is, I think, the nation, or not the nation. The what is the term? What is the term again? Is it nation? Wait, is that the right term? Ah, fuck, dude. And then the state is Kalu. Is it the state? Kalu, and then Ravachol's the city? Am I getting this correctly? I hope so. The largest in the northeast is Lechon. Look how you're here. Another far away in the southeast. Semines Islands. Okay. What else?
Laurentide, Fas Alamir, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. All just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white.
Disintegrating into mathematics.
Integrating into mathematics. Huh. So they just like made the other places smaller just to fit them in the map?
In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Radiating outward from you, a suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible. Squint first. Can you see cities on the islands? Look at the edges. Let's look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
Isolas? The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths. What is an azimuth? Oops. Azimuth, the direction of a celestial object from the observer, expresses the angular distance from the north or south point. Use math a lot in the chat. You guys can talk about math. I like math. I just don't know probability. 28 tries only 0.903. 8 tries is 0.99011. The direction of a celestial object from the observer expressed as the angular distance from the north or south point in the horizon to the point in which the vertical circle passes through the object intersects. Oh, okay. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mundi is the north azimuth. Mundi? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's the northern azimuth? Why use the term azimuth? Wait, no, you're right, bullshit. I used the wrong version of the distribution. They're just having their little conversation. Why would they use the term azimuth? The horizontal angle of the direction of a compass bearing. Azimuth is an angular measurement. Why use the term azimuth? Is it because like it's skewed or warped? You know what I mean? There's two versions. It's like it's warped on, it's distorted on the map, basically, pointing into a pale nothingness. Mundi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. I guess that's probably what it is. I'm overthinking it. The grad is here. It's like basically the map, and all of these whatever Eolas, these islands, are like warped into dots to fit on the map.
Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods. But looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
How weird. They're thinking to think of islands like it's out of reach celestial bodies.
Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust.
Look at the map of Insulunde. Look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction.
La Delta, where the fuck is that? That's somewhere around here. So this place is covered in rivers and bridges. La Delta has a great artificial heart in the center, seeming with life forms and construction. Doesn't matter anymore, but it would take probably around 111 save scums, 8% chance to succeed. I appreciate you doing the math for how long it would have taken me to catch my shiny decision.
To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
Revachol East? La Jardin? La Jardin in Spanish means like the pitcher, like a water pitcher. Stella Maris. Where's this at? Oh, it's not even on the map. This must be like some sort of small towns or something. Followed up into the mega city. Oh yeah. So it's like the Revachol is the city, and La Jardin and Stella Maris, the suburbs of Saint Baptiste, are all like small zones probably. Just a high estimate. Chances that you get long before that. That's what I was thinking too, but I guess you never know. Depends on luck. They sound rich to you, this Revachol East and West Rivers?
Hold on. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
Okay. Look at the map of La Martinique.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
Where is La Martinique? I don't even know where that is. It's not really a map, it's a tourist thing. A picture or postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date on the upper right corner says 48. Expected by La Martinique.
Still, it's detailed.
Bookkeeper, can I buy these
pretty
maps?
Useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinaise is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
Shit.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinaise is 90 cents, though.
Map of Martinique is 90 cents. Why is the one in Martinique so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
I see. And they also renovate the horse statue to set up the coin-operated viewers and design a new street map.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinaise up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Steal it. Oh my god, steal it? Damn, I fucking steal the shit out of this. 28%? Calculate this, you fucking nerds. I'm just kidding. Okay, let me use a quick save real quick. And I'm gonna try and steal it. I'm a freak.
Several maps have been... The maps look old and faded. You peek at the storekeep, waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it.
Hell yeah, don't tell anybody.
You're now the proud owner of a map of mine.
Fucking kill you. You tell anybody. Alright, anyways, what else is here?
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Ooh, paranatural, paranormal. Look at the shelf.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Wholeness, unity, and balance, huh?
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Huh. How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Huh. I wonder if those die events influence on the ending, because that'd be awful to get them all judging it's a choice game. I mean, I don't think it's possible for me to get them all unless I sit here and like fucking save scum, so I don't know.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note.
Huh, interesting. I wonder if like what they're talking about here as traditional medicine, this might be like, this is actually kind of real, where like the working class relies on like meditation, for example, to help them work through their pathologies or like their mental health problems in order to function within society. And so like, is that what they're getting at here, or is this something else?
When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does this book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is definitely talking more about like using herbal medicines and shit, and not just like things from pharmaceuticals.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply.
Nothing worth buying. I guess like how to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic is interesting. What are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
That wisdom is not for free.
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no.
The fuck? Alright, well. Another boring book, just discarded here. Alright, let's leave. Oh, what's this? I guess I don't... Did I look here?
Shelves full of biographies of...
Alright, I did look here. I don't care about biographies. I'm sorry. Let's leave. This was a waste of my goddamn time, except for the thing I stole.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains? Examine the strange cage-like trinket. Pull open the curtains. Ignore the... What's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Well, what a weird thing to say.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you.
Urging you to
buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
I think that like I have my key trait that I picked at the beginning was conceptualization, which gives me insight. on certain things. I'm just insightful. That's all. It's like my ability, my special ability. And I don't know how this works exactly. I don't know if it procs randomly, but I don't know. I guess like it just procs and gives me like insight on what's happening in the situation randomly. I don't know how that works though. But the game also has a probability mechanic where like I can roll the die to like steal something or to like deduce something. It's like D&D. I don't know if you ever played D&D, Penitence. Only enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
The fuck? What kind of shit?
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
I think Encyclopedia was the one that I picked. I don't know what conceptualization is. And who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminide Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
I just leave it. I don't want to be on her bad side. Alright, well, I'm out of here later. Let's go see that dead body, shall we, that I've been avoiding this whole time. Oh, I was gonna say, what the fuck is this? Oh wait, what? Is this it? You picked conceptualization. What's the conceptualization? I thought it was encyclopedia.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, assenting the beats as he goes.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
Finishes and turns to you. What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
That the encyclopedia trivia was for nerds or something along those lines. No, trivia. I was talking about trivia being for nerds, but maybe it was maybe you're right. Maybe it was conceptualization. I thought encyclopedia was the one I got, but I don't remember. I think I could check right here though, so we can do that. Let's do it right now. Oh, you're right. It was conceptualization. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Encyclopedia was the one I didn't like. I think it was Rhetoric. Which one was the one I wanted? There was one of these. I was like, oh, this is pretty good. Oh, this is... I think it was Rhetoric. Rhetoric was the one I thought might have been good. But it's cool. Find out who is in the Union box? Carter has told you some unruly Union men gather in the mess hall in the whirling kick. Okay. Booze. Okay, I need booze. Hello. Hi, Ivysaur. How are you? That's a great name, by the way. Love the name Ivysaur. Ivysaur is a sick Pokemon. Great color scheme. I love your name. Oh, thank you. That's Sephiroth. It's a jam, my man. He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture. What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck.
Have you played this game? Traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, all-around clusterfuck. Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, you like this? It seems pretty good so far, actually. I'm really enjoying it. You know, we're stuck here in the long haul limbo for days upon days upon days. He glances south, down the road, upon days. Limbo, huh? So that's where I am. So who is he exactly? I mean, I guess he must have something to do. Oh, I guess because of the traffic jam. Oh, I see. This is a traffic jam because of the strike and the scabs that are agitating outside of it. The scab are people who are like, who try to capitalize on like the workers striking and try to go through the picket line and try to get jobs at the place. Because typically when workers strike, they participate in like slowdowns or walkouts, and they shut down the production in order to have their needs met. And people who look for jobs are considered scabs, there because instead of supporting the workers, they're betraying them. They're betraying their fellow people for like a shot at work. Gonna be another game for the with an emo. The game for the paw, yeah, the Pepe laugh one. The game for the paw. Yeah, that's not true. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully I finish it. I really like it so far. But there are a lot of games I like that I never finish. You know, we're stuck here in a long haul limbo days upon days. Limbo, huh? So that's where I am. So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Rapper like I was born here and about this. Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it. I don't quite understand what you just said. Could you say it again, only a little less plotting? I kind of wanted to be more direct, but basically he's saying he's been here for a long time, okay?
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
A whole week? Damn. He snickers.
So tell me, what do you need?
Can't have that sweet chocolate. Care to spare some change for a working stiff? Tell me about this strike. Know anything about the dead man? The one hanging behind the hostel there? Points at the yard. What are you hauling anyways? I'm good. Yeah, let's talk about dead
He ain't
man.
one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise,
I did
haven't
not.
really asked about that. Been wasting time right here.
You know, let's look
Keep 'em
right
busy.
now, because I don't know what happened to it. Plus, I have like, oh my god, I have 3 slots. I have 3 slots, so if you guys have any emotes you want me to add, let me know. Why isn't it there? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's not here. Okay, let's add it. Maybe the person who put it erased it, because it's not there. There you go. Maybe the one I had got erased. Did I put the cowboy hat one? What do you think's a good giggle? This one with the glasses. The dank one. Oh, this one's good. Oh my god, this one's so good. I have to add this one. That one's so good. That one's good. Oh my god, it's a combination of the other one too. Holy shit, dude. This one's too good. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna add that one and I'll add another one. I don't know which one. Oh, this one's funny. Oh no, it's rude. It's kind of funny. It's not as good though. Oh, this one. What about people gigglers? What about this one with like multiple ones? I add this one. Alright. Comfy. I like the comfy emo. I want my own comfy emo. I think that'd be so cute. I think it was erased because actually they give me 2 emotes per month and I'm down 1. So it could have probably, the person who made it probably erased it. Either one seems good. Yeah, I think the people gigglers is pretty good. You're not laughing by yourself. Alright, cool. He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here, keeping busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Busy with what? Busy
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Ask for his conclusion.
What's your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Care to express some change? Should I ask for some change? I feel like that's fucked up. Or do you think he'll give it to me? What do you think? Because I do need money. I need hella money, dude. I just started too, by the way, Ivysaur. This is like my first day and I'm not very far, so you could probably already tell. I've just been talking to people. You hauling? Then more
It's
about
like
the strike.
Whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands.
What's in union demands?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company. I forget what exactly. Good on them, I
them,
guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
Demands. What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
Makes ka-ching
He
sound.
doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Anything else I need to know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of you.
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
Glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Electric chemistry is so funny. Here, just okay. I'll ask for some change.
Huh?
Oh.
No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
They who?
The bosses, man.
Makes sense. First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them. You're broke. Got it. What else? Yeah, let me do
Yeah,
this.
it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself.
What are you hauling anyways?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
What the fuck?
Relax. He's merely joking.
You're under arrest. Wicked. Wicked. I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Okay, what are you actually hauling? Yeah, that'd be cool.
No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing.
Nice.
They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
So nothing illegal then? That's your machine behind you? Could I get one of those Vons tracksuits you're hauling? Ooh, that would be sick. Yeah, let's
We're
ask.
pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise.
The bosses
won't be happy.
What's your machine? What's the machine behind you? Yeah, let's ask that.
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Maybe.
A motor lorry, also called a
cop,
camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
I feel like if I was behaving like a fucking cop, like going crazy and shit and being aggressive, I might get what I need quicker, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe the game will assign consequences if I act crazy. Is that a fallen A6 you got there? Yeah, let's say that.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Nothing illegal. Let's just do
Not
it.
unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Right.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
I'm good for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Gives you salute 2 fingers. Right. Peace out, homie. Let's see. This. Goods from the lorry haphazardly littered around. Okay. But you know what? I should probably get my badge, right? I said that he told me to go to the car and like get a report that my badge is missing. Let's do that real quick. Maybe seems like a good night. Yeah, it seems real
Inside,
nice.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a
Pick up the
pull-out
radio?
toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
At the fuel. Okay, let's pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something.
Okay.
The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Batch, come in Delta 10. This is Firewalker copy. Hi Alice, this is the officer for the 31st Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you connect me to 41st Precinct? I have something I need to report. I need to connect to the civilian Sylvie. Okay, let's do this real quick.
Of course. What is your number, officer?
Didn't Carter give you Sylvie's number? Actually, let's not, yeah.
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Wait patiently, start slapping marching rhythm on your thighs. Let's do that.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Jesus.
Officer,
Oh god.
I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Okay, so you guys remember correctly, this is the person that used to work there. I think this is the ex-bartender, and we're calling them because they might have they might have information on like what's happening with the lynching. So yes, hello, a female voice greets you through the static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Oh, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work. Sylvia, I believe you've met before. This is me, a detective from the Whirling in Rags. Okay, let's not start there. Let's just be very formal.
All right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
She recognizes your voice immediately.
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out.
Oh my god.
No question about
it. This is Zod and Neep. Just immediately. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. It's just jokes. You know what I mean? It's just like, we're not talking about relationship, but then they're like, oh, she wants to fuck. I'm joking. You quit your job at the Whirly gig. Why? Oh, was it you who called the police? Hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee sometime? Okay, let me just ask about the
You mean,
job.
why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Oh, damn.
Why not?
Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing with me? Okay, did you leave because of guard? Alright, I won't push you. Okay, let me say if she left because of guard. Let me just ask.
What? No, why would you even think that?
I don't know. He told me he asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen? Sylvie, don't be afraid of that pig. You have to stand up for yourself. Oh my god, that's so funny. So you do agree that quitting your job just because someone asked you out is an overreaction. Okay, I shouldn't. That's stupid. Yeah, okay, I don't want to do... this is my only good option,
Please,
really.
don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business.
Oh my god.
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
Oh my god. You quit your job to work. What is it? What was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? But why didn't you call? Didn't the course behind your workplace bother you at all? Do you know who made the call? Yeah, let's do that one.
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone or the one on the coast.
How is it that social services are so fucked up that that people need to like, or I guess it's not necessarily the fault of social services, but people are clearly like in positions of desperation and they're going around fucking stealing copper, which is something that happens in Guatemala actually. Copper thief, not copper. So like, but there's a union, so the union's like really trying to push back. There must be something more going on right now. We don't have enough money. Okay, let's keep going.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
I mean, the union obviously has a phone because they're a union. Like they're gonna try and like grant themselves, you know, like all the amenities that they need.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
But why didn't you call the police? I don't want to hound her like this, but I'm curious to. Can't hurt to ask, right? Why she didn't call the police? She's not gonna kill me with hurtful words. I want to ask so bad. Okay, next question.
Yeah, go on.
Do you want to grab a cup of coffee with me sometime? Actually, let's say this. Maybe she'll be cool. No! I died! Unless it kills you. No, what the fuck? Oh my god. I didn't. What the fuck? That just kills me immediately? God damn it. Ugh. In order my body, sorry.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation.
I'm seriously running out of shits to give. Like corpses hang on shit. Fuck, dude, I wasted my life. I'm done. No one likes cops. I wish I was fucking dead. Fuck you, fuck you.
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district.
Nothing you can say would make you feel a cop gives up. The
fuck, dude. God damn it. Fuck me, dude. Ah, oh, this game's hard. Oh, this game's hard. I shouldn't have. I didn't think that I was gonna need my feelings. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think that far through. Wait, what was that? Wait, did I steal? Did I steal it or no? Is this like right before I stole it?
Several maps have the maps look old and faded. Your eye slowly.
Fuck, dude. This is like before I stole. God damn it. That's 28%. It's not too bad, right? I gotta remember to save after
Several maps. The maps look
these
old and faded.
Points in psyche. How do I do that?
You peek at
nice.
I'm sorry, they're
Whoops.
quite valuable. Yes, yes.
Oh, this is my bad. How do I do that? How do I do that? Exactly. Interact. A worn, torn map of the Mertonese area dating from 48. Title on the top of the roads is this. It's a bit out of date and was originally created by the design studio that failed attempt to spruce the Martinese and turn a fancy tourist location. How do I invest stuff like skill points? You know what I mean? How does that work exactly? Let's do this while I'm here real quick.
You see.
Excuse me, officer. The back room, nothing. Oh, please.
She's oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you, you see some kind of charm. This is a tradition. Inhabit a
nothing. Oh, please.
She's oddly enough, the more she tries to draw.
I don't know if I should pull open the curtains. I'm kind of curious. Like, what's she gonna do? Like, kick me out? She's probably gonna not like me, right? And that's it. Like, she's gonna be like, well, this guy sucks. I'm like scared to have interactions with people because I don't want to fucking die. Let's talk to this guy, Tommy, real quick.
I am
a simple
from you sure are.
Whoops.
My man.
What's going on
the
here?
Jam, my man. It's a traffic. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long haul limbo for days. Yeah,
it's official.
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all. Yeah. So tell me, what do you need?
I'll do it.
Oh, no, I ain't got any money. The bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself. It's like, whatever's going on, some pretty wild stuff. I've heard.
Ah, yes.
They want to keep that.
He doesn't blame them.
Anything else? Us lorry drop. Not my thing.
What's better than chasing transient?
He ain't one of us.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth.
Analyzing the fundamental.
Ask for his conclusion.
Wait, what?
Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Oh.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, they usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been
Did I
making
get one of
headway
those
in the
launch
Ilmaran market. Not unless they've legalized this rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called...
Good eye, my man. We're pals and all, but I...
The man taps his fingers rhythmic.
Don't be a stranger.
Alright, cool. A quick save real quick. Make that call. This time I won't ask for coffee.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
I think wallet volition might give you the morale points, but I'm not sure. Alright.
Of the fuel preheat.
Get the radio.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here.
Hi, Alice.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist? What is the number, officer?
Yes.
Received.
Lieutenant gets around.
I guess sleep begins to tap through a little rhythm on his foot. A lot of time has passed.
Officer? Yes, hello?
Police calling. We've met before. Okay, let me start with this.
Oh, right. Hello, officer.
Alright, cool.
There is no resentment in her tone.
Quit your job to roll the
She
gig.
wants you to ask her out.
You mean why did I leave the bar?
My
Honestly,
bodily impulse,
Not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
like my intuition physically is like never right. I could never trust my electrochemistry at all. Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing it with me? Okay, did you leave because of Carter? Yeah, let's do this.
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
From someone? Probably can assign points when you get enough EXP to level. I'm gonna have to feed Vladimir again. Because I gave him just a little bit. He might be hungry. Get away from whom?
You know whom?
Okay, did you leave because of Carter? Alright, I won't push this. Are you coming back to work? I'll just leave it like
Maybe,
that.
I don't know.
Was he who called the
I just know I
police?
have to take some time off right now. No, not me.
Why didn't you call? Didn't boy it was of course did you know who made the call?
No, sorry. People don't have.
So the union.
It was someone else. We'll
So why
find them
didn't
sooner or
you?
later, officer. It
I
just
kinda-
might take a while.
Hey Vlad, how's Luna? Luna's good, she's here. I don't know where, but she's here though. Why didn't you call? Didn't the course bother your workplace?
What? Of course
What's
it
it
bothered
bother?
me. But I thought the union already
What does the
knew
union have
about
to
the
do with
court.
this anything? I meant us. You should have called the police.
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
You're her just the receiver in her hand, you would get angry. Yep. Are unions even this aggressive? I feel like unions wouldn't do that unless like they were desperate.
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Yeah. Wait, Kim, lower your microphone. Is she speaking truth? The union is the law around here? Wait, Kim. Yes, ask.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
I am the authority around here. Looks like there's no limit to my authority then. Tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us? I see. Maybe there's something else you can tell me.
I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the union. I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
Okay.
go on.
Hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee? Fuck, I don't know. God, I wish I could just do that in the chillest way possible.
Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Inexplicable feminist agenda. Oh my god, my inexplicable feminist agenda gave me some points. You checked the thought cabinet, by the way? No, what is that? What is the thought cabinet? What is that? Now, what the fuck? US is a hellhole. What happened? What was going on? What happened? What happened? Penitent. What'd you read? I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye. She's ready to hang up. Wait. Why does she seem angry with you? Oh, I can do this, right? I can do this. I can roll this. I can't quick save in the middle of this. Bottom right, you see those buttons? This? These are 2 shootings just this year. What? Oh yeah, there's a shooting earlier today actually. We were talking about this at the beginning of the stream, but there's a shooting that happened in wait, what was it? Was it in California? I don't remember where it was actually. It was like a racially motivated shooting. Apparently the kid, I haven't read about it yet. A friend of mine, a friend of ours here on the stream, sent me a news video of it. Shooting US. Yeah, in Buffalo. Where is it? I don't know if that's what you're referring to. What the fuck, dude? Another one next to the orange one. Yeah, it's because like it's complicated because here in the United States, I don't know what the gun laws are in Brazil, but here in the United States, like gun laws are not they exist, but not really. Like, for the most part, anybody can get it next to a notebook. All right, I'll click on it here in a minute. Anybody can get a gun, really. Like, in New Mexico, where I'm at, there's no real gun law. I can just go to the store and buy a gun. 600 just last year. Yeah, gun deaths are insane here. Like, and gun culture is an enormous part of our culture. An 18-year-old white man has opened fire at a supermarket in a black neighborhood in the U.S. city of Buffalo, killing 10 people. 10 people in what authorities called an act of racially motivated violent extremism. Three others were wounded in the attack of Tops Friendly Market on Saturday. The gunman, keep reading, many killed in New York shooting. Suspect U.S. Manhattan shooter. The gunman, who was armed with an assault style rifle and wearing body armor, was arrested after a shooting spree. Officials have he said he drove to Buffalo from the home in a New York State county hours away to launch the attack, which he broadcasted on the internet. The actual I know, it's crazy. I think he even broadcasted this on Twitch. Is that not right? I read that somewhere else. Or no, I saw it on a news on CNBC or whatever the fuck. Yeah, crazy, dude. And I think he posted a manifesto on 4chan with the typical like white genocide rhetoric. 11 of the victims were black and 2 were white. Stephen Bologna, special agent in charge of the FBI's Buffalo field office, told reporters the shooting is being investigated at both a hate crime and as a case of racially motivated violent extremism. Hold on. Let me scroll through this real quick. That was so close. It literally had a dead body on the next picture. I was so I knew it. I was like, hold on. The gunman was armed with Joseph Grameggia, the police officer, and people want us to be moderate about these people. The thing is that like I understand, but like, I mean, what's the solution here? You know what I mean? Like, it's tough. I'm not even saying that we shouldn't take this seriously, because we absolutely should, but it's tough. Like, in the United States, people are incredibly right-wing, and I don't even think anybody disagrees that this was bad. I think this is unanimously, most people are going to agree that what happened here is an atrocity. The real question is, will this really affect policy making? Like, will this really sway people to push common sense gun laws? I don't think so. A lot of people here care more about their freedom to own a gun than they care about the lives of their fellow countrymen, I guess you could say. It's really annoying, and it's hard to have the conversation with people here. And I know it's silly, but it's the truth. Customers and retired police officer working. Oh yeah, I forgot that there was an armed security guard that was killed too. It's a retired police officer. The guard engaged and the suspect fired multiple shots. In fact, should we look at the sentiment that's going around on Twitter? Hold on. Let's see what people on Twitter are saying. I'm curious. Also, let me scroll through this. I don't accidentally see any bodies. What's up, honey? Yeah, my cats are hungry, dude. Pelosi says Senate remains for Hundle and passing gun bill after Buffalo shooting. I mean, they say this after every shooting. After every shooting, everybody stands up. Oh, wait. What some people say, or that's what some people say. Wait, what? Oh, but he wrote that he was a national socialist, so he was basically a commie. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I mean, the guy was a straight up Nazi, let's be real. I mean, he is technically a national socialist, you know what I mean? Buffalo supermarket shooting. President Biden said white nationalism is antithetical to everything we stand for in America in remarks to the Delhi Buffalo shooting. Originally motivated hate crimes, abhorrent and very powerful this nation. I mean, the only thing we can really do as the public is like try and protect ourselves, you know what I mean? Like, try and protect ourselves. Like, hey honey, I'm sorry, my cats are hungry. There's not a lot of people to have like 6 automatic rifles and have 15k ammo for them. That's still the minority on the south, white people. I feel you. Yeah, here it's, I don't know, it's like I don't even know what to say about it really. It sucks that it happens all the time. I don't really know what to do about it. Like, people will wag the finger, like Biden and Democrats will wag the finger but never really do anything. It's like the whole Roe v. Wade thing. Like, they'll wag the finger and disagree with it, but will they do anything about it? That's the real question. And most of the time it's no. What can the public do? You know, just try to protect themselves in situations like these. Retired cop killed in Buffalo. Wow. Hailed a local. The Fox News, of course, is going to focus on the killing of the officer. Honestly, maybe not a bad thing, because their base of support might actually see this as a problem because they're that stupid. Shoppers out on a weekend afternoon. A retired police officer working security guard among 10 people were shot and killed at Buffalo supermarket on Saturday by white teenager. Authorities said most motivated by racial hate. New York governor rips social media sites in wakes of Buffalo mass shooting. He's a true hero. We're sure he saved the lives. Yet he saved lives yesterday, Buffalo. And no offense, like the ex-police officer who was shot, you know, he definitely did. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the situation is, but yeah, it's a travesty. It's awful that he had to lose his life because of some fucking insane white supremacist. I wish that people would realize that white supremacy is not. I mean, I feel like most people are like, even white people would be like, yeah, white supremacy is not a good thing, but there are definitely people out there who really believe in it. Buffalo police commissioner, but they're like those same white people, when you ask them if, like, you know, white racism is a real thing, they'll be like, no, racism isn't real, we had a black president. Like, they'll come up with excuses. Buffalo mayor on mass shooting. Enough is enough. This is my hometown. It's deeply disturbing. This is I really don't want to look at news outlets. I want to see what the public has to say. Shooting. I had to click here because sometimes people post shit. Yeah, Ken Klippenstein. Clout chasing of a mass shooting. Breaking. In his manifesto, the white supremacist mass shooter who live streamed himself shooting 9 people in Buffalo, New York supermarket, killing 2, reveals that he was motivated to do so by white replacement theory that has been pushed by Trump. retweet to expose Trump. Clout chasing off of mass shooting. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. Occupy Democrats are like really annoying, honestly. Like, not that this isn't true, but they'll use like any situation at all to attack Trump, and it's kind of annoying, to be honest. A dude really went live on Twitch and just shot up a whole supermarket targeting black people only. This shit's crazy. I took a break from Twitter to get away from the Buffalo mass shooting news and went to the Grand Central Market for a couple miles from my house, and there was a shooting. You can't make this up. Our country beyond lost. Sending prayers to Buffalo. Twitch needs to shut down the whole day. Shit's lame as fuck. I mean, it is. Trump endorsed AZ governor candidate Carrie Lake, proudly touting her endorsement from Wendy Rogers. She said the Buffalo mass shooting was a false flag operation conducted by the FBI. Senator Wendy Rogers is a proven fighter, whether it was 20 years in the Air Force or going against the woke political left and their media activists constantly trying to take her down. I cannot wait to fight alongside her with the American Fight First agenda. Aaron Rupert. I follow a lot of journalists, honestly. Asked about Buffalo mass shooting, Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts says he doesn't support any further restrictions on gun ownership because the real problem is mental health. Never mind the regular mass shootings like this don't happen in other comparable countries with tightened gun laws.
Back in 2016, to be more preventative, specifically around.
I want to ask a question about guns. New York Governor Kathy Hochul told me at the beginning of this program that the shooter obtained this weapon legally. He's just 18 years old. There is a bipartisan bill in Congress to raise the minimum age to buy an assault-style weapon to 21. Do you support that?
I haven't looked at the details of that bill. I think when we're talking about events like this, one of the things that we ought to be doing is what we've kind of done here in Nebraska is work to be able to open up good lines of communications between educators, law enforcement, behavioral health specialists to try and be more preventative. We launched our system of care here in Nebraska back in 2016 to be more preventative, specifically around mental health.
The problem is mental health, says mental health is for pussies. Yeah, true.
There was a study last year that showed.
And that's not wrong. Mental health is definitely an enormous issue, but yeah, the accessibility for people to buy a gun here is ridiculous. Like, we need common sense gun laws. And I don't know this fucking person. I mean, I'm not a CNN person, of course. I don't really like the media, but of course I read it. But you never know if he's trying to like change the direction of the conversation away from like common sense gun laws to mental health. He's not wrong that mental health is a problem, but still. Also, how does a person commit a mass shooting and walk away alive? White dude wearing a military armor. Oh. Went to the grocery store in the predominantly black neighborhood and started shooting. Just want to make sure that we know exactly what this is. Associated Press. At least 8 people killed in the mass shooting. Yeah, it sucks when the media doesn't doesn't point out the important parts. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, it's awful. I understand. I have to feed my cats. But I think this is a perfect place for me to stop. Let me finish this conversation. I'm gonna have to stop stream soon because I have to eat and then I have to go to sleep. And I'm gonna feed my cats. I do hope so. Please don't call me again. But okay, let's roll this die. Come on.
Yes.
Fuck
you
yeah.
Obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
Wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember
I'm
anything.
not mad. It's just you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. Just made me want to quit.
What skua thing?
The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Oh my god.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
This sounds like me, alright. This doesn't sound anything like me. I love birds. Bitch bird got what's coming to her. Why do I always end up screwing everything up? This sounds like me, alright.
Didn't seem like you had fun doing it though.
So you're telling me that I was the one who made you want to quit?
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen.
Oh my
and I've seen
god.
so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze.
Jesus.
Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
But you? Yeah, it's awful, Penitent. It's shitty. Like, it's the reality living in the US, honestly. Living in the US can be tough. Especially when you're somebody from a marginalized group. Like, I don't know if you were here, Penitent, but right before you joined our little community here, I was attacked by a guy at Walmart who pepper sprayed me, and I had a conversation about that. It's on my VODs. If you look back, it's the one called "I've Lost Faith in Humanity," something like that. And yeah, it's like, it's tough. Yeah, and it's tough. It's like, and this guy could have killed me. It's at the beginning of the stream. It's my last music stream, I think. Oh no, my last music stream was when I played bass. It's my second to last music stream. But if you guys are curious, I talked about a time I was assaulted at Walmart, which happened not that long ago, by some like crazy white guy who was just yelling. I think you weren't here actually. He was like calling me a commie and saying Antifa and shit. I didn't even know. It's a long story, but if you're curious, it's the one. Oh man, it's actually been a while. Yeah, it's the one's called Doomer Streamer No Faith in Humanity. It was on April 17th. God damn, dude. And it's the beginning. I explained that. Yeah, that was scary news. Yeah, it's just shitty. You have to be very careful around here. And there's a lot of crazy ass fucking white supremacists, like just fucking crazy violent ass people here who are completely indoctrinated into like believing the dumbest fucking shit that they don't even understand. So I don't even know what to do about it. Like, I really don't. It's like an enormous issue. All you can really do is like try and protect yourself, really. But yeah, if you're curious, you can watch that. My mom wants to visit New York. I mean, I honestly don't. Look, you're not gonna get hate crimes like immediately, I don't think. People might yell at you and say some weird fucking shit for sure. But a place, it's funny because like a big city, you might be a little bit well off. Like, there's so many people might not even notice you. I live in a small rural town, full of like, it's like notoriously full of awful people, like awful racist ass people. So it's a different context, I would say. But you know, you just got to put your head down. Just put your head down, try and be normal. Like, don't dress too I dress kind of crazy, you know what I mean? Like, and it's not good. I'm not saying it's a solution, right? But that's all you really can do. I had sailors fighting Union guys. Grandmaster, go on. I want to know what I did.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive.
I feel you. I mean, it's up to you. I try to like, I just try my best to navigate this landscape, you know, but I completely understand. But you were worse than all of them, honestly. You were getting borderline aggressive.
Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
God, I know this feeling so well. My neighbor has this annoying habit of being very loud. Like, they like always yell, and like I like them as a person, and so it's hard for me to talk to them because we can have a conversation, like a civil conversation, and be cool, but then like on other days they still like are really loud, and it still like, you know what I mean, like in this situation similar to this one, it's like you talk to them and you tell them to stop, but they just don't. Hold on, which song was it? Oh my god, what an awful thing if that's the song I sing on karaoke.
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry about the song. Right. Oh god.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there.
Jesus.
I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know.
God, I'm an awful human being,
And then you
dude.
screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that.
Sounds intense. That's not so bad. I'm sorry.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
Jesus.
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Wait, police documents?
The ones I had to rent out of your toilet.
What happened to them?
Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do.
Resentment gives way to concern in her voice.
She's worried she might have accidentally done something bad. Then she remembers it's you.
The bird I threw against the wall was a fake bird. It was like a taxidermy. She worried that she might have accidentally done something bad. Then she remembered it's you.
Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't very good, Tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
I'm truly sorry for everything, Sylvie. I was trying to show the world of tomorrow the great panic at the end. Well, you're the worst tavern wench I've ever seen. Girl, just loosen up a little bit. Don't you ever party? I don't even know what to say. I'm just gonna apologize.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
But when I spoke to Guard, it seems like he thought he left because of him. What else did I sing besides oh, I'm looking for a song.
All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
That would be, I feel like that would be so, I don't know, like, because the United States loves to police the global south, especially our like neighbors, you know what I mean? Like, with like a lot of mostly Central American countries have like suffered American intervention. That's kind of how I got here, actually. The reason why I live in the United States is because, so I'm Guatemalan, and like I mean, it's a long story, right? Like, there's like the coup that happened with Jacobo Arbenz, where the United States like toppled the president and pretty much couped the country. And after that, the United States like funded paramilitary groups in the area when I think it was when Cuba was funding the Sandinistas, and the United States funded the Contra and the Iran-Contra scandal, where they like sold weapons to Iran in order to fund the Contra, and that was revealed I mean, there's a whole thing. There's a really good American Dad video on it if you guys are interested. I usually play it. And yeah, anyways, it destabilized the country, and it like my parents immigrated here, and then because everybody found out about the controversy, Reagan, if I remember correctly, passed it was like an Immigration Reform Act or some shit like that allowed like more people to become citizens in the United States, and that's how my parents got citizenship. So it like directly led to me being here. Their intervention. It's kind of ironic, but yeah, it's like if that were to happen, I don't know. Who knows what would happen? Who knows, honestly. Like, I mean, I feel like the issue is just actually even getting to that point, like having people even agree with the idea of socialism. That's like already a hurdle in and of itself. All sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Was I singing The Smallest Church of St. Saint?
Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
Ooh, don't go to
Interesting. You still have to find a copy though, before you can blast it.
No one bombs US bombs itself. Yeah, I mean, for sure. But a lot of people, although like I think materially you're correct, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people leave their country to escape the destabilization that's happened in their country. But I think most people are apolitical. They don't really see it that way. They just see that they're suffering and that they need to leave where they're at. And a lot of people really believe, like my parents really believe in the American dream, like it's a real thing. And so it's like the American propaganda really runs deep. And like even if it's not a real thing, I feel like that does affect why a lot of people do that kind of stuff, you know. All right, let's leave it at that.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio.
The call
Wordless, the call breaks. Then the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Could you connect me to the 41st precinct? I needed something to report.
Just a second, officer.
I put you on hold. Static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
I thought that until last year, my dream was to live in Europe. Then Marxism happened. So see, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you thought like... I mean, I still think that like... I would still live in like Finland, for example. Just even though it's not like... Even though there's still problems, at least they have like... At least they're afforded like certain social safety nets, I guess you could say. And even though like I said, there's still problems for sure. I would prefer that over living in the US, to be completely honest. I would take a social democratic country over a fucking whatever it is we have, to be honest. But if I did that, I'd have to call it I have to totally like chill out on my political rhetoric, because I'd be an immigrant straight up, and people are very hostile towards immigrants. But who knows?
The man uses relay code.
But you would lose your freedom.
You're a cop, and
True.
cops know relay code.
I would lose my 41 brands of Oreos. I'm just kidding. I lose my freedom to buy a gun, baby. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay codes. 10-4, station 41. I've got an urgent business over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Who's reporting in? Over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Fuck, I don't know these things.
10-22 the captain.
Not
this
bad.
Sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Is it him? What does he want?
A dry voice is in the background. What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Hey, who is this?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over.
No, the other one.
You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Huh. Wait, this is my partner? That can't be right.
Who lost his badge?
Chester McLean.
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
What? Isn't Dick Mullen the person who was on the book?
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the
Okay.
name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself immediately. They're laughing at you.
Come on, operator. Tell them to stop. This is serious. Officer has lost his badge. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Can we just move on? I want to get a report in and be done with it. Alright, let's do this.
He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over.
Concurs. Losing your badge. Okay, well, let's just keep going with
I
this.
hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Okay.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Oh my god.
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment? Enough of this now. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is still making it difficult for him to hear you.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
The room roars with laughter.
Sergeant Dawson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy
Oh
fuck.
god, it's not
You
here.
don't know where it is, do you?
I don't have my gun. Oh god, it's not here.
It's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Only 7 different Oreos in nearest store, Sag. Oh man. I can't even get my weird pumpkin spice Oreo.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my
Convincing that you didn't
question?
lose your
We
gun.
were wondering about your gun. Over.
Oh, please, dear Lord, let me roll this and get it.
Lying?
Fuck yeah.
Over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
No, of course I didn't lose my gun. I should not have lied. I want them to give me another gun.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance. Over.
Listen, I've actually lost my gun too. I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
It is a paramount investigation that you grant me more money. Please, I'm begging you here. I don't have a place to sleep tonight. Okay, I heard you, no funds. It's paramount to the investigation.
It's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir.
Nothing is working.
Oh, God. Okay, I heard you. Please, I'm begging you here. Should I beg or should I just leave it be? I should beg, right? Fuck it, we're begging.
He's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said...
I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. Please come and get me. Okay, I'll stop.
Anything else, sir? Over.
Oh, listen, I've actually lost my gun too. This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to be personal with these people. 10-10 transmission completed, standing over. Yeah, just
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Get the radio again. Pull out the toolbox. Run your fingers over one of the steering. Okay, let's pull out the
The
toolbox.
metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
I am, honestly. Take the red-tipped pry bar. Take the rubber-handled chain cutters. Can I take it all?
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier
I
than
fucking
you'd
love
think.
tools, dude. Tools are so cool.
And heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth, useful for opening all sorts of doors.
Oh
and lids.
yeah, give me this shit, dude.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Here's the pull.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its
Put your
nest.
fingers over the
Preheater
steering wheel.
gauge casts the white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch
Tap on the
handle
pure
so
preheater
very
gauge.
familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation: we're not going anywhere right now.
Door closes. Alright, we're done. I don't think I need to call anybody else. Okay, this is where I save and stop. Oh wait, hold on.
So we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Ooh, what's my couple type?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop? Some kind of weapon cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm sorry you had to monitor me. I'm not sure.
Sorry, cop. The cop
who's
who's
so
sorry. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Okay. What are the other couple types? Won't the other couple types be jealous? I'm sorry, Upton. You know, actually, I'm not sorry. I changed my mind. Fucking, they should be sorry. They should be sorry. What are the other couple types?
Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go.
Won't the other couple types be jealous? I'm actually not sorry.
No,
I
you
changed my mind.
Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll apologize.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
Okay, now I'm stopping. Okay, cool. We got a lot done, and we got some tools, so hell yeah, Pog. Next time we start, we'll look around and get some tools. I'm gonna go into the outro. We'll get some tools. We'll look and check some doors. We'll look in some dark alleyways with a flashlight. We'll break open some chains. In the meantime, I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm actually gonna need some food and feed the cats and get some sleep, but thank you guys for joining me, hanging out. Who can we raid? Could you raid somebody? I am gonna play this. Thanks for hanging out, LaCroix. I'm gonna play this again though. That game was awesome. I really liked it. Thanks, Valentine, for hanging out too. I appreciate your company and your conversation. I want to raid, but I'm also tired. This is the stream. I'm glad I made it to the end. I know, surprised you made it to the end. I'm actually not gonna raid anybody because I'm pretty tired. And I kind of want to get off my computer. Please hit up on Darkwood 2 Sash. No, I will play this game. I will play Darkwood 2. Just Darkwood's so slow. I do really like Subnautica 2 also though. That game's really cool. If I do stream like when I get home, maybe I can do one of these 3 games because these 3 games are actually really good that I'm playing right now. I really like them. Excuses, but they're really good. I'm just so bad at fucking I move through games like this excuses. I move through games so quickly, but it's interesting. You seem to enjoy it, which is nice. I mean, they're good games. They're actually really good games. I wish I could play them on my Switch, honestly. I wish I bought Hollow Knight. What am I saying? I wish I bought Dark Wood and Subnautica on my Switch, because that way I can sit in the living room or somewhere else and play it, because I hate having to come to my computer to play these fucking games. But I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Check out the Discord. Everybody posts their political compass if you want to post yours. And I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow, this same time. Hopefully. Alright. I'll see you guys later. Bye.